All right. Hopefully we're live.
Hello, my N-words.
Demonetized. Nice stream. Bye, everyone.
That's 3 seconds, fellas.
Yeah. See you in another 3 months.
See you next time, guys. Hit the like and subscribe.
What a way to start. Oh my god.
I was just caught in a very good YouTuber by the name of Wolf, you know?
Well,
No,
actually,
nothing.
he was reading out a commented chat, and the funny thing is, I was listening to... Oh god, what stream was it? It was like... Tuesday night's main event or something. I don't remember what stream it was, but someone said that because I guess someone in chat said it. It's like, oh my god, it's happening again.
I mean, there's a ton of N-words to like necromancer,
Nuclear.
Nevada,
Yeah.
nuclear. Yeah.
NCR, which doesn't exist
We have
anymore.
a great lineup today. We have 4 furries, 3 normies, and a goat in denial.
I love Niger. It's such a good country.
Oh god.
Wait. And wait, a goat in denial? What?
What, did you think Kree's a gremlin or a goblin? I mean, that's what EFAP thought.
Like he keeps
I think
insisting he's not a furry, but look at the evidence.
I'm not.
He's an e-boy.
I'm a VTuber.
Yeah.
You're a French
almost as
e-boy.
Almost as bad.
He's
Yeah.
playing the VTuber card. Get out of furry free.
Yeah.
I'm not a furry. I'm a VTuber. There's a big difference.
There is! There is! Hey.
Look, all degenerates end up on the cross at the end of the day, Kree. You can't get away from this.
The difference between VTuber and furry is just like how hot you turn on your flamethrower, you know? Just like,
No, it's like, okay, VTubers get the flamer, and then furries get the heavy flamer. It's a big
there you
difference.
go. There you go.
There you go. We've scientifically figured this out.
You have science.
All right,
that's
so...
it. Yeah, sorry, Carol.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say that's a Jesse Pinkman quote. And he wants to be in the show in season 2. Apparently, he's a
Aaron
Fallout
Paul.
nerd. Yeah, Aaron Paul. Yeah.
I wouldn't mind him in a Fallout show if the Fallout show was good.
Yeah. About that.
So...
You need to buy the DLC for it to be good.
Oh god. But anyways, yeah, we're here to talk about the wonderful and amazing Fallout show that definitely doesn't have any problems at all. It's a 10 out of 10. It's a banger. They nailed it. Whatever else you want to say about it.
2 across.
I love my psyop slop. It's so good.
They nailed it to
Todd
the
Slop
cross.
started trending long before the show came out, because this is definitely some Todd Slop right here.
Well,
10
I,
out of 10. Very radioactive.
I meant-
IGN.
I mentioned this in my first reaction video to the show, but people were saying my prediction video aged like milk before the show even released, just because it got positive reviews from people chosen to see it early. It's like, oh yeah,
Yeah,
these people
shows
have
them
no
by the
reason
sense-
whatsoever to be positive about the show.
People that are desperate to keep their access media status.
I've been seeing a lot of channels that have been critical of the show also reporting bot-like activity from people saying the same
Yeah.
stuff.
I've
Yep.
seen multiple YouTubers who've even remotely criticized the show, just getting their comments flooded with what looks like bots, and people believe that it might be Amazon throwing bots at people's channels to try and keep the show afloat.
I'm pretty sure they got in trouble for doing that before or in the past, like with Rings of Power as well.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, and I remember it came out like several months ago that one of the big companies, I'm not sure which, but it's proven that they engage in botting on social media.
What,
and stuff.
Ubisoft? What, Ubisoft?
HBO. No, it was HBO. A lawsuit with HBO,
Yeah.
I think.
Right,
Yeah.
yeah, I think it was HBO. But it's like, yeah, of course
There's
they're
a-
going to
yeah.
engage in activity like that. It affects their bottom line. They want something like this to be successful because it makes them money. Of course they're going to do what they can to make it appear to be good, or I guess dissuade criticism or whatever.
Oh,
Yeah.
by the way, Elon Musk just came out with the first working brain jack. So yes, we're officially into the cyberpunk dystopia era.
Oh
Mm.
So
boy.
yeah, rise of the AI.
Is Elon Musk related to Elon by any chance?
He did say as well that he was going to take care of bots on Twitter via because they engage farm a lot. Apparently, his focus is going to be on that.
Oh yeah, the engagement
Oh,
farming is
he's-
insane. I hate it.
Go
I didn't know
ahead.
if Elon
My
married Elon.
YouTube in
Like-
bio, guys.
Like, if you see a funny clip somewhere and you check the comments, all you see is other clips, no comments about the actual thing that's posted. It's fucking annoying.
Yeah, there's plenty
Yeah.
of accounts that even post like, hey, here's an interesting fact about history, and you click on it, and the first like 10 to 20 replies are other similar accounts posting other similar historical facts, even like the exact same ones, just worded differently. It's really
Yeah.
You know how to
annoying.
counter that. You include the word Hitler in your post. This has actually been tested. No, this has actually been tested. A guy just included Hitler, and then all the responses were as an AI language model.
Hey, that's the funny thing. I think what's his name? He's also a VTuber. VWE. I can't remember his full name. He said like, oh, there's an easy way to spot AI. Just use the N word, and AI will never use the N word.
Yeah, V's full name is Romanian, so good luck. So
Well, it just got somebody just proved it on Twitter by putting Hitler in just randomly in the sentence. All of the bots came out, but instead of doing their normal shtick of shilling for shit or like go to this channel or anything, they started having these really weird responses about Hitler all over. It's like,
I really like how the Fallout show does not include Hitler.
Wow, the one positive we were able to find.
yeah, there you go.
I'm not,
There we go.
I'm not like super into the Fallout lore. Did World War II happen in Fallout?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
The quote unquote divergence takes place like 1946. Of course, and Bethesda
Okay.
fucked that up too. There's like 5 different points now.
Yeah.
And basically the divergence. I originally for the longest time I thought it was because the microchip wasn't invented. It's miniaturization wasn't a focus. So that's
Yeah.
why we still have the big room computers and vacuum tubes and everything because they didn't give a shit about miniaturization whatsoever.
Why would we build it smaller when we can make bigger spaces?
So
Yes.
technically, you can find Adolf in Argentina, right? In any of the games.
Fallout
Saying
Argentina.
no
One of the
Fallout
main
Argentina.
faction leaders is just straight up Hitler.
Dude, he's gonna be he's gonna be like the think tank in Big Mountain.
Fallout the boys
His
from Brazil.
middle screen's gonna just be the mustache. Yeah.
So
To try and get us on track, though, I suppose we should get started.
Oh right, a TV show.
Yeah, we do have something to talk about today. We have a subject to cover.
Yeah,
Um,
that exists.
So what I think we should do is going left to right, and this isn't so I go first. I thought Kelbeck would be ahead of me because it usually goes in alphabetical order. It's not doing that for some reason in the call, so whatever. But left to right, just a quick summary of what your I guess history is with Fallout as a franchise and what you think of the show. So for me, Fallout 3 was actually my first, and I really liked it for a while. Even after New Vegas came out, I did like Fallout 3 more for a while. Then I eventually came around and started liking New Vegas more and realizing, it's generally better written and so on, and came to appreciate it. Then I played Fallout 4 and I hated it. Played Fallout 1 and 2 and I loved them. And I hated Fallout 4 so much that I made a YouTube channel, and here I am. As for the show, what complete and utter fucking dog shit. Holy fuck. I had a feeling it would be bad. I didn't know it would be this bad. It is pretty shocking the things they do. I don't even know where to start for a fucking summary, honestly. Because Maximus as a character is stupid and insufferable. Lucy just kind of exists. The show does absolutely retcon the games. Like, first of all, Shady Sands being in the entirely wrong location, new vaults existing that the Master would have cracked in Fallout 1, House wanting to kill everyone because money. Like, it's completely fucked. Kelbeck, your turn.
With me, Fallout goes all the way back to the original game because I bought it off a shelf when it was new. Yeah, OG Fallout fan here. And that's also, I was raised during the height of the Cold War. I don't know if I'd say the height of the Cold War, but 70s and 80s. Virtually every other week, you had some sort of anti-war nuclear paranoia thing coming on the TV movie or something like that, or there'd be a major film out, or all the post-APOC stuff that you guys look back at as being classic movies. I watched a lot of that shit in the theaters, so day after and things like that, watched it on TV when it first aired. So yeah, I'm really deep into Fallout and nuclear lore in general. I was one of the OG fans who was not angry about Fallout 3 when it came out. I enjoyed it. Going to first-person perspective was interesting, and it made it feel a lot more immersive because you're actually running around interacting with things directly in the game. And I enjoyed it for the exploration and discovery aspects. This was also true of New Vegas very much. To me, New Vegas was just a quantum leap in quality, and I was hoping Bethesda would maintain that. If they had, it would have been incredible, I think. Then Fallout 4 came along. Well, I still enjoyed it for the same reasons I did Fallout 3, but to me it was a bit of a retrograde, especially when it came to the overall story. It was just dumb. I'm currently doing a heavily modded Fallout playthrough on my Twitch stream, which is just Calbeck at over on Twitch. And I can enjoy that by completely ignoring the story and just going on massive side modded content and coming up with my own ideas for what to do in game. But the actual plot is just stupid. Fallout 76 was my actual breaking point with the IP, because by the time you leave the vault, which is the first 10 minutes of gameplay, it has broken itself narratively. You cannot do the things that the game's premise wants you to do. It is stupid. If I start on that, we'll be here another 10 minutes. Let's not have that. As to the show. Within 7 minutes of the first episode, I was yelling at the screen. It's just like, oh, look, there's 4 multi-megaton bombs going off within visual range. I will ride out on top of this hill instead of taking cover behind the hill, just riding with my daughter on my freaking lap on a horse into the blast as they come at me. That's what you do. That is abso-fucking-lutely what you do.
Dude,
and although things that I was also angry about, like the lack of incoming missiles, and the fact that everything was a ground burst, later on by episode 8, oh, okay, that's why. So retroactively, that made a little more sense, but it was still
retroactively it made less sense.
No. When you're talking about the rationale for it, but the idea that these would have been Vault-Tec vans carrying bombs and they go off as a ground burst, yeah, that's also why you would get a giant crater in Shady Sands. Well, okay, huge getting ahead of ourselves here, but just going through the show as it went, I'm going, this makes no sense. That's stupid. That's gore for its own sake. What the hell are you doing? And I will now pass the buck over to our resident kitty with the JoJo glasses going on there.
That's a dog.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's
okay.
not JoJo glasses.
Get it right.
0 for 2, Calbeck.
I'm an expert on anime.
Hi, I'm it's Flamenco TV, and I've only played Fallout 3, New Vegas, and 4, and I do want to try to get into the older games and see if I enjoy them or not. I've heard they're pretty fun, so I'll probably give it a shot sometime over the summer when I have more time. I didn't terribly mind the show. It wasn't great, but it was okay right up until the last couple of episodes when things got to be really, really stupid. There's I think the part that I was just really infuriated with is just the entire sequence at the very end of the last episode, starting from when Cooper, the ghoul character, is doing this large monologue in front of 15 Brotherhood guys in full view, and is talking about oh, I wonder if your power armor has the same critical defect that was easily exploited back in the day, and nobody shoots at him at all. That was really dumb. And then it just sort of compounded on and on from there. Otherwise, I think the costumes were relatively okay. The actors were relatively competent. I'd say that I'd say less that they're competently written, but at least competently acted by the cast. And the one thing that I got really kind of just irritated by is how green everything is on the sets. I figure that in this sort of world there shouldn't be a whole lot of greenery, or if there is greenery, that's probably more of a sign that there's some genetic mutation shit going on. So there's that too. And that's it. That's my first impressions from the show.
Is it my turn now?
Yep.
It is indeed.
All right, French, go.
It isn't. Go, fuck you. So my experience with Fallout, I started with Fallout New Vegas when I was 15, and I remember enjoying it, but I didn't really come back to it for a few years. I've played Fallout 2, 3, New Vegas, 4. I uninstalled 4 because that game makes me want to do what the Brotherhood of Steel does to Philly. That is genocide for no real reason, but vegan enclave, as I called them. And I can't be really called what New Vegas purist. I do enjoy New Vegas a lot. I think the Lonesome Road is peak Fallout, and if anyone wants to argue with me on this, I will stab you, but like a typical French person does in Paris. As for the show, I didn't think much of it. I was a little worried because I heard some people say it was fantastic and other people say it was terrible, and I just went into it watching it, just trying to chill out, trying to watch the show for what it was. By the 10-minute mark, I was getting actively annoyed when Cooper says to his daughter that you're supposed to raise your thumb up to the explosion to figure out if it's dangerous or not. And he says he learned it in the military. I just said out loud that the military is retarded, because it is. You would be blind by looking at a nuclear bomb. And by the end of the show, I was actively screaming. Because, not shouting, outright screaming, because this show, even if you try to turn your brain off, it's absolutely horrendous. It ruins anything it has going for itself, and it violates the lore of the previous games so much you would think they're Syrian. Because it's actually unreal. I absolutely despise the show. I think it's a terrible show. I think it spits on the previous games, and I think the intention legitimately was to erase the previous games, because Bethesda doesn't have a shred of creativity, imagination, or anything else for that matter. They've become the very thing the Fallout was supposed to mock. And that's it for me, I guess. Indigo.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah, I started Fallout. I actually played the Fallout demo. Remember that one? It was the little the junk town or whatever with Killian. It was just like they took out one little town out of the original Fallout game and made that a demo. And that was my first experience. But I was a poor kid from the sticks, and I didn't have any money, so it was only about a year or two later I actually played Fallout 2 first, and then I think that either came bundled with Fallout 1 or I got Fallout 1 shortly after. So I played Fallout 2, the full game first, and then I played Fallout 1 after. So I kind of started from the beginning. Didn't play much of Fallout Tactics. I eventually played some of Fallout Brotherhood of Steel. Then obviously Fallout 3, Fallout 4, New Vegas in between. And I've definitely played more of the original games, I would say. So I'm kind of been more of an OG in that regard. But obviously I've enjoyed aspects of the later Fallout games, especially New Vegas. And I skipped 76 for just moral reasons because that was a piece of trash when it launched. But I did eventually play it and found it was just kind of dull, especially by yourself. Better with friends, obviously. But I definitely liked the original vision of Fallout in terms of its tone, in terms of its style, and in terms of like just the audiovisual experience. And it had a very, very specific flavor of sort of serious post-apocalyptic horror, mutation, etc., and with like a little bit of dark humor added. And I don't think that many other games have quite nailed that, and especially the show. So that's kind of my thing. And obviously I made that video that kind of took off a few years ago, kind of explaining my viewpoint on that. As far as the show, I was kind of expecting to hate it, but I was surprised to find out that I didn't hate it as much as I thought I did. But I'm now just mostly frustrated by it because it has like a very first drafty kind of feel to the writing, where you have these ideas, and these ideas aren't intrinsically terrible, but the way they're executed are all extremely half-baked. And they have the frustrating thing about this is that they have really, really good sets. They have really, really good cast for the most part. They have a really good budget. They could have made a fantastic Fallout adaptation, even if it didn't really even fit into the canon. If they did their own thing, that's fine. But it just felt like such a waste. Like they had so much going for it, but they just kind of wasted it. And we can get more into that, why that is. But yeah, I just feel more frustrated by the show than anything because it could have been so good because they had all the resources. Like it's very rare that you can get this much, money together to make a silly, video game adaptation like this. And it's just so frustrating that they could have gone so much further than they did.
Yeah. I guess it's
Megan, I
Bacon's
believe
turn.
it's your turn.
Yeah. All right. So my first Fallout game was Fallout 3. Played that for a very long time. And then New Vegas came out and I played that and I really liked it, but I still like 3 more. I acknowledge that New Vegas had better writing, but I was still on that Bethesda cope and still felt Fallout 3 was better. And then eventually I went back. I played Fallout 1 and 2. Played through them once just to get the story. Liked the story a lot. Didn't really care for the gameplay very much, though. Played a little bit of Fallout Tactics. Didn't finish it, though. And then over the years, I just kind of started to gravitate more towards New Vegas as being the better game. Then Fallout 4 came out and just completely dashed any hope I had for Fallout. It completely turned me off of Fallout in terms of like whatever Bethesda will put out, especially after the fucking Nuka World DLC. That really is what broke me. Yeah, that broke me, and I was just like, I think I'm done. I called what 76 was going to be, and it turned out to be exactly what I predicted, so didn't play that shit. And then, yeah, the show, which, god damn it, I'm so annoyed because I have been dreaming of a Fallout TV show ever since I first played Fallout 3, and I've been wanting it so bad, but you know, given their track record, I knew the show was not going to be good. Going into it, I knew it wasn't going to be good. So I didn't have high hopes, but I tried to look for positives where I could. But there was just so little. From the start, the show was just abysmal. The writing was terrible. Nothing made sense. The lore breaks were just too blatant to ignore, and everything was just so contrived. Everything just happened because it needed to. And the start of the show is bad, but I think once we got to episode 5, that's where it really just starts to jump off a fucking cliff and just get way worse. Where anything I had to praise about the show was just immediately torn away and destroyed. Like anything I was looking forward to was just stripped away. And then that's also where the fucking like the spitefulness started to come in, where it was like, oh, you like New Vegas? Well, fuck you. We're gonna ruin that shit. And it only got worse as the episodes went on. And by the last 2 episodes, it was just so fucking bad where there's just no respect for the originals whatsoever. It just straight up takes a giant dump on everything 1, 2, and New Vegas, and even rewrites the entire like premise of what Fallout is about and just changes it. And yeah, like Chris said, they changed Mr. House into an evil megalomaniac who's on board with blowing up the country because it'll make us money. Like, what the fuck? Same thing with Frederick Sinclair. Changed his character, brought him onto the board as well. Made all the other companies from Fallout into like some super monopoly bullshit. Just capitalism bad, guys. Capitalism bad. Communism good. We got to praise communism. Just absolute horseshit. Just really bad. And then also just the pure spitefulness of, oh yeah, well here's the NCR now. Haha, we ruined them. It's all gone. It's all shit now. New Vegas is a fucking ruined crater. Shady Sands is a ruined crater, but fucking New Vegas, which, oh god, people said that shit wasn't ruined, but then you see the final shot, and if the credits are to be taken as canon, oh boy, yeah, no, New Vegas is straight up gone. It is just destroyed. So yeah, no, fuck this show. Fuck it. I hate everything about it. Lizard Man.
There's no lizard here.
Lizard.
It is dragon. Learn. Damn it.
No.
Anyways, for me, I started with the original Fallout as well. Back in the day, it was actually my grandfather who we had an okay PC in the house. This was remember, this was 1997. We had an okay PC in the house, but my grandfather, who worked for a big factory company and management and everything, he had an awesome PC. He was actually a big old gamer, more of a gamer than I was, which was crazy to think about. And he's not so much anymore, but he used to be. And so he had all the classics. He had like Age of Empires 1. He had the original Half-Life, AVP 2. It was all kinds of just fun stuff. But yeah, he got the original Fallout, and I played it up there while I was staying with him. And because this was during Christmas. So we were coming up to Christmas, and we stay kind of there for a few days because there's a lot of family up there. We have multiple Christmases, and so I was there playing Fallout, and I really, really liked it, so I got Fallout later. And yeah, unlike Kelbeck, I absolutely despised Fallout 3. From its very initial announcement and seeing the Enclave, I was already pissed. So I was very much not a fan of that. For a while there, I did have the cope going of like, Fallout 3 isn't a good Fallout game and its story is terrible, but at least the gameplay is good. I have since retracted that statement because the gameplay is also dog shit in Fallout 3. But I was in cope, like, okay, tons of people buying it. Everybody can't be stupid. It's like, no, everybody can genuinely be stupid. Yeah. So, Fallout New Vegas was, of course, I'd say it's between Fallout 2 and Fallout New Vegas, of which one I think is the peak of Fallout. And of course, you have so many of them. Like Bethesda's Fallout's are all dog shit. Like I think the only way you would ever save the entire franchise is if you managed to get it away from Bethesda and immediately decanonize anything they've ever done with it.
Yeah.
And that includes the show, because the show is absolute hot trash. It is probably one of the worst video game adaptations I have ever seen. And I'm including the Halo TV show in that, and you know how much I hated that.
Mm-hmm.
This is so much worse. And everything. Like the positive thing you could say about it is that they had the budget to actually try, so the sets were nice, but that's so superficial nonsense. Like, oh yeah, the wallpaper was nice. It's a shame about all the dead bodies. But holy fuck, it is genuinely absolute trash. And they also focus on nothing but superficial elements too, like, oh, we need to explain where the Vault Boy comes from. You know, he comes from this guy doing a commercial, and he decided on a whim to do a thumbs up. Ha 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 ha. There's Vault Boy. It's like, we didn't need that. We didn't need any of this. And the retcons all over the place. And in its own show, it can't even be consistent in its own show. You don't even know anything about Fallout, and you just watch the show and you realize it contradicts itself constantly. Like, ghouls are apparently fucking immortal beings that can super heal unless they get their Zombrex. If they don't get their Zombrex, they turn into zombies. Which is so
and
fucking
also
stupid.
that the ghouls are just you can just become a ghoul by breathing in something a desert meth head gives you.
Yeah, which I think was supposed to be the ghoul, the anti-feral juice, which is so fucking stupid. But, like, the ghouls have super regenerative healing, which is not a thing that has ever happened in any of the Fallouts. But now apparently they do. They have fucking Wolverine powers.
Except
To
for
the
their
point
noses.
To the point where a character got shot through the fucking neck, and we will go into this in detail, by the way. When the character got shot through the fucking neck and was still alive because he was now a ghoul now, because
That's just what you
ghoul
said.
now.
Because the chicken fucker decided to give him a snack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's genuinely so awful. Like this show,
I mean,
if it didn't exist, we would all be better off for it.
I'm still kind of hung up just the fact that like you can become a ghoul via a drug, and like you would imagine people would be, you know, listen, having your nose fall off, like, you know, maybe sometime down the road is you know, kind of preferable if you can like live for like 300 years and
Borderline
like,
immortality in a world
Yeah.
filled with radiation.
yeah,
With how much
like,
they've
I'm-
sanitized ghouls, yeah, like I would much prefer to be what they've turned Fallout ghouls into. It's basically nothing. Like, yeah, sure, you lose your nose, your skin gets a little discolored and rough, but other than that, it's like, yeah, I get Wolverine powers and live for basically forever. And apparently they've managed to just synthesize this shit. They know the process now.
Just
What?
think of how many chickens you could sodomize with that kind of money. Seriously. I mean, this desert meth head is just not using his full brain power, honestly.
And
Well,
once
remember,
again,
he was also
Bethesda
gonna-
retconning its own shit because you had Eddie Winter. What was his whole thing? He wanted to become immortal. How did he do that? By becoming a ghoul in his own hid-away vault where he stayed for like 200 years.
Mm. Even worse, we get into this whole thing of like the show is the only consistency the show has is that it's constantly inconsistent.
Mm.
But it's so fucking annoying, and it contradicts itself all the time. Like, again, ghouls are apparently immortal beings that can take hundreds of fucking thousands of bullets, and they're totally fine because they'll just regenerate that shit. And let's shoot them in the head, then they're dead for goodsies, for reals. Except we see the fucking Lucy shoots a ghoul in the side, and it also sends her off on a wild trajectory, and the ghoul died. So, fucking make up your mind. Do ghouls need to eat? Yes or no, Bethesda? It's both.
Folks are pointing out that that Hancock from Fallout 4 became a ghoul through drugs, but I think that was more that the drugs kept him alive while he was being ghoulified. Anyways,
Yeah, so there's it. It's just dog awful. awful show. Again, we would all be better off if it never existed. True Pop, it's your turn.
Right. So I think I'm a bit of a black sheep here because I don't really have any big history with Fallout. Well, before the show. Before the show, the only thing I probably played was Fallout Shelter, the minigame. That's probably it.
Kill yourself.
All right.
Mini game.
All right.
You mean a mobile game?
We will spare Flamenco from hammer death. We are going to kill Cheer Pop with hammers after the stream.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you
we have to kill this guy.
Store. I downloaded it. All right. Jeez.
Take him out back and shove a baseball bat up his ass.
Oh my god.
What? No, that's
I
going
think we're gonna have to kill this guy, Pagan.
Damn.
Yeah. So I mean, I never had anything against Fallout. I always looked at it. I'm like, oh, that sounds cool, but I never took the time to play any of the games or research it or anything like that. And what's interesting is, I think, yeah, I was in Las Vegas in a hotel room, funnily enough. I had a bit of a trip there. And, you know, I saw Critical Drinker upload his video about the Fallout show, new Fallout show being good, you know, and a bunch of other YouTubers I trust that said that they enjoyed it. So I'm like, oh, well, I'm waiting for my flight back. It's in the evening, and I don't really have anything else to do. It was like the final day of the trip. So I might as well binge this show. And so I did. I mean, I liked the first couple of episodes, even though the internet said, oh, the first few episodes are a bit of a drag, but, you know, the further along you get, it gets better. Trust me. Yeah. It's an absolutely fantastic show. I'm like, okay, sure. And as the show went on, I found myself to be increasingly bored. Then I just noticed like several inconsistencies, and as it went on, I think I was on like the before the finale or something. I was just pressing the 10-second skip button. I was just that bored. Like, okay, this is just dragging. What the hell's happening here? Oh, and now Walter Goggins is shooting this guy instantly dead. Why didn't he do it to Maximus in the first episode? It's like the show forgets itself or what it did in previous episodes. I don't know. I describe my experience with the plane ride that I had. Like, I describe it to jet lag. Like, the ride in the plane itself is fine, you know, it's quite luxurious actually. You get free food, you can walk around the plane, you know, you just kind of see, oh, it's got nice sets, oh, it's got a nice aesthetic to it, it's got great music choice. But once you land and you walk around a bit, you experience tremendous jet lag that fucks you over and fucks over your sleeping schedule. That happened during my plane ride back home and my plane ride to Las Vegas. So yeah, I just, once you start thinking about it, it just gets progressively worse and worse. And I was wondering, like, why do people like this show? And I think it just throws so much shit at you that you kind of don't notice it. I mean, look, the basic idea of this show is interesting. You know, the basic idea of Fallout as a franchise is interesting. You know, the world is destroyed by nuclear bombs. I mean, that's like the epitome of the Cold War. And I really like Cold War stuff. You know, I have some family that grew up in the Cold War. I love stuff like, I don't know, Iron Giant. I thought that little animated kids movie, for all it is absolutely fantastic. I love that movie to bits. And, you know, I enjoyed the first episode of where Walter Goggins was explaining the thumb thing. I was like, oh, cool, I didn't know that. That's an interesting little fact. And, you know, I just felt this, I don't know, what tension, this kind of shock and horror. Like, oh no, the bombs are exploding. And, you know, he's running away with his horse. And I know that's stupid. But to me, it's interesting to watch how someone reacts in the face of death, because that's what these explosions are. You're just dead if you see that. You're absolutely dead. And it's funny to see how people stupidly react to their final moments. I'm like, yeah, that kid's dead. He's dead. He's running on a horse. If he's thinking he can get anywhere safe. But I'm thinking, what the hell would I do in that situation? Probably something as stupid. Not really thinking about radioactivity or if the bomb is going to blind you or not. It's just, these are things I found out later on to you lovely gents. Creetosis, I watched your video of reaction to the first episode, and you were like, no, the bomb would blind you. Eyelids being shut would not help you at all. And I was just like, oh, that's interesting. That's another thing that kind of gets it apart. And yeah, I guess inconsistencies aren't kind of enough for me to dislike a show. I'm like, as soon as I finished it, I'm like, I don't like this show for some reason. Why? And I kind of thought about it, and it's just like, what's the takeaway from this show? What's it all about? What are the themes, if you will? I don't know that's a bad word, themes, but I got two things from this show that the show is trying to tell us. Capitalism equals bad. All right? The show made that abundantly clear. And the second thing was factions and war equals bad. I'm like, wow. Thanks, show. Those are very very good topics you thoroughly explored, you know. And when I say thoroughly explored, I mean they're as shallow as a puddle. You know? This show has no, I don't know, meaning to it, really. It's just a slog, especially by the end with Moldova being the misunderstood villain. And it's just like, I found that so predictable, you know, or the father being evil and you know, the crime lady being actually good with good. The more I thought about it, the more I thought to myself, what is there to like about this show? I mean, its themes or what it's about is boring enough and doesn't explore them with much detail. I mean, the characters, Lucy, okay, she's okay at the start, but like, what's her final character arc? Realizing that her father's evil? Like that's it, really. That's all she discovers in the show. Walter Goggins is looking for his family, even though it's been 200 years. I'm sorry to say, they're probably dead, mate.
I do want to interrupt there because that's a point that fucking bugs me in particular. Is he's this badass bounty hunter ghoul the entire time. That's what they're trying to portray him as, and then just suddenly out of nowhere at the end, I want to find my family. Oh my god, they gave him a family quest too.
That's the only thing Bethesda can come up with. And they somehow managed to fuck it because in the start of the show, he was with his daughter the entire fucking time. So
it just comes across as so bizarre that he's like, I want to know where my family is. It's like when the bombs dropped, you were with your daughter. What the fuck happened to her?
Yeah. And you found out that your wife is a genocidal maniac. What the fuck?
Yeah, exactly. You clearly hate your wife, like, or you should, if you have any kind of like brain. You should probably not have any interest in finding your wife at all. And you had your daughter. What the fuck? What do you mean? Where's my family? How would you fuck that up?
Yeah, so I'm just confused. There's nothing to like about the show the more and more you think about it. And I'm very happy to join you guys and kind of, I don't know, figure out more why this show doesn't make sense.
Because Bethesda is staffed by a bunch of raging imbeciles.
Yeah.
And I declare, I will put my baseball bat back where it was. You've earned your play.
I'd argue that this had almost nothing to do with Bethesda.
Was this a Fallout struggle session just now?
Oh, yeah, wait. Yeah. Every time I like mentioned some critique to someone, to like a Fallout note, they said, oh, well, in the game lore, it's this and this, or Fallout bombs work a little different, you know, or it's a satire, those kind of defenses. And I'm like, okay, maybe I'm not knowledgeable on the games, but either way, that sounds bullshit, you know? It kind of, like, the defense for this show is annoying at times, because sometimes they use kind of Fallout lore to defend it, and obviously I don't know Fallout lore, so I'm at a disadvantage. or sometimes they just say it's a satire. It's supposed to not make sense, and it's just like, why? How many times do characters have to be stupid enough for me to criticize this show?
That's one thing that irks me, and is one of the things that got me into the whole discussion about the Fallout show, even after I started watching it, is because the satire was just like a side thing, really. I mean, there was some satire, like the whole factions are satirical of existing factions and how some people think, but the satire was mostly a side thing. The show has what fucking is it? Rape, genocide, ethnic cleansing, despair, suicide, enslavement, people being eaten by mutated dinosaur-looking monsters, starvation. But there's a robot with a happy face, so of course we can have a waterfall scene.
Oh my god.
Just want to point out real quick, as somebody else has already pointed out, that Bethesda was the advisory on this. We get to still blame the actual show writers for doing the bulk of it.
Yeah.
Yes. But
sure, there's
Bethesda had to sign off.
Captain Marvel.
Bethesda did have some veto authority to that.
Yes. That's why it's the same thing where when people try to do the defense of a mill, that he's just the lead of all the writers. He doesn't actually do the writing. Yeah, but the buck stops with him. He approves it.
Yep.
And so I'm sorry, Bethesda approved this.
I actually disagree with that. When you sell the rights, Hollywood is a very different beast. Very, very rarely do you actually retain any sort of creative control when you sell the rights to your franchise.
Well, do we know
When
if
you-
they
when you
sold the
sell-
rights or not?
I mean, they gave them a license to.
I do.
Like, giving a license is the same as giving the rights away.
What was that? There's
Bethesda are very careful about that. That was their whole legal
there's like
strategy in attacking Interplay for the Fallout Online, because originally Bethesda didn't have the rights to do any multiplayer with Fallout, and that was Interplay. Interplay kept those rights.
Well, like a very famous example is the prequel movie that they made for Silence of the Lambs, which the author is like was essentially forced to write a backstory for Hannibal Lecter when like the film director that was going to come like and make a new one says, well, you're either going to do it for us or we're going to make our own backstory because we own the rights to make films like this, so fuck you. Like
One of my
they might like reach out to the person, but like if the showrunner, depending on how the contract is actually like situated.
Yeah, I mean, all you have to do is go to Marvel and see the whole thing with when Marvel proper was actually struggling. They sold the rights to all their franchises, the Spider-Man to Blade to X-Men, Fantastic Four, and everything like that. That's why it was spread across Sony and it was spread across Fox and all these other companies, and they ended up running with it pretty much independently from the original authors of the original comics, or even the rights holders of the original comics, because they had licenses to it. And then for years, Disney, after buying Marvel Studios, they were like, hey, we kind of want those rights back, but we can't because they still have it, and so they can do whatever they want. So they had to work with Sony to eventually come to an understanding. It's like, hey, can we do something with Spider-Man? We really, really, really want Spider-Man. Can we do like a partner film? Can we do like a shared franchise or something? When you have the exclusive rights to a franchise like that for in Hollywood's sake, like once you include the Screen Actors Guild and all that kind of stuff, when you include the Hollywood machine, and I include TV in that too because it's all basically the same thing. You have very little control unless you've had an incredibly restrictive contract, which most people don't. When you sell your rights to your book, often they own it.
I would have to
they
push
did
back on
here
Sony on
because
that.
there's actually an article where Todd Howard said they did have to veto some of the choices they wanted to make because that's stuff they're planning on doing in the games.
Yeah.
Yep. There was an
I
interview.
want to push back a couple of things. One, well, first off, we don't even know if they sold the rights to it, and I highly doubt it because Bethesda are infamous for being, incredibly strict with any sort of IP they get and their legalese. Like that's one of their big things they go to. And number two, Bethesda already said that everything in the show is canon to the games, meaning they must have had creative control of it. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to make that declaration. They would have done this silver timeline bullshit.
Yeah. But
there was an interview. with Todd Howard and the show writers, and he specifically said that they like monitored and approved of what they did in the show because they didn't want anything in the show to conflict with what they were going to do in Fallout 5, which means, you know, if they're going to make the game, they have to still have the license. So they didn't sell the license, and he outright admits that he vetoed.
Film rights are different from like
Yeah.
license.
I wasn't claiming that. I wasn't claiming that
this
Amazon
was a
owns
license.
it.
This was a license. They did not sell the rights.
Yeah, no, I wasn't claiming that they sold
Yeah.
entire rights to it. I was just saying that once you kind of hand over the TV/film rights to it,
That's the thing. They didn't.
They didn't hand over the rights.
They licensed those rights, which means that they're subject to owner approval.
Okay.
Whatever contract they actually signed, whatever.
Whatever it is. I'm sure that it's probably a cooperative effort. It does seem that very little of it was actually written by anybody in Bethesda. It seems like they had basically the option to review it. And the way these things go, like when you actually look at brass tacks, like how shows and movies are produced, usually it goes very, very fast. So
and
I'm assuming that they had basically a couple options to say, like give notes, give commentaries, like, yeah, maybe not do that. We're thinking about doing that. And then, okay, good, we're done. We filmed it already. Good. Goodbye. It's like they had some oversight, but it wasn't necessarily, Todd wasn't able to sit down and sit there for like 3 months. Like, okay, this is what we're going to do. So-and-so, like it was created without them. And they had a couple options to give input essentially.
I do want to give a plus and a minus to Bethesda for this. First of all, I'd like to see more IP owners exercise that kind of control when it comes to Hollywood. So we don't get Halo. I mean, face it, Halo, when it comes to the lore, is infinitely worse than what we just saw. At least, for all of Fallout TV show's problems, it's an improvement, which is sad. At the same time, it's Bethesda, and they've got holes in their own lore. So,
well, again, that's why I disagree with you on that. Halo TV show is a pretty pinnacle example of fucking over not caring anything about the lore, but so is the Fallout TV show. It's exactly as damaging to Fallout's lore. I do not think that. I think that this show is way worse than the Halo TV show.
Interesting.
I will say that like a good example of that is I know that Oda, the guy who writes One Piece, was like very involved in the live action adaptation, which probably led to it not being a massive pile of shit.
Everywhere you look, one thing. Fallout show. So sorry, you can go.
I was just gonna say, well, one thing for sure, like even if we want to say like, oh, well, they didn't actually, like Bethesda didn't actually get to veto decisions as they were being made. One thing that they definitely could have put in their contract, since they knew it was going to be taking place on the West Coast, was don't fuck up like New Vegas and Fallout 1 and 2 lore. Like, don't destroy iconic places.
They specifically collabed on that.
Yeah, so it's like, they could have done that,
Howard
and they didn't.
On that one.
Yeah. So here's the big reason why. Remember, the Halo show was already called non-canon by 343.
Best move.
Bethesda says that this is canon.
Yeah,
this is canon to everything else. So I'm sorry, that's why this is automatically.
Okay, fair point.
Everywhere you look, it seems to be a mess with this show. I mean, apparently the creator of Fallout said he likes the show, which probably doesn't say much. And Todd Howard said, "Oh, the New Vegas is canon," but other people have been saying, "But Todd, New Vegas has multiple endings. Todd, what are you talking about?" And he just says, "No, it's all canon." And it's just like, okay, what's the deal with this?
Yeah,
everything just seems a mess. Yeah,
that's also been true even of the original games. The original games had multiple endings, but even Interplay and Obsidian were like, there is one technical canon ending because they had to build on their own. Bethesda's the one that likes to say, no, all endings are canon, which is how you got Dragon Breaks with Skyrim.
Yeah,
Elder Scrolls, excuse me.
Like basically from what I can tell, 3 major players at Bethesda were given executive producer credit for the show. It's Todd, Emil, and Isvan Pelia, however you say his name. They're like pretty big guys over at Bethesda, right? But I would like to point out that the Halo show as a comparison has what 1, 2, 3, probably about 30 or 40 producers involved with that show, including executive producer Steven Spielberg. Do you think he sat on set for one day for the Halo show?
No.
Like
I
that's
think
how
he gave
little-
him some notes, and it was up to them if they even looked at him or not.
That's generous.
I think he helped get funding for it.
I think people who know him was
Yeah.
like, hey, you could make money off of this. Like, yeah, all right, fuck it.
Yeah.
What I
and then
heard
went
about
back
Tim
to-
Kaine, by the way, is that he liked the overall look and attitude of the show, but not the writing. He had issues with the writing, but that seems to get left out when people bring him up.
Yeah, because they want to use appeal to authority.
He-
The
he-
original
yeah, he liked
creator
it.
liked it, so you should too. Why are you complaining?
Yeah,
he liked it overall.
And one
he had
thing,
issues with the story. Yeah.
and one thing we've kind of like sort of come to understand about Tim Kaine when we've covered, Fallout stuff in previous stags and whatnot. He'll go lenient on Bethesda because he wants to stay in the loop. He wants to be a part of Fallout in a sense, and he doesn't really want to. Yeah, he wants access.
So he's oxhorning.
You can tell he wanted to criticize stuff like Fallout 3, and he even started to, but then he cuts himself off and starts praising it because he knows that if you do that to Bethesda, they will cut you out, and he doesn't want that. So he will defend the show. Like, I'm sure he probably does criticize it.
Aggressively.
Yeah. He'll do it very like
he did the Mark Hamill thing.
Yeah.
I mean, look at it from his perspective. He was invited to the premiere of a big budget TV show adaptation that is likely going to get at least a second season, maybe a third.
No, it's already getting a second season.
Yeah.
It's gonna be going on. Millions and millions of people are watching it. Millions and millions of people are associating his original work, even though he's not credited anywhere in the show. His original work with this, and people are enjoying things that he essentially helped create. And he's a semi-retired game designer, and he got invited to this big party, red carpet, all that kind of stuff. Like, it must feel good in a way to see your works, as kind of bastardized as they are, being enjoyed by people. And why would he start beef now? Why would he start beef now and not get invited to the next premiere, cause issues, and forever be used as a bullet against this other canon or whatever you want to call it? So I understand from his perspective. He just wants people to enjoy what he created, essentially.
Yeah.
It's the guy that wrote Watchmen. It's kind of the situation there. He doesn't want to basically fall into that.
Well, okay, no.
Yeah, he does not want to become him. Yeah.
No, real quick. Alan Moore's issue with Watchmen has nothing to do with like any of the adaptations. He gets really fucking salty that people like Rorschach. And It's really salty that people like the one character that he wrote to be like extremely stubbornly like dogged to his own principles, like one of the only non-hypocritical characters in that story, and he just can't understand why people like the character.
Yeah,
because he's the only one with principles by the end.
The point I'm going towards is not the specifics of it, but it's like Alan Moore hates it for whatever reason. Now he started beef, and so now he's forever used in that same way, and obviously nobody wants to work with him. Because he does the same thing with V for Vendetta as well. He
hates all adaptations of his stuff, and he was probably the nicest to David Hayter, who wrote the adaptation for Watchmen, because David Hayter actually tried to consult with him against everybody was like, don't bother, Alan hates everything, but he was like, actually called him up and was like, hey, I just want to see if you have any suggestions on this, whatever. And he's like, David, just do your own thing. It's not my work. It's your work. Do your own thing. And that was probably the most reasonable he's ever been to one of the people, because that person actually respected the original creator. But in the end, tit for tat, it's probably the most accurate of Alan Moore's adaptations when it comes down about brass tacks, except for the ending. But like. Yeah,
honestly, though, the ending kind of works a little bit better. Honestly.
I like the ending better in the movie, to be honest. Yeah. I do. Yeah.
I don't know. I disagree in that.
No one likes the squid.
I like the squid more.
I don't think there's anything. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with the squid in the way that the comics portray it.
Such a
If the
furry
squid
thing
showed
to
up in
say.
the movie, that would have been
It'd be out of
really
left
fucking
field.
jarring.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the problem was
before
there would have been no setup for it. The
Yeah.
reason I don't like the way it's done in the film is like you can't beat him. Like, so humanity would just surrender at that point and be like, okay, we're fucked. Whereas you killed the psychic squid in the comics, humanity feels like it could fight back. Because remember, the whole point was to try to bring humanity together.
Has,
Yeah, but the psychic
alien
squid can
giant
happen at
squids.
any time. Like squids can just happen, and like fuck, yeah, we need to like be ready and on vigilance for
Yeah.
squids.
They're going.
Whereas
They're going to
Dr.
New
Manhattan
Vegas.
was literally a like, no, you're fucked. Like nothing
Yeah.
can stop him. He's
Yeah.
like a god.
They're
don't know.
going to New Vegas for the second season, and I'm just waiting for the Zetans to come back. They'll be psychic alien squids.
Oh god.
Oh lord, yeah. Don't mention that yet.
And they'll also
I
make
am
sex
very-
jokes every 10 minutes.
Well,
I am
because
very
tentacles,
worried
why
what they'll
not?
do with the alien shit because you know they're going to bring that in. Like they're absolutely.
they
In fact,
huge
I
on
wouldn't
it.
be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised because I see a lot of people coping right now that Voltac didn't actually drop the bombs. China must have dropped them before they had the chance. And it's like, well, there's a lot of stuff in the show that kind of shows that isn't the case, but also I feel like if we do get a second season and they do reveal that the bombs were dropped early or like something happened, it's not going to be because China did the thing where like in the games, it's literally going to be the Zetans got involved and they caused it, and there's literally going to be like an entire plot line where they're dealing with aliens.
I don't think
Fallout
they're gonna
3
do that because that would be just real. That would be like unforgivably stupid.
All right.
I just
Hold on.
want to add.
Hold on.
I just want to add that a lot of things that are in the show and in Bethesda Fallout, we never thought that they would do it because it would be incredibly stupid. And look where we fucking are. Look at the show that we fucking watched, fella.
I kind of hate to do this. It would be incredibly stupid for them to confirm that the aliens started the war. Fallout 3 already did this.
Yeah.
Mothership
That's what I'm
Zeta.
saying. It's like they've
Fallout
already
4 said
confirmed
the
this in
opposite.
Bethesda.
Right, but what was the reasoning for the Fallout anyway?
Okay.
Because they wanted less competition to make more money because capitalism bad, and it's just like,
okay, so
what are you on about? For capitalism to work, you need people.
yeah,
Well, no, hold on. You're forgetting there is one economic theory in which that's not true. One economic theory that applies a lens to capitalism where it's all about power structures, and it's not really about money only being the means to the end, which is obtaining an ultimate monopoly and thus control. That is how a literal Marxist sees capitalism.
So like, I guess this might be a good time. Do you guys want to just like talk about the big controversy around the that Vault-Tec was the one that started the war?
Well, what
I mean, that's
Shouldn't we
wanted-
do it
Kinda
in
digging
order?
pretty far into the.
Okay,
yeah,
so-
shouldn't we kind of like?
Shouldn't we do it in order?
Yeah, what I wanted
Okay,
to
yeah.
do, I kind of let the discussion just go there because I was interested in hearing what everyone had to say. But we should focus this a bit. I did want to do a very quick summary of the events of the show. I don't want to go start going scene by scene because we'll actually be here forever if we do.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
we'll go through a very quick summary, and then we'll start picking out points after that with okay, how did the Raiders get into the vault? How did why didn't the Ghoul use the weakness on power armor in episode 2? Why is Knight Titus such a bitch and all that?
Right
And it is-
before we do that,
Like the original Night Titus.
Why is
or
the film
Maximus?
both. Actually.
Why is the film director called Emil and the actor Howard?
Howard.
Yeah,
It's
I
called
had
Howard.
nobody else mixing that. That's that's such cringe.
but there's one thing I wanted to bring up. It's a little distant from it, but what Troopop was saying when he heard about watching the show that the first 2 episodes are kind of a drag. It's funny because that's now the third different narrative we've heard about the thing. Not saying anything bad about you, Troopop. It's just people saying the first 2 episodes are a drag, but it gets better after that. Then the ones we heard was, oh, it's good until episode 5 and it falls off a cliff. Oh, it's good until the finale and then it's just dead.
It's
You know,
all a cliff. That it's always has
Yeah.
been.
It gets to an
It's
X
like the
number of
Starfield
hours in.
narrative. It's like the Starfield narrative, isn't it? Where a lot of people are saying it's
Just play
great,
5
and then
hours,
suddenly,
yeah.
oh, you need 5 hours into it. Okay, 10, 20. Oh, you need to actually beat the game first before it actually really starts getting good. And it's like,
Fair,
what?
That's fair though.
Like,
Like,
fucking what?
I distinctly remember kind of like enjoying The Last Jedi when I went to go see it in theaters, and then like on the car ride home thinking about what I saw. It's like, wait, no, that actually sucked. What the fuck? Like
Yeah.
that just
Yeah.
does happen sometimes. You know, you have to
It's
have a little
about-
distance from it to really.
I
get
kind of
perspective
want
on
to
it.
bring up something on this. There's an ancient rule in filmmaking called the Hitchcock rule, or rather the Hitchcock midnight fridge rule. If you can go and see a movie and not start questioning it until you're up at midnight getting yourself a snack, then it was a decent film.
Yeah.
But here I'm watching it, and like I said, 7 minutes in, I'm yelling at the screen. And that was all because of the nuclear bit. We've already kind of covered that, but it's like, not only does the little girl not blinded, nobody else notices. It's like giant flash. And this is not a little bomb going off.
It's the slowest nuclear explosion I have ever seen.
They had time
I
for
can't get
dialogue.
over.
Dude,
I
I
can't
was
get over
actively-
Cooper being like, oh, it's just a fire. As you see the fucking
Pagan.
cloud just engulf the entire fucking city.
Fires
It's
don't
just
do
a
that.
fire, honey.
Fires don't do that.
It's like a bomb that big, literally, even as far away as they are, they should be getting flash burns.
I
Yeah.
was actively questioning. So when the hell is the nuke gonna hit? When the hell is the nuke gonna hit? When I was
Yeah,
fucking
same.
watching it.
And then,
Yeah, that's what me and
glass
Kramer
smashes in,
like
but
too. Was
nobody
like,
hurt.
what the fuck? Like, how is this like the slowest bomb ever? They're watching it go off. Not only are they not blinded, but the shockwave somehow hasn't hit them yet.
As somebody raised on nuclear annihilation, devastation, and fear most of my life, I'm like, wow, this is really fucking laid back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You leisurely stroll away
work
from.
different. Jeez,
so
I still
It's
can't.
like,
do it.
I watched the day after, and one of the most memorable scenes of it, when the bomb goes off, you're getting this montage of scenes at that instant. It cuts to a field where there's a horse, and there's the flash, and the horse's skeleton becomes visible. I mean, that was fucking more terrifying than anything nuclear related in this entire show.
I need to
It's
watch
like-
that. I started that, but it has such a long, dragged out intro. But I need to watch the rest of that. That's a good. I've heard it's pretty good.
It's very dated now, but it's still worth a watch.
Yeah.
I remember when me and Cree were watching it, I said, do you think they'll have the balls to do like the Terminator 2 scene and all these children will just get turned into skeletons here in a second? And it's, of course, no, they
Yeah.
don't.
That would have been the more accurate nuclear bomb. But what I've noticed as well in the show, by listening to a bunch of people, it's like the show has a tendency to make characters go through like the worst thing ever, like Walter Goggins in Nuclear Explosion. But oh, he survived somehow. He's a ghoul. He's immortal now. Whatever. Oh, Lucy gets her finger chopped off. Oh, no worries. The robot can reattach her finger, even though it's a little out of shape. And then he proceeds to cut out her guts for some reason. I don't know why you needed to attach her finger for that,
Oh,
but
didn't
whatever.
even reattach her finger. Picked one out of a drawer that had been there a while.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
necrotic and rotting.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
I even said the moment that he stuck it on there, is like she's gonna get fucking sepsis.
Yeah.
And die.
And then
she's
Walter
fine.
Goggins like plunges her into a radioactive river, but oh no, she's fine. Like it has a tendency to put characters in a really, really bad spot, and then just like get them out again with like a fishing rod. Oh no, they're all right, you know. Like,
yeah,
this
there's
kind
a
of
lot
plot
of
armor.
insane
Yeah.
convenience and plot armor in this show. It is fucking frustrating.
Yeah.
This
This
is
is
just
plot
insane.
power armor. This is plot power armor. No, it isn't,
So
because
don't-
power armor can be one-tapped, apparently.
And don't forget, apparently you can track radioactive like abominations in a
I was gonna-
fucking in a fucking world that is completely fucking contaminated by
Exactly.
radiation.
Oh,
but you
that
can
bit-
track radiation through the fucking wasteland. That
yeah,
makes
yeah.
no goddamn
That
sense.
really
Hey
annoyed
guys,
me
you can
as soon
track
as I saw it.
radiation in
Yeah.
the
Wait,
what do you mean by
city that
track
is full of radiation.
Like the
Okay,
Spire
That's how
said,
in the
like,
show.
That's how they
Yeah.
were looking for the people. That's how they were tracking
Yeah.
people. They were literally using radiation to
Like
track
this-
them
Mhm.
in a
Wait,
radioactive wasteland.
Who was using radiation though?
Okay, so Maximus and his
nighttime-
squire are using a device to
Yeah.
track the ghoul's radiation trail in a fucking world absolutely contaminated by the same
Exactly.
type of radiation.
Well, what's
Although
even
that's
more
not how
stupid?
radiation ever works.
What's even more stupid and is hilarious is we saw Lucy getting dunked in this fucking lake earlier, and her Pip-Boy is going off because of the radiation. And then these two chuckle fucks are knee deep in the water, the thing's going off, and he's like, huh, maybe it's not tracking the ghoul anymore.
Yeah.
I guess I missed that part.
Which is funny because he
Don't worry.
doesn't come to the conclusion that maybe the water is radioactive. He comes to the conclusion that maybe we're tracking the wrong abomination. And it's like, why would you assume the water is irradiated, you fucking idiot?
This is
How
like
would
the
you
fourth-
even be tracking it? How would
Right.
you even be tracking it? Because to track
don't
it,
know.
you would follow a trail of radiation. The last time I checked, that lake doesn't move.
Yep. I mean, as soon as that happened, as soon as that squire said that line, "Don't worry, sire, we'll track the ghoul through radioactive stuff." I'm like, this is a fucking world where nukes drops. How the fuck are you gonna find it with
it's
radioactive?
a very Hollywood thing because it's like, shit, we run ourselves into a corner. How would they find them? Oh, whip out a gadget.
But
Bullshit
wait, they
device,
don't
and I
even
just,
need
like,
to do
assumed-
that because they literally point out, oh, hey, the ghoul left a trail. Let's just follow that. Let's follow his footsteps in the sand. So the whole
They
thing
literally
is
said,
stupid
go,
and
go,
pointless
gadget, bullshit,
anyways.
go.
It's literally, there is a point where they show that they are tracking the radiation trail. Then there's the footsteps, and within the next fucking scene, they're back to following the fucking radiation trail, even though they have the footsteps. What the?
Oh, don't forget, before the whole radiation tracking bullshit, don't forget, they identified the body without a head by putting the fucking sketch
yeah.
over his body. And it's like, oh yeah, that's definitely him.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a funny moment. You could say it was sarcasm, but it's played completely straight.
Well, I wouldn't.
Maximus did see him before, so I guess he could use that. I mean, the squire wouldn't know shit how the professor looks, but maybe Maximus would know how to body.
Well, or
He
just
saw him
remember what he
before,
was
right?
No, no,
wearing, and
hold
also
on.
the fact
Yeah.
that he was like missing a foot.
Yeah.
Actually, hold on. All of them would know how the professor looks, and this isn't me defending the show because I want to commit genocide after watching the show, but all of them know how he looks because when they were going out for the mission from the Brotherhood camp, they were given sketches of how he looks. So
No,
Yeah,
Emily,
fatty
Emily,
number squad.
when they
yeah,
find his
we-
body,
we-
he has
we're
no
past that.
head.
Yeah,
All they
I-
have is
I'd say I would say it's a little bit forgivable because it was I forget the guy's name. It's not Maximus, the squire, the
Thaddeus.
other squire.
Thaddeus.
He is clearly
Thaddeus.
trying to
Thad the
trying to
Chad.
just like clean out Maximus's anus with how much he's licking his ass. It's definitely a like, oh yeah, no, that's definitely him. You are completely correct. You are completely correct. It is.
Yeah.
Yes. Please don't kill me.
Okay, and then there's, I mean, let's just take into account right now that this is like the fourth rewrite of the Brotherhood that Bethesda has done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's fine though. It's just like the Brotherhood
no,
varies by
No.
like chapter and chapter.
No, it's
No, it doesn't. No.
it doesn't.
No.
No, it
Okay.
doesn't.
Because that's what I assumed anyway.
No.
Again,
No.
I've only
No,
played 3 through
Bethesda,
4.
Just
Bethesda
quickly.
diverges every fucking time. The Brotherhood
Literally
is
every
very
time.
consistent in
Just-
what they are.
Okay.
Just
I have
quickly,
a
that's
ton of questions about the professor as well. but
that is
yeah,
an
go on.
understandable
If any-
thing to think when you've experienced Bethesda's Brotherhood almost like you haven't seen the originals and stuff. That's understandable, but no, the Brotherhood was pretty consistent originally. They were a group of technophiles who hoarded technology because they didn't want the dirty, stupid, simpleton wastelanders to have it, because it's their belief that advanced technology being in the hands of ignorant people is what led to the nuclear apocalypse and stuff like the FEV, the forced evolutionary virus that created super mutants. They didn't want anyone having any of that shit.
Yeah, they were never about bringing order to the wasteland. They were never about controlling territory, and they were definitely never patriotic enough to fly the American flag. They began as deserters from the U.S. Army. What's
Yes.
the first thing you see in their goddamn
Isn't that like
face?
that's how they are? That's how they are in New Vegas, though, right?
Yeah, that is how
What?
they are in New Vegas. They're hidden away in their
which
bunker.
is the same as Fallout 2 and 1.
Yeah, it's,
Yeah,
but
the-
like
The New Vegas guys are basically a branch right off of the West Coast Brotherhood.
Isn't that how they were in the show?
No,
not at all.
No.
They even made the bold claim that the Brotherhood controlled the wasteland, which it never, ever in its entire existence.
Yeah,
never.
They were always a minor faction that was almost always in hiding. Always, they never controlled the surface in any meaningful way.
And they considered America to be dead. This is an important thing. They considered America to be dead, but at their base, alongside the BOS flag, is an American flag.
Okay, I didn't notice that little detail.
Yeah, they're acting more like the enclave. They were the super patriots.
I can understand.
That's why I called them a vegan enclave.
I can understand with in the plot of the show that the Brotherhood would be a little bit more above ground after essentially the NCR gets nuked out of existence.
Which that doesn't make any sense either. Boy, we're gonna go into that.
Oh yeah, that's one of the biggest issues.
Yeah, no, exactly.
I can try and steelman it, and it would be this. And this is the only thing I can think of. In Fallout 4, you have the version of the Brotherhood that is created by Bethesda. It is essentially a retcon of what they did in Fallout 3. You have old guard hardliners come back and turn it away from what it was in Fallout 3, which they were essentially trying to be do-gooders. But that was a splinter faction, a breakaway faction. Maxon kind of puts it back to, or he tries to, puts it back to the way the BOS originally was. Technophiles who don't trust anybody else with high tech. And he adds to it that he's an empire builder. He does that in DC, and then he starts coming back to the Commonwealth in Fallout 4 and exerting power similarly. That being said, he's not about giving a shit about anybody. If he sends somebody out to requisition supplies from the locals, he is sending there to fuck them up. Get the supplies any way you can. We are not there to make friends. We're not there to bring order. We're not there to do anything other than take what we want and need. And so what's happened now in the TV show is they got rid of all the scribes. There are no scribes, remember. You got squires, but there are no scribes.
No, they actually do mention scribes. They do mention scribes. No.
Do you ever see a scribe?
You don't see them, but they mention them as part of the high scribes off on the East Coast delivered us this mission.
Sounds more like they're like incorporating the scribes into clerics like the ancient monasteries did.
Yeah, again,
they're going that route. They're bringing these pseudo-religious trappings into it.
The other big problem with this is that the Brotherhood of Steel were not technophiles. They didn't care about technology in Fallout 4 at all. In fact, they instead had to destroy all technology.
Yeah.
They find high technology and they just light it up. You're right.
Yeah. So I mean, that's already he didn't even set it back to the old way. He just fucked it into an old new direction.
Yeah, and they basically became cavemen that wear power armor, where they're like, "Blinky light, kill."
but now they're about whoever gets the MacGuffin will rule the wasteland.
Yeah. Somehow.
So let's send the dumbest
I'm still kind of
motherfucker we can.
confused as to how the MacGuffin of the story, one, is different from other things in the setting, and two, how it's going to do anything in the wasteland.
There's one thing I want to mention about the Brotherhood too, because that hasn't been brought up, and it's the fact that the show turns them into a full-on religious cult with actual branding to what the fuck?
Yeah.
Speaking of Latin, holding the brush or whatever the fuck you call it, I forget.
Yeah,
speaking Latin when someone's being executed.
And the pseudo incense holder thing was really dumb.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. There's also the Moldova cult as well.
Emil saw the fucking Adeptus Mechanicus and was like, "Oh, that's cool," because that's all Emil ever does.
Yeah, except the Adeptus Mechanicus isn't doing it to look cool. That actually does make the machines work.
Yes.
Look, Ad Victorium is already Latin. Let's just go all the way.
Yeah. Oh my god, the Brotherhood speaking Latin is so fucking.
It's so dumb. That was not a thing until Fallout 4. They did not speak Latin until Fallout 4.
There's also just a thing I've noticed a couple times recently where you have these essentially fervent believers in a cause, whether religious or not religious. I don't think the Brotherhood was necessarily religious until more recently, but even so, they're true believers. And all it takes is like, oh man, I was shot in the neck. Oh God, what won't the Brotherhood understand that you're returning ghouls? Like, no, they're kind of a complicated organization. And it's like, weren't you born into this? Like, isn't this kind of like you're either born or taken very, very early from youth? This is your entire world.
Yep.
You wouldn't just immediately become critical of your organization. You would be decimated if something caused you to be uncouth or unworthy in the eyes of your faith.
Which is also a relatively new thing.
You know what's kind of
also
ironic?
relatively new to the BOS. They were not fervently anti-ghoul until like at least Fallout 4.
Yeah.
4 is what made them super anti-mutate. Literally, 4 is what made them closer to the Enclave.
Yeah, because
it's kind of funny because you know what's kind of ironic about the whole like religious brotherhood thing compared to Fallout 4? Apparently, like I remember it being mentioned that like Maxon killed a bunch of like other chapters of the Brotherhood, like splinters of the Brotherhood that were like worshipped him as a god, because he specifically didn't want people worshiping men as gods and didn't want the Brotherhood to become a religious faction. So he had them wiped out. And then here we are in the show.
That's
with
also
the Brotherhood as a religious faction.
The guy that was like heading up that specific Brotherhood Steel in the show faction, maybe just to play devil's advocate, maybe he's like kind of instilling this kind of quasi-religious fervor to like facilitate his own power grab, which he does seem to be like pretty interested in.
I would push back against that because they have the retarded airship come from the East Coast.
Yeah, that only really works if like they're in a very isolated, technologically like isolated setting where there's no oversight or anything like that when they have like airships.
Yeah, and that switch is a huge fucking problem. Again, the airship in and of itself is like a scientific, like, what the fuck moment.
Yeah.
But yeah, obviously they still have oversight from the, as they called them, apparently chat was like, no, they did call them high clerics. So high clerics in the East Coast who are actually in control do have oversight over the West Coast branch.
Oh boy.
Which is weird because I thought it was like I thought it was the opposite way. I thought
It was originally.
It was originally.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought.
West Coast is where it started.
Okay,
Mariposa.
What happened was the West Coast Brotherhood was the Brotherhood. Then they sent an expedition east. I'm not going to get too far into that because we go into divergent timelines. But the one that shows up in Fallout 3 essentially comes down through Pittsburgh. So they go all the way to the Midwest, come down through Pittsburgh. There's a major incident there that causes the leader of the expedition to rethink his ethics. And when he arrives in Washington, D.C. on his actual mission, he basically breaks from the directives he was given and decides, no, I'm going to fight the super mutants here. Why the hell are they here anyway? And I'm also going to try and help the people locally. All of that is, well, helping people is against BOS tradition. So he's going, and this creates the outcasts who are their own splitters saying, no, you're going off script. Fuck that. We're doing our own thing. So Maxon's thing by Fallout 4 is reverting that rebellious faction back to the way he thinks it should be. So, I mean, to that point, you can actually get a trace of this kind of makes sense, this kind of makes sense, this kind of makes sense. But now we are to the point where the East Coast has come back over, basically taken over the West Coast, and instituted all this different shit that, no, what the hell?
Can I just add one thing that I saw in the comments of the chat? Perhaps it identifies as the Pridwin, it being the airship, because people are talking about it. It literally is the Pridwin.
Is it?
It's a system.
No, hold on. So there have been screenshots of it. There have been screenshots of it, like in specific moments, because you can't clearly see. It has a different name.
It has a different name, also based off of Arthurian mythos. This was a reveal a couple months before the show came out.
Yeah, but they don't actually say it in the show. It's just there for a few seconds and it's gone.
Yeah, it's there for a few seconds, but you can see Pridwin written on it. That's the thing.
You can?
Can you see?
Yes, you can.
Can you
and
grab me the
I
screenshot
will...
for that?
We need a
Oh,
screenshot
that's
of that.
beautiful.
Yes, give me a bit. I just wanted to mention that.
Sir, it didn't
but-
happen.
Yeah, give me a sec.
So they actually identify it when talking about the show. The producers say, no, it's a different ship, but they use the same model?
Apparently so.
Jesus.
That's
So
fucking lazy.
man, Death of the Author. People that don't believe Death of the Author are currently killing themselves. Fucking the authors tell them that it's a totally different ship, and then if we get a screenshot that actually shows it does say Pridwin on it, that's fucking great.
Yeah, because it doesn't matter what they say
here
at
it
that
is, here
point,
it is.
that it's a different ship. If it says Pridwin, then it's the
Okay,
Pridwin.
Oh,
Cree,
wait,
can you
it's-
put this
it's
image
actually
on the screen real quick? Or wait, let me actually highlight it a little.
It does say, oh my.
Does it?
Yeah, let me highlight it real quick because it's
This
a
is
tricky
it.
C because Bethesda doesn't know how to do CGI. There you go.
Yep, it does say.
Oh
Pridwin,
my
right?
God.
Oh my god, it does say Pridwin. Oh my god, they fucked it. They
I wanna
totally
give-
fucked it.
I want to give credits to Paragon, Paragon Points for giving that to me.
That means
Yeah.
that
The
it
amount
makes
of
even
eyeballs.
less sense that they're religious on the West Coast. Because
The amount of
Maxon
Hold on.
would put them to death
Hold
for
on.
this.
Hold on. I'm gonna put the image up, but I opened the previous image, and this was what was in there last time.
What was in there?
What?
You're gonna have to... Hold on, let me just grab the link.
Oh! It's Tuesday in it. I'm arriving. Yes, indeed. Oh heavens, scrumptious.
I'm arriving.
Why do you have that image, Cree? What the fuck?
Because that was
is
the last
wrong?
image that was sent that I showed on stream.
Oh, jeez.
You fucking degenerate.
I approve of that.
It was a joke meme someone sent last time I showed an image on screen.
Yeah.
Tuesday in it.
Alright, it's very hard to see, but you can see in the red box here that Pridwin is there next to the Brotherhood of Steel logo.
Yes,
Like
oh my
each plate,
God.
there's one letter.
Yeah, that's a,
Yep.
a P.
Yeah, I've gone ahead and linked the Vanity Fair article that was calling it the Kazwinin, and they got that from the production crew.
Hmm.
Nice.
Oof.
How do you accidentally render like 4K quality CGI and not know what it says on it?
No. I'm gonna
They-
do you one better, Indigo. How do you accidentally render 4K quality CGI of your fucking ships and aircraft going in the wrong direction?
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
I
that
thought
was
they
a
were
bad one.
leaving
They were
Okay,
actually
hold
going the
on.
opposite direction of the observatory. They were
Oh.
leaving the
Yes,
city.
in episode 8, when the Brotherhood takes off on the fucking vertibirds to go to the observatory, you see the Brotherhood fucking vertibirds going up and then flying off. But the problem is that they're flying towards the camera while you can see in front is where the observatory is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
on
city's
the
in the
screen.
background.
Yeah, they go the wrong
when,
way.
Remember the initial reveal trailer for Mass Effect Andromeda and she was holding her gun backwards? That's what it reminds me
Yes.
of.
Oh, and that was another thing that pissed me off watching the show right early on when they show the vertibird taking off the first time, and it puts its rotors fully forward. It's like,
Oh.
While
is
it's
this
like 10, well, it's like 5 meters from the ground.
yeah, it's like okay, you should be plummeting. This thing now has the aerodynamic properties of a brick. Good luck.
I also
Yeah.
just want to grab a comment really quickly. Shout out to the dude who fell the vertibird and was blended.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he literally got fucking turned into Julian Fries. Just go.
Someone said, "Get that jelly mold out of here."
Oh, dude, there's been so many comments about jelly molds in chat
I
since
know.
we
I
started
love
this
that. That's
stream.
become like our community fucking thing. It's just like everything. Everything circles back around to get that jelly mold out of here.
You know what I love most about that? It's like obvious that they said jelly mold to avoid saying Jello, but several episodes later they call it Jello.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a
but hang
brand
on.
name. It's like calling it Band-Aid. You can't do that.
This is definitely the best fan art that's come out of it
Oh no.
by far.
Mhm. See how he lies.
You see how he lies? Blah blah blah.
Get that Creetosis out of here.
No.
Anyways, to try and refocus slightly because we've gone way off track.
Yeah, we're all over the place.
Yeah.
we're having
Yes.
fun, though.
We are all over the place, kind of like Bethesda's writing.
Yeah, kind of like this show. Yeah.
But
I did want to contextualize something, and after reading up on the production of the show, it makes a lot more sense. The creators, the two credited creators, one of them has actually got quite a storied career, but he's all in comedy. He did The Office, Mulaney, Portlandia, Silicon Valley. So that's Graham Wagner. He's like a comedy guy. He's done almost nothing but comedy. Now that doesn't necessarily mean that he couldn't do something like this, but I mean, we had the case where the guys who made Community ended up doing like some pretty good Marvel stuff later on. But and the other co-creator, I have no idea. Well, I know why, but she wrote the 2018, or she came up with a story. She didn't write it. She came up with a story for the 2018 Tomb Raider and Captain Marvel.
Yeah.
Those are our only two other credits. And the only reason she has a job, as far as I can tell, is that she's married to a fairly successful screenwriter. So it's nepotism, basically.
Hold on. She
in all
fucked
of
her way
the-
to the position.
I mean,
Because they kind of like how a particular actress shows up in all the Resident Evil movies.
yeah,
Well, to be
basically.
fair, like that
She's
was her
actually good, though.
husband, and like he tries to involve her in like every one of his projects too. So
And at least, unlike Aeon Flux, I can't remember the lady who played that.
Oh,
Mila
wow.
Jovovich actually looks like she can do the stunt work.
Yeah.
And in
yeah.
Aeon Flux, it is like, oh my god, ew.
Yeah, I mean that probably has a lot to do with just the choreography and stuff. If you have decent choreographers on set, but yeah, I mean, just the pedigree, and this is just kind of down to what I guess who people chose to run this show. I mean, we see Jonathan Nolan in all these shots and everything like that, but I think he seems to be kind of like the creative drive, at least at the beginning. There is a distinct fall off. Like a lot of the core creators of the show wrote the first 3 episodes and then they're just like crickets. So you can kind of tell that they were going towards something. Like the first 3 episodes, as flawed as they are, there's a direction. There is an end goal. Yeah. And then it just kind of goes like, okay, whatever.
when does
after that.
when does the side plot with Lucy's brother start?
Was that 4? Or is that
okay? That makes a little bit more sense.
I'm not sure. I'd have to look at the episodes again. It all kind of blends together. But
I'd like to steal
5
man
is
for a
when-
bit here.
All this show's reveals are like weak as fuck. Like, oh, we have hibernation pods in the vault. That's the big secret. Oh, wow,
It wasn't
amazing.
just that. It was that
Norm's plot starts at 4. Yeah, Norm uncovers secrets in Vault 32. Yeah, that's 4.
Yep.
Yeah, I was gonna
the
actually steal man a
cryopods
little bit. Go
weren't
ahead.
just like, oh, they have cryopods. It's that those were buds. That stupid fucking program that Vault-Tec did. So those are Vault-Tec executives in all those cryopods.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
it also
it's-
contradicts
Making this
Fallout
the
4,
third
'cause-
or fourth like Vault-Tec HQ Vault thing.
Yeah.
It kind of makes you question, why did we need Vault 111 then to test cryo technology if we already have?
That doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Like,
Yeah,
what the fuck?
It's
Dude,
like,
all
oh,
of
I
you
wonder-
guys just have like functional cryotechnology. Why is there an
Yeah.
experimental vault for that when you're putting your executives through those?
Also, I wonder if the whole like writing team dropping off is also why the water chip plot goes nowhere.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
right. Oh my god, I forgot about that.
Yeah, the one that's like, we're gonna die in a week.
2 months.
It's but not counting the prisoners, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
also, like I said, I wanted to steelman this a little bit, and that it is strictly for the Vault content. Virtually everybody is saying that the Vault-related parts of the storyline are the best parts. Now, that's of course relatively speaking. But the fact that
They're the
one, they
worst.
don't know that there's an experiment, and there is a relatively slow reveal that there is an experiment, what it is, and them investigating, those are probably the best parts of the show.
I'd actually argue that Norm is probably my favorite character. He actually was like the most reasonable out of almost everybody. He actually he saw oddities, he saw outpoints. He was cowardly, but he had like a little bit of an arc. He went from the coward who would stay behind and not go with the sister and just kind of go ahead. But then he just started to see more and more things stack up, and he would actually start to pursue them, start to take some risks, you kind of saw past the illusion a little bit. Not a very satisfying arc, especially when you find out everything else. But I actually kind of liked that idea of there was an idea there. There's like a good first draft, I think, for Norm specifically.
Is he supposed to be Lucy's younger
I
brother
mean-
or older brother?
Yes, yes.
What he is,
Younger.
What he is,
Okay.
is he's the short king. Okay.
He's
Yeah,
so
he's-
short.
It's
Dude.
it's not even that he's short. He just looks like he's like 10 years older than her.
Dude,
That
no,
that
what's-
weirded me out like the entire time. I was like,
It's
he's
because
supposed
he
to be the
looks
younger
old.
brother, right?
Yeah, he looks old, but he's also incredibly short. So it has
Yeah.
this like, so in so many scenes, like, oh my god, when the new overseer of Vault 33, holy shit, there were so many jokes that we're not allowed to do.
In the show,
Because she would look at him and she would have we'd get those perfect pauses of from very strange eyes looking at Norm by her.
when we were watching the first couple of episodes, I kept calling him the 40-year-old manlet because I didn't know his name.
The funny thing is he's only 30 and he's 5'1". He is really, really
Oh
short.
man.
Yeah.
I'm taller than him.
So
That's
basically,
what I said.
Napoleon.
Yeah, I would always feel so bad because we had these moments, and again, it's nothing against the actor. I just feel like you were very unfortunately cast because he's always put next to really tall characters or
Yeah.
props that are really tall, and it's like,
Mhm.
dude.
And he's the
Just
kind of
highlight-
short where it doesn't look real, you know? It looks
Yeah.
like he's been scaled down digitally. It doesn't look.
The thing
He
that
doesn't
didn't
look like a short
real is,
person.
the thing that didn't
He
look
got
real
squished.
was the CGI on Chris Parnell's face. That was so
Oh, yeah.
fucking distracting.
That looked really
Fun.
bad.
Yeah, that was odd.
Yeah. Holy
Gondor
cow.
calls
The
for
thing-
aid, little hobbit.
No, you want to know what? Speaking of
But no.
CGI in this show, how many
No,
times
hold
did
on.
you guys notice that the skybox and everything was just fucked?
Oh,
Like beyond
yeah.
belief.
Hagen was all over that. That was great.
Yeah, I was talking about that earlier. It's insane. That scene in episode 2 where they're going into the cave and you could see the fucking forest and stuff. There was other instances of that. There's the part where Lucy is wandering through the woods right before she runs into those two people who just pass her by and don't say anything. The woods there also have that same weird fisheye lens effect going on, and it just looks so fucking weird. It just because everything else looks normal, but the background is fucked up.
Can we just cover the cave right now because there's so much
can
wrong
I-
with that scene?
Well, yeah, let's.
I'm sorry, but can I
let's-
just?
Well, hang on.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut completely like derail you. Sorry, Cree. You should probably kind of just go run through the events because we're all over the place right now.
Yeah, we.
sorry.
I keep trying to get us on track, and then someone says, "Oh wait, but this thing," and we go off on another massive tangent.
Some tangents are guaranteed.
Yeah.
And
They
now
are
we
guaranteed
turn to
indeed.
Creetosis as he begins us on episode 1.
Yeah. Okay. Now we're going scene by scene. You're all trapped here for the next
Lord and
24 hours.
Savior
Okay.
Creetosis.
I'm fine with that.
When we get to it, to the professor, I have a ton of questions for you guys because
Oh, I cannot wait to talk about the fucking.
All right.
So-
gameplay.
Super
Sounds
super
good.
quick summary, and then we'll just hit a few points in each episode that are worth talking about, just to keep some structure to this.
Yeah, 1 hour and 30 minutes for us to get to the fucking basic structure.
Damn, we're cooking along today.
To be fair, we have been talking about the show the entire time. But yeah, quick summary.
We're not.
Hush.
Yeah.
I will fucking murder you.
Please do. I
Um,
watched the Fallout show. I want to die. Please shove cyanide
Kick-
down my throat.
Kick the French.
yeah, I'm about to kick the French. Okay. Very quick summary. Enclave scientist man has a tiny little piece of technology he injects into his neck. He escapes the Enclave base through fucking magic. We'll get to that. And a bounty is put out on him. I'm not sure why there's a bounty put out on him because the people he's going to, like Moldova, whatever her name is, he wants to go to them. He wants to reach them. He wants them to get this piece of technology out of his neck.
Well,
The
there's a
Brotherhood.
bounty for him with the people who aren't affiliated with her. She is paying people a lavish sum of money to transport him to her.
No, but it's
All
like who would
6
be the original
agencies
people
got
that
the
put the
bounty.
bounty? Because yeah, the ghoul said all 6 bounty agencies have a bounty for him.
Yeah,
Right,
and
because the Enclave probably want him back too, and also the
The
brother.
the Enclave.
We'll discuss.
The Enclave wouldn't hire Wastelanders. They hate everyone who's not them. They're
Yes, They
obsessed
are
with their
All
purity,
we know is that 6 agencies have bounties out for this guy. So
and we're not
Who
sure
and why
why
we don't know.
because, like, considering how valuable the thing he has apparently is, the Enclave wouldn't want anyone knowing. The Brotherhood wouldn't want anyone knowing. Moldover wouldn't want anyone knowing.
Oh, that's an important point. The Brotherhood already knows that the MacGuffin will bring control over the wasteland to whoever gets it.
Yeah,
Somehow.
Somehow.
but anyways,
So that information link.
that is one of the main plots. Is this guy? Well, mostly his head. Everyone's trying to get it. It's the MacGuffin everyone wants. The other main plot that's going on is Lucy's father is kidnapped by Moldover from the vault at the start. Well, I shouldn't say the start. At the end of episode 1. And that's why she leaves the vault. It's another missing family member quest. Thank you, Bethesda. So we have our 3 main characters. Lucy searching for her father, and to get him back, she needs to head. Maximus, who's with the Brotherhood, who initially wants to complete his mission. He's sent out with Knight Titus to go do this. That goes awry. And then there's the Ghoul, who is a bounty hunter who is just in it for himself at this point.
Real quick, also, it bears mentioning that Maximus is like a person who is passed over for like promotion in the Brotherhood, but then the person who, like, one of the only people he's friendly with gets injured, and he gets suspected of injuring them for some reason. Never really explained, even though there's like a bunch of other extremely hostile and kind of like asshole-ish people who actually have motive.
Yeah.
And he gets saddled with just like a borderline sociopath knight in the Brotherhood.
Is it wrong if I wanted it to
God.
happen?
Dude, yeah, Maximus is an absolute sociopath as well. He's a fucking...
Yes.
I don't think so. I don't
Oh,
think so.
No. We're gonna get into this. This is one of the things that like
Very
Severely
as I mentioned
damages the
before,
show.
all the things I started to like is ruined because of episode 5, specifically because of what Maximus does. That absolutely turns him into a
Oh
fucking
yeah, no. In
sociopath.
episode 5, that he eats the retard juice really hard. Yeah.
Oh, dude, we were talking about again, like, because he actually acts like it. We were saying he started chimping out a lot in a lot of those episodes, and it's like very unfortunate because he's the black guy, so he just had to turn it into he's tard raging right now.
Yeah, he really does like go full retard in episode 5. So,
Oh, and it gets so much worse later on too.
But yeah, let's start quickly with episode 1. It starts off, we're in the vault. We're seeing, actually, it starts off with Cooper pre-war, but we already talked about that. I don't know what else we can really say about that right now.
Riding
At
a
the
horse
wrong
with his
time
daughter
of day.
directly into the fireballs. Yeah, that's great.
The smartest thing to do when a nuke goes off is to ride directly towards it, not take cover behind the massive hill you're on.
Yeah.
Or you know what? End it all. You know, you're dead either way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's I think we had the argument earlier about it where like you can what are you gonna do? Like he knows that they're basically fucked. So like the idea of even running away is almost kind of pointless. So
It's kind of like
he's it's like what I don't like the argument generally of like, oh well, there's people are stupid, so people do stupid things. But like, what else would he do? He's in a glass house at the top of a hill. There's no cover.
I figured
And
this was like
there's no
riding
vault,
towards
so-
where his wife is, because like, okay, you know, I have these issues with the vault, but like, I also don't want my daughter to die, so fuck it.
Well, then he could have gone literally any other direction and had a better chance of achieving that objective.
I think that was
I
the,
wanted
that was
to-
the passage. That was the path. The only
Yeah,
path
on a
down, I think.
horse,
Yeah.
which, by the way, Skyrim has taught me that that's absolutely doable. Anyways,
True.
one thing I do want to take issue with that nobody else seems to have gotten on this is when they do the whole thumb thing. And I don't mean
Yeah, that was debunked. Yeah.
Well, it's not just debunked. He has it backwards. If there is a thing that you hold out your thumb and you put it over the mushroom cloud. If it is smaller than your thumb, you're safe because that's how far away the bomb is. If it's bigger, you need to take action. By the way, you should probably not be just sitting around holding up your damn thumb. A bomb went off.
No, Carl, but can I just add that he says it's not worth running?
Yeah, it's dumb, and then he runs anyway. So
Well, I mean, what would you do? Would you just stand there and die? I mean, I would probably try to get away somehow. Unfortunately, it was probably
literally duck and cover is a thing.
There was also that
I said during the reaction.
punched people when getting into the vault as well, if you guys remember.
And this
I said
is
during
also
our initial
this is also
reaction,
the
like-
fucking Fallout universe where Radaway and shit like that exists.
Yeah.
I should point out
Instantly cleanse radiation.
A lot of people mock the idea of duck and cover, and it's very true. If you're close to the bomb, duck and cover does shit. However, if you're about as far away as they are, that's the whole point. Because it derives from World War II bombing campaigns where you are lowering your profile, you're getting behind some kind of cover, and you may be able to survive the initial blast. Then you take measures to try and survive after that. It's a step by step. But then, most people kind of just blew it off and said, see the flash turn to ash, I don't give a fuck. That became the common mentality.
Yeah, I mean, that was the idea. The idea was like practical, just traditional bombs. Is that find a space that would break the fall of something dangerous. That's actually decent advice. Go under a door jam, go under a table.
And it works if you are far enough away from a nuke going off. Believe it or not.
Yeah.
I've heard, even at the opening of Fallout 4, when they see the bomb, so many people say, oh, they're already dead. Would you believe me if I told you that I timed the Mach wave arriving to tell how far away it was, and on basis of the height of the cloud, that's a 20 kiloton bomb. It's actually not the big one. And that is entirely survivable at the distance that they're at.
As long as they can escape the fallout. Like if
As
you
long,
can
yeah. But then they get hit with the blast wave.
I said the thing.
You said the thing. They get hit with the blast wave with the debris. That's carrying alpha and beta particles, so they're already dusted. So you need to take action fast. Anyway, so there's my tangent on that.
All right.
There's also the weatherman saying, "Why do I have to report the weather if I don't know if there'll be a next week?" I mean,
I
that was a
hated
bit,
that.
Get off the stage, you whiner!
Yeah.
Also, just quickly, rip super chats. By the way, we will be getting to them. I don't want to interrupt the flow of discussion with like 30 minutes of super chats while our 5 guests are just sitting here doing nothing. It's not fair to them.
Because there's a lot of super chats that came in.
Yeah, there are a lot. We will get through them. I do appreciate it, though. Thank you.
And I'll just give a little bit of praise. I do have like a short list of praise. I think Walton Goggins did as best he could with the material.
Yeah.
I think he did
No,
great.
he's always
great.
He's always a great actor, or like everything he's done is generally great.
Well,
I don't
this is
think
the thing where I don't want to blame the actors. Really, I think that there are miscastings, and that they just didn't have good material to work with. I think they did the best they possibly could.
Yeah.
Yep.
I feel like
production
most
values
of
were good and
the
acting was
actors otherwise are good. Like, I like Lucy. I just don't really care for her character. Very wooden and stiff. I don't like the ghoul, but I do like Walter Goggins as the actor for it and everything. It's all fine. It's just, really bad material. Now, Maximus, I'm not sure, because like his character is so fucked that it's like, I don't even know if I can like gauge the actor's like ability, because it's literally just him constantly like open mouth drooling most of the time. So
that is
really hard to tell.
That is one thing I'll give him, and this is not an insult to the actor, but the guy who plays Maximus is really good at doing the confused tard face of someone who has been denied something or told something that's going to set them into a tard rage. That just moment of confusion immediately before they go into their tard rage.
Yeah,
Yeah,
You
I
can't
can't
have
get
the
over.
Twinkie.
I
I'm
can't
not
get
giving you the
over the
Twinkie.
fucking episode 5 thing when he's told no by Thaddeus when he's like, "Well, we have to get our story straight for our murder plot," and he's like, "What? No!" And then his face just like, "What? What? What do you mean no?"
and he has like and he has like so many of those like Iron Man shots where you just see his face. So he has to be a really, really good face actor. And the thing is, I think his name's Aaron. I think he's actually probably a good actor. I just think that material is rough, and
Not
I
great
think
for
that
him.
the scene that sold me on him as an actor was actually the scene where he was granted the opportunity to become a squire, like where he starts the scene and like yeah, dumb, right? But I could see that he had range there, but I think the material and possibly the direction too was just lacking. But,
Yeah, going from
Cree.
like fear to like optimism, he did a pretty good job of that.
yeah, I thought so too. Yeah.
Cree. Hold on. I looked at chat. I just saw Maximus locks in, and I'm imagining the fucking Half-Life meme when Gordon sees the Vortigaunt, but it's Maximus looking at Thaddeus.
Oh god, can you post that to our group chat so everyone else, like, in our call could see what you're fucking referring to?
Yeah, sure. Let me grab that real quick.
But anyways, to try and get this slightly back on track, after, the bombs drop and we get our Walton Goggins scene, we go to the vault. And so we thought it was triannual, so 3 times a year. It's apparently once every 3 years. I believe it's called triennial or something like that.
Yeah.
But anyways, it's an exchange program where there's these 3 vaults that are connected together, and to keep, I guess to prevent incest, which the show is very comfortable with talking about. Holy shit.
Yeah.
They'll trade someone from vaults to marry to keep genetic diversity. And they approve, and Lucy, our main character, is gonna marry someone from Vault 32.
I will say here, Cree, it should be mentioned, even in the summary, that Lucy goes through a list of all of her talents and everything to get this marriage license, to kind of fast track her, like, this is what her skills are, basically.
Yeah.
Which I think in part was like I when she's going through that and showing like all of her skills and stuff, I kind of have this like feeling that this is specifically to counteract
Tell her
any, like,
as
claims of it being a Mary Sue, which I don't think
Right.
she is.
I don't
I'm
think
just
she-
saying that, like,
I don't think she is either, because she constantly makes really stupid decisions, and they
Yeah,
actually cost her a
I
lot.
was worried because when they did that, they basically made her a jack of all trades who could do basically everything. And I even said, like, oh no, I really hope this
She has
doesn't mean that they're
science,
going to make her
speech,
a
and
Mary
small
Sue.
arms.
But as the show went on, I would say that they did not make her a Mary Sue.
No,
Yeah.
they just gave her like a reason to be able to like physically fight and also handle guns.
Yeah.
I actually liked it that they gave her tag skills at the opening and then provided background reasons for it.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah. And I
there's
think
like,
that
this is
works.
like a resume. It's like, oh, okay, good way to put it in there, actually.
Yeah. I was okay with that for the most part. I just thought her reaction to certain scenes was inconsistent, but we can get into that later.
Oh,
but I felt that giving her, like, she was basically at a very high, expectation. She's the daughter of the overseer, and she's applying for this license. She should be better than most. So I thought that was fine. I thought that was okay.
Yeah.
Like, these are the first few scenes, right? And it's what got me kind of hooked and keep on watching. Oh, this is kind of like a commercial for her, basically. And she's applying for a license to get married to a random individual. How very dystopian and, communistic, like, basically, totalitarian. And she lists off all these skills, like, and my reproductive organs do work, by the way, and she clarifies that. These are all, like, interesting things, interesting ideas, but as you get further and further on into the show, it's all just really, really shallow, and they don't really bake in the oven, as you say, too well. And as we go along, it's just, I don't know, Lucy's kind of cardboard, really.
I think
part of the
she's
problem
supposed to be that though for the first like couple of episodes. It very much reads as because like a lot of Lucy's motivations throughout the story is she wants to do the right thing because it's the right thing, which is generally kind of like a boring characterization, but it's also like how she was raised up and like the culture that she's raised in. We get to see that like later on with some of the vault dwellers and how their reaction is to a certain moral quandary, and I think that works out.
We should also
because
bear in mind- okay,
she gets
whatever.
basically gets it shoved in her face that like, okay, well, this like mentality and this like mindset that you have, it can be a good thing to do, but it might not be the smartest thing to do.
Bear in mind also that like all of the leadership that there's ever been for Vault 33 came from Vault 31. Those people are all Vault Tech junior execs, and so they bring classic management tropes, office management tropes, to the idea of how to run a society. So she's been raised basically by office managers, and that's why they're all highly polite. They work well together, but they don't really react well to crises. Although that became comedically bad as the show goes on. It's like, wait, what? He showed me his. Yeah, that's the one who showed me his butthole. I believe he's trying to communicate.
Oh my god.
And I think part of the main problem is kind of twofold, where they kick Lucy, like Lucy leaves the vault too early, in my opinion. I feel like maybe they should have waited till like at the end of episode 2 to do that, so we could have gotten a little bit more focus on the vault society and how it kind of works and everything. But also the fact that it just can't take itself seriously ever. So any of these things where it's like, oh well, this could go somewhere, like they could go into in depth about this a little bit and actually have like two characters have a meaningful discussion about it in a way that like also makes sense, that like they've lived here their whole lives. But because they never take anything in the show seriously, it's all played off as a joke and immediately skipped over because we did the joke, time to move on to the next thing that has to be completely different and irrelevant. It's so annoying that nothing can be taken seriously.
You're exactly right. Like, they should have taken their time, because it's like this moral quandary. Do I stay safe in the vault where it's nice and comfortable, or do I go out for my father? No, it's immediately, no, I go out for my father. And there's no tension there. There's no conflict between two major decisions. And if they let that simmer down a bit, it'd be a bit more engaging. But, first thing she does in the first episode, she goes out there, basically.
That's the thing I was going to mention earlier, and I'm sorry to, just mention this because I know Cree wants to, give the summary of the rest of the stuff, but that's what I was going to mention. I actually despise the scenes inside the vaults because that's where the worst jokes out of all of them happen. You get you get, I would say, some of the worst, but because you get like, the man, Norm, you get Norm figuring out that actually this is a lot more sinister than what it might be showing. It's actually really scary. And what does it cut to? It cuts to late-term pregnancy retard sex and then the waterfall scene. It's like, can we have any tension?
I don't think I ever laughed at this show.
Yeah, if you want to die of alcohol poisoning drinking game while watching this show, drink every time a tension gets undercut by a joke, or every time there is an old school ink spot style 1940s music montage.
Indigo. You hear this? This is my bottle of rum. I have been drinking every single time one of you mentions something that I facepalm to while watching the show. The bottle is 1/5 gone.
When me and Cree were watching the show, every time it would cut back to the vault, I would say something along the lines of, God, I just don't care about the vault plot line. Like, I would rather be seeing all the dumb shit happening in the wasteland than seeing anything happening with this whole vault plot, because it literally just feels like a distraction. Like, it feels like nothing is happening for the majority of the whole vault, like, scenes in general throughout the entire show until, like, the last episode for the reveal, which also was really stupid. It didn't take itself very seriously, so it's like whatever. But yeah, like the vault stuff just really felt fucking like it was tacked on.
Yeah.
Anyway, go ahead, Crane.
Yeah, with the whole comedy thing, I actually want to reference One Piece again, because back when that came out, a lot of people were appreciating Netflix One Piece because it didn't undercut itself anytime something weird happened. Like, there's no moment where Luffy, like, stretches his arm out a mile long and someone's like, oh, that's weird. You don't get moments like that in that show. It takes itself... it's very earnest.
Or people being like, is that a snail? Why is it talking? It's
yeah, they don't do that shit. It's just treated as a part of the world, you know? Like, yeah, everyone knows this. Like, they wouldn't be like, well, that's strange, isn't it? Wink, wink at the audience. Like, they didn't do that kind of dumb shit.
Well, and then they also have, like, little funny parts where he's like, oh, yeah, he's just feeding his phone a piece of lettuce. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, it's not like, it's not, it's a joke that isn't like super over the top and is kind of like, you know, yeah.
And it doesn't undercut the world and the characters. It takes itself seriously. It takes it in earnest, and that's why people like it.
Whereas
and that's why we get to the reverse of that with get that jelly mold out of here. You have the fat guy. Is this supposed to be a fat joke? Is that what it's all about? Because that's his focus. He's also the guy who doesn't die.
Yeah. And remember, that is the only piece of dialogue we get during that entire scene is get that jelly mold out of here.
Yes, it's a joke that's funny without it needing to be pointed out that it's funny.
But the entire point is like people are dying around him. There's a guy who's literally machine gun through the skull next to him. Is this his focus? No. Is he doing anything to try and survive? Not really. He's just kind of wandering around, experiencing things. And look, this is the guy who you would expect to die momentarily because he's fat, out of shape, doing nothing, and just there is a giant target. No, he's the one who survives.
Well, the whole thing is completely undercut. You have this entire scene where people are being massacred, and instead of playing like tense music or whatever, they have an oldie song and everything is muffled, so everything feels floaty and dreamlike and
Fallout now.
It's a joke. It's taken as a joke, and then you have the one piece of dialogue we get during the entire scene where it's not just like goofy music that doesn't fit with what's happening, and it's get that jelly mold out of here, and that's it. That's like the only piece of dialogue. It undercuts itself the whole way through.
That's also an excellent point right there. They have all this music that they can draw from. And all they have to do is match the music to what's going on. They have a lot of options. Instead of, like you said before, it's like they just randomly hit a jukebox or something.
Yeah.
Well, they literally show the jukebox
where they play. Yeah. There's multiple instances where, they play these oldie songs. And it's like, some of them, it's like, I don't know. I feel like you could contextualize some of these songs to play over certain like events in the show if they were like earned, if it actually felt like it was earned. Yeah. But a lot of the times they just play songs over events that don't even fit the song.
Well, here's one where you might be able to work an oldie song in a way that wouldn't be completely terrible. When did they use I Don't Want to Set the World on Fire in the show? I remember it felt out of place.
Pretty early on.
It was just kind of random, right?
Yeah,
but they also
and that's like the best song you can use. That's like your holy grail of oldies songs.
Yeah, so why not use that for the Brotherhood versus NCR fight in the finale, rather than whatever random song they do use?
Yeah, the thing about these. Oh, sorry.
No, I was just gonna make I'm kind of infamous for my point on this, but I believe Fallout, you get one song at the beginning. And the one opportunity to show pre-war.
Yeah.
At the beginning. I don't think that any current events should ever be pre-war. I think that you can have, and that's actually probably, skipping ahead again, but that's probably the creepiest parts of the show are when like the kind of old recordings of like experiments and things like that. Those actually were fairly effective, I thought, because they were put in the context of an old, blurry, black and white holotape recording. They were through that lens versus happening on screen. I think the show would have benefited greatly if they just skipped all the pre-war stuff, just kept it in present time, because it really kind of trivializes the apocalypse when you're going back and forth constantly.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I don't like that we kept going back to the pre-war stuff.
Yep.
It just felt very unneeded. And one of my criticisms was stop playing the goofy oldies music, because one, it doesn't fit. It's undercutting a lot of the scenes. And two, there's so many good actual songs, like the actual soundtrack of Fallout with like the weird industrial sounds and like the siren stuff and all that. Like that stuff is really good. It sets the tone so well. And we don't get any of that in this show.
A
It's
lot of
all
the traveling scenes, if they had played Gold Slouch, it would have been great.
Or Metallic Monks. Imagine that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
I'm a huge fan of Mark Morgan's soundtrack for sure. I actually think that Ramin Djawadi could have done a really good job. I mean, he's the Game of Thrones guy, right? I think that some of the music in the show was like, particularly, I'm a big fan of Brotherhood of Steel in this show. I think that track, if you listen to that track, is really good. I think
Which
that
is funny
really
because
captures.
that is one of the things I started to say was like, when we actually get a little bit of like actual music in the background, sometimes it actually does sound decent and something you would hear in Fallout, but it's used so sparingly that you just don't really get the feeling. And one of the criticisms I had, it's kind of funny. People will defend Fallout 3 because, the atmosphere. It's such a good game because the atmosphere, it's so somber and alone, and the soundtrack is just, it's so sad and like creepy. It works so well. But then they'll defend shit like this show that is just nothing but like these over-the-top, big band oldies tracks, and we don't get any of that somber tone that people praise Fallout 3
eating
for.
the guy, and they're playing In the Mood.
Yeah.
One of my favorite songs. I'm like, why are you playing In the Mood when he's being eaten? Is this? Are you trying to tell me something?
Yeah.
Well, this entire show is all about unintended messaging all throughout. I cannot wait to talk about that.
It is aggressively horny.
Can I mention my conspiracy theory
that's
here?
funny. Now that I think about it, the Halo TV show was also aggressively horny. What is it with these weird adaptations of video game, like modern video game adaptations, and all of them being like aggressively, weirdly horny?
If they wanted to do an oldie song, if they wanted to do an oldie song for that, the Gulpers going after him. Well, the shark bites. Yeah, they should have done Back the Knife. Just there you go.
One thing I wanted to mention about
they clearly should have played Bounce Wow Wow, obviously.
It's like all these old songs. I'm pretty sure Johnny Cash is in there. I love Johnny Cash.
He's in there.
Every time they play it, it's in slow motion and it's just some action shot. It's like it feels like there's one in every episode. For one thing, they use them far too much.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
they're spamming it because a lot of people are going to be familiar with, these songs are from the game, so let's just play them nonstop.
They're on the radio.
That's fucking obnoxious.
I keep seeing people like compliment the soundtrack. These songs are absolutely fantastic in this, and it's just no, it isn't. These songs feel like commercials of the songs, and you don't use them that much.
It would have been better. It would have been better if there was because they did that in the episode before he shows up. But the guy who runs the radio station, if they had contextualized any of the songs being played as something that's playing on the radio, and then had a scene that plays into that or something, that would have been a little bit better, I feel.
Yeah. If you use these songs sparingly, very, very rarely, it makes the song that much more effective. I think maybe in the finale they play "We'll Meet Again, Don't Know Where, Don't Know When."
There was the one.
It would be a lot more effective if that was the only classical song they used in there. And it's such a shame because these songs are great, but
I
you
have
fucking use them too much. I'm bored
about this, though.
Yeah.
I think that they are deliberately trying to kill off the old part of the IP that Bethesda didn't come up with. I think this is deliberate. It's what if they'd used any of the classic music, even though it would have fit much better, it would have reminded people about Fallout 1, Fallout 2. if we see the NCR get wiped out, its remnants aren't even NCR government anymore. They are leftover civilians who have become blood drinking cultists and follow a literal cult leader. No government. And where are they? They end up in the NCR headquarters. There's no NCR there. Just these people. I've heard people trying to cope it.
We don't know that those guys are blood drinking cultists as well.
They literally drink blood.
Those are the ones in Vault 4.
From Vault 4. Vault 4
does. Vault 4 is where the survivors from and Moldover is
that was so weird. That was so weird.
But again, we don't know if the NCR at the end actually have the whole cult mentality or not, or if it's just the Shady Sand survivors.
Yeah, that's what it appears to be. It's just it's all these, and also them screwing up and saying basically Shady Sands was it, as though that were the NCR.
Yeah,
they hit Shady Sands.
They look. They're all over. The show takes place all over what should be the Boneyard, major industrial area, like Fallout 2 even. It's completely, well, I shouldn't say completely, but almost completely devoid of life. There's nothing going on. Nobody is around. No, the NCR as a whole has been whacked. And why? Because Hank, Vault Tech junior exec, is like, well, we nuke the top side because they are because they're competition for bringing back the world. There'll be another faction, so we have to destroy them so we won't have any competition. Where did Hank go at the end of the show? Where is he fucking now?
Yeah, he's going to New Vegas.
Yeah,
we're all the other competition.
Yeah, we are getting way ahead of ourselves here.
I just had to throw that out. I thought that's my conspiracy theory. Bethesda's whole point with this show.
Oh, trust me, we got a lot to say.
We've got a lot.
We got a lot to say on that last bit. Yeah, that last bit. There's going to be a lot to say.
When we fucking get there, holy shit.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be hard to get there. We keep getting sidetracked.
I know. Yeah. We need to get focused a little bit more.
It's fine. It happens. But yes, to get us back on track again.
Again.
Yeah, we're in the vault. We get Lucy's introduction. Once every 3 years, they do a marriage exchange with the other two vaults. This part was really confusing for both me and Pagan when we watched it, and for someone who doesn't know anything about Fallout, I can imagine it being very confusing too. But there's these three vaults that are connected, and even how they're connected, we don't know how any of it works. It's just really weird.
They needed a little bit more of Joe Newby, the youngest guy in the vault, being taught something kind of through the universe, how these work. Because my immediate thought when I heard about that, try to jump in, Cree, but wouldn't a cluster of vaults defeat the purpose of vaults? You're trying to spread them out so that they're lesser targets. You can't nuke everybody. So we need a little bit of a brief on that, I think.
It also ruins itself because the only vault we see that has surface access is Vault 33.
Yeah.
Right.
Because all the vaults are connected to the point of being just a 5-minute walk between each other. But on the surface, there's only Vault 33, and that's the only one that actually has access.
That can't be the case because the Raiders came in through 32.
Again, that's the thing that doesn't make any sense. It's okay, so how did the Raiders get in then? So you have to assume that 32 has access as well, but we never see it. Literally, she comes up above the surface, and there is nothing. It is only Vault 33.
The thing is, that's actually covered when Norm goes into 32 and looks up who's been accessing the door to 32. And it is a pit buck that belonged to Pit Buck. I said, sorry, Pit Boy.
No. we know this, Calbeck. We know this. Okay. I'm saying physically, the 32 vault entrance doesn't exist on the wasteland. It does not exist anywhere.
To give the show the benefit of the doubt,
it's only talked about.
To give the benefit of the doubt, we would have to assume it exists. They just didn't show us for some reason.
Yeah, and again, it can't be that far away. Vault 32 is less than a 5-minute walk from Vault 33.
May I also just say that Vault 33's placement is the most retarded thing that I have ever seen in terms of architecture?
I mean, besides the
guess-
fact that it's this giant door protruding out of the fucking sand, just in the
It's-
open where
it's
everyone can
dug
see it
into
for miles.
sand. It's dug into sand. It's in a trench. It's within spitting distance of the ocean. Well, hey, I guess we've confirmed that global warming doesn't matter a damn thing to sea rise.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still think that Vault 13 is the OG like best vault design. You put it in a cave, you have natural mountain cover. You have that impact is absorbed mostly by the mountain. And that's actually how a lot of bunkers were built, is they would build them inside of mountains and then on top of springs, so they could not only take the impact but also the shockwave too. And that's just like that makes it make nature work for you. Use natural environmental advantages to better make your vault even more secure. And I just thought that putting Vault 13 at the end of a cave not only explains why people don't find it, but also makes it more secure. I just think that's such a great idea.
Yep.
Oh yeah, we'll be getting
again,
to Vault 33's location again a little later on.
Yeah, because there's literally no cover for it. It's just the Vault 33 door, and there's nothing else. So it's like, okay, where's Vault 32's door? We can assume, I guess we can assume 31 doesn't have an exit because, again, the Roomba, if you believe it, says that this is the entirety of the vault. It's just this one hallway with all the cryo tubes.
Did they explicitly say that there's not a separate exit for each vault? It almost seemed like there was like a shared elevator. Was that not the case?
Well, that's
again,
what
it
we
looks like a shared
are kind
elevator.
of getting at. It's like it feels like it is just a shared elevator, but that doesn't make any sense because then the raiders, quote unquote, would have had access to pretty well the entire vault, not just 32. So why would they infiltrate 32 and then do this whole scheme to get into 33 through the program rather than just taking?
Here's a better question, Pagan. Why go in through 32 rather than just going to 33 in the first place?
Exactly. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Like, why would you bother?
Because they didn't know everyone in 32 was dead, so it happened to be convenient for them to use 32 as cover because everyone was dead. They couldn't have known that.
Bit of a normie question. Why is Vault 31, 32, and 33 connected and Vault 4 not, but just by itself somewhere?
Because fuck you, that's why.
No, because this was
Vault
the
4 is very
experiment.
specifically a different vault, and it's
It's
also
31, 32,
Where's Vault
33.
5 and 6? Why aren't they connected to Vault 4 or something like that? I don't know.
Because 31, 32, and 33 were a very specific experiment.
And 4 was
Yeah,
also
no
more
other
of an
vaults do that.
advertisement.
No
4
other
had its own
vaults do that.
experiment.
And I don't think we've ever seen an example where 3 vaults were connected to each other before this, and it was specifically done as this weird experiment. And I think it's specifically because it's basically the Vault Tech vault.
Yeah.
It's where all the heads are kept.
Where their junior execs are.
Yep.
Here's the more pertinent question. It's basically just one vault.
Yes.
It would really just be Vault 30 whatever.
Yeah,
A,
really,
B, and
it
C,
is. It is
Unit
just
A,
one
Unit C,
vault, but
C.
it's separated.
Yeah.
What
So
I
I
also
don't know.
found
Yeah.
weird is that they communicate through computers as well. If they're connected, why is there not an easier way to talk to other vaults? Exactly, and it comes back to why not make it just one vault, basically.
I don't think
It's
there'd be
part of
an
the experiment.
internet. It wouldn't be like an internet per se. It'd be more like an intranet,
They
like a
describe it as
local network. I think.
telegraph.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's basically like a telex or like a limited local network communication. I would say.
Yep.
Which
I mean-
also begged the question, they're getting overrun, but they don't tell anybody? Actually, no.
They don't.
They backed it up. They don't get overrun.
Yeah, they don't get overrun. They have a mass fucking rebellion
Yeah.
and try to dig into Vault 31's door because they want to go kill them managements. But they don't tell 33 at all. Nobody goes to 33. None of the people. So for 3 years, nobody had a single idea to go over there. Holy shit! How fast did all these people fucking die?
Yeah, even if that were the norm, by the time it has been pointed out, one of the first things that people noticed was, okay, they're opening the door. These are all the same, Lucy's dad is the same overseer that there was before. He's not like brand new or anything. They open the door. It's like, you shouldn't recognize any of these people. They're all wearing Vault 32 outfits, sure, but these are not the people that you know should be there.
Yeah.
No. See, that was why my initial thing for steel manning it was that when they said triannual, they meant every 3 years. Because then that's more understandable to forget the exact facial details. And they do have a throwaway line where Hank says, "I was sorry to hear about your overseer's death."
Yeah, but you would
So
also
she
think,
obviously
like,
sent a message first. Moldover obviously sent a message over before.
you would also think though that with like all the with what the three vaults purpose is as an experiment, you would think that they would be like, huh, why the hell do those guys have neck tattoos or tattoos at all?
Yeah,
they,
it is
they
insane.
act weird. They're disheveled, like a stubble, whatever.
They
or
smell
act
really weird too, and like
But in
they're not
retrospect,
using
that
forks.
the whole bait
And
and
of
switch
course,
thing is
nobody
cool.
picks up the radiation until
Yeah. The whole bait and switch really falls apart, especially with the later reveals. Like when you think that is it Hank, the overseer? Like he would know everybody. Like he would know all the. Wouldn't he have like an exclusive knowledge of all that? Like
He should.
Also,
as management,
Also,
he should know
shouldn't
everybody.
Shouldn't the overseer of Vault 33 also be one of the 31s?
No,
Yes,
32.
yeah.
But yes.
Yeah.
33 is one of
31 is where the overseers come from.
Yes, and Hank is one of the Vault-Tec executives. But yeah, 32 should have had another Vault-Tec executive take its place if he'd done that. So he should have recognized the executive.
Yeah.
But
on top of that,
this whole thing doesn't work because of multiple reasons. The other
and
one
he would
being that
know
everybody
Moldover.
in Vault 33 has a Pip-Boy, and Pip-Boys go fucking crazy with radiation. So they
Yeah.
should have immediately been like, "Whee!"
Yeah, there's so many.
Also, he knows Moldover. They showed that.
also,
Yeah.
Wait, did
he's
he?
also not the
Yeah, he does.
only Vault 31 person.
Yeah, he does.
They've got a bunch of
when
Vault 31
when did
people
he
in
meet
32
her in the
and 33.
when did he meet her in
Sorry.
the past?
When he went to get Lucy back from the surface.
Yeah, when his wife they showed Lucy's mom and Moldover like dancing through the happy fields of whatever.
Yeah.
And
No, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's dumb.
Worse than that, Moldover introduces herself to Hank as Lee Moldover. So she told him her name. There's so many reasons why this plan should not work.
It's like in the movie Snatch when all the criminals keep saying each other's names and they have to look at each other like, I would have been much better if you didn't say my name.
This show keeps forgetting what the fucking previous episode did. Like, for fuck's sake.
Well, here's the thing. That's why I kind of brought up the original point about who made this. Not only is it got that really strong comedic tone, but after episode 3, I don't know if Jonathan Nolan was involved at all. Practically, every episode after that has a different writer.
Not just that, but it feels. I wouldn't say the first 3 episodes are that focused, but there's definitely
really.
after that where it feels really unfocused, where it seems like nothing is really happening for the most part. Like we get episode 4, just to jump ahead a little bit, and it's all about the Super Duper Mart pretty much, and exploring the conspiracy with the vault. And it's like, okay, here's an hour-long episode where nothing, like very little of any substance happens. There's like no progression for anyone, really.
And then that also brings up another thing with Super Duper Mart is then the sheriffs from the government show up.
Yeah,
and
that
it's
is go
okay,
anywhere.
what government?
Yeah.
What government are you talking about? The government. With
I
the
got
president.
the impression those were supposed to be like the leftovers of the Brahmin barons, because that's kind of how they act.
Well,
it reminded me a lot of the remember the antagonist to Killwater back in Junktown and Fallout 1. It might be kind of a deep reference. I don't remember. It's like a gangster guy that you you tap his wall or whatever. I forget his name.
Yeah.
Oh god,
he reminded me a lot of that guy.
There's killing Gizmo.
Gizmo, yeah, it kind of reminds me of Gizmo a lot.
Yeah.
Then we jump to Walter Goggins going to that family to kill the son.
Well,
and
that's
I remember like really
Sorry.
confused. When does this happen? Does this happen before, or I was really confused when that takes place.
Well, yeah,
as
that's
well.
another thing to
Because
mention
we kept
about.
jumping back and forth.
That's another thing to mention about the show. Is the timeline is fucked in pretty much every way. Where it's like you don't know how much time is passing between scenes. Like Lucy travels from Philly through the desert, and remember, Philly is this like very forested location through the desert to Hollywood Boulevard is the sign where the lake is, where the Gulper is. It's like all this is in a day, and then they travel back within the day.
Yeah, there are no natural like lush. If you removed irrigation, California would be desert mostly.
Yeah,
like there isn't, especially that area of California after nuclear war. Are you kidding me? It would be arid as hell. Where's that forest coming from? Like things like that.
Yeah, that's supposedly far to the northwest. Actually, like when you get out to
from the set at Bethesda Studios.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that as you go more than, I mean, I lived in California for 3 years. I lived in Western Washington for 18 years. If you go far enough north, it basically becomes like Oregon in Northern California. But that's like, you're talking
the
weeks.
closest that you're really going to get is the San Fernando Valley before you get that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Because that's the breadbasket of California. Everything else around that is desert, and it's only the San Fernando Valley because of the mountains surrounding it, keeping it from becoming the rest of the state.
Yeah, and also just the idea that you've got that guy literally just trying to drink water from sand just a mile away from lush greenery forest. Yeah, how is he not already dead? But also, it kind of defeats the wasteland's so bad, but also we have like lots of nice trees and you know, greenery, and we could probably grow stuff and topsoil. You know,
you can literally see the forest from where he is. He points in that direction because hey, that's where Philly is. I don't go over there though.
Yeah, I like to be in my dry, arid desert section where there's no water. I prefer this over there.
Yeah, I mean, people, right?
Yeah.
The geography of the show is fucked in general. I remember Mola mentioning that basically the professor takes the same route as Moldova to the finale destination, and it's like Moldova hires like 3 people to catch the professor.
Yeah,
all this time you could have basically caught him himself. You know, it's kind of like the fuck is going on here.
She could have waited there for less than a day. Actually, no, it would have been a day because we saw Lucy sleep. She could have waited there for a singular day and grab Wilzig on her own and take him safely back to Griffith Observatory, and no one would have been able to find out like what he had.
There's like one mention of time passage. It's like when Lucy, I think she's in Vault 4, and she says, "I've been out here for 2 weeks," and blah 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 blah.
It definitely doesn't feel like it.
It doesn't. Now, all the events feel like they're compressed together into a few days or maybe a week tops.
Yeah, I was gonna say like 3-4 days is what it feels like. But yeah, to get us back on track once again, yeah, the Vault 32 people come in. They're all raiders, quote unquote.
Surprise, surprise.
They have the marriage. Lucy gets her reproductive organs destroyed. And then she picks up her pit boy and points it at the guy she married because she hears the combat and she's like, oh, raiders. Because it starts going off. It's radiation.
Pretty loudly. Yeah.
It's like, wait, why didn't no one else's pit boy go off when like the door fucking opened for the first time? All these people are wastelanders who are apparently really irradiated. This is also even funnier in context with Thaddeus doing his radiation tracking thing, because not only is the entire wasteland irradiated, but the people in it are too. He himself and Maximus should both be giving off radiation by this logic.
Yeah, it's like there's no understanding of how radiation works at all. Like it's like done for the camera. Like, oh, it's going. Let's have it go off really loudly so that the audience knows that he's radioactive and that Lucy recognizes that she's a raider. But it's just like, wait, if it goes off really loud, he should be dead. It's like they don't know how a radioactive.
He's he's emitting what at best you could assume was 600 millirads a second. And that is enough to actually qualify his entire body as a radioactive element.
Yeah.
One of the
Yeah,
lesser ones. He's not uranium, but he's like, it's like, yeah, I'm just made of thorium. I'm good.
Yeah, I mean the radiation has always been kind of a sore point with these kind of settings, because especially as the Bethesda games, and this is like post Bethesda games, after 200 years, most of the world would be pretty much fine.
Yeah.
Even now, like 30 plus 40 years after Chernobyl, most of Chernobyl is fine. But but for example, the claw that was digging up radioactive goo, that's still pretty bad. The actual elephant's foot inside of the cocoon that they built around it, that's still pretty bad. But most of the area around the nuclear reaction is perfectly fine. It's like a little bit more than normal. But like, so after 200 years, most places would be fine, except for places that are still have radioactive waste, or still have something that was in direct contact with a heavy dose of radiations. And that's kind of how the games treated it for the most part. Most area, at least in the first couple of games, most areas were mostly fine. It's only when you went into what's that big hole in the first game where the glow, yeah, if you go into the glow, that still has a lot of heavily saturated radioactive material, and the thing about radiation is you don't know you're dead until like a couple of days later.
Yeah.
So like once you get the dose, then you start a couple of days later to a few weeks later to, in some cases, there was that one guy in Japan in real life who actually got a fatal dose and lived for like a month or two, like horrifically, like all of his skin came off and all of his organs were completely destroyed, but he somehow survived that long. But the idea that most of the land would probably be pretty much lacking most radiation would be understandable, actually. So there is some logic. Obviously, a ghoul doesn't really make any sense in reality, because nobody would survive that much. But if the ghoul is highly, highly radiated, you could technically trace that more. I don't know if there's footprints. If you had dust on them, yeah, dust would probably have some tracing. So there is some logic to it. But again, going into the irradiated water, oh, whoopsie, this water is perfectly nice and blue in a wasteland. Oh, I guess it's irradiated. Whoopsie. That's kind of dumb.
Yeah, Fallout radiation does, I mean, hell, I've actually written gaming articles on the subject. Fallout radiation does work substantially different than real world stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, without getting way off into the weeds here, the bottom line is just that it's done for dramatic effect, and but at the same time, it's like the reason that this is in the danger meter is because a human being, even by Fallout standards, should be in danger from the amount that this guy is emitting.
Yeah.
Yeah, because her Pip-Boy shows like 6 or 8 rads per second, which
600 millirads. We figured it topped out at 1, because 1 rad per second will fuck you up if you don't get the hell away.
Yeah, basically
that's why it says times 100 on the gauge.
Okay.
He's emitting enough radiation that there should be like a glow around him.
Yeah.
Like literally, light should ionize around him.
Right. I also wanted to mention about the separate vaults. Like, it's also a stupid idea because it encourages tribalism. When you're underground for a long amount of time, one thing you'd want to encourage is, a team effort. Everyone works together, to kind of produce food and stuff like that. And instead, like, oh, those Vault 32ers, that they're ugly. We're better than them. Again, it'd be much better to have this one vault, and instead we have like these separate vaults, and Lucy meeting these strangers and just trusting them by blind faith. It's just a bit, everything.
Yeah, it is weird, especially since this isn't really supposed to be a test vault. It's more supposed to be like, this is going to be the vault that repopulates the area when we decide that our plan could be put into motion. So why would you fuck up your like people? It just doesn't make any sense.
They should have just had a like secure area that was overseer access only at the bottom of the vault, which is where all the cryo tubes would be, and then the vault itself should have been a control vault in every other sense of the word. Like this whole experimenting idea doesn't work. I remember when we were talking, I came up with an idea that I was like, what would be an actual cool experiment, what Vault-Tec actually would have done as an experiment back in the early games, would have been creating the concept of a conspiracy, but the conspiracy is literally that, is just that. There is no actual conspiracy. The entire point is to create paranoia, to test paranoia in people stuck in a community, you know, underground for God knows how long. But they didn't even do that.
I'm surprised it's so complicated because, you know, Emil was executive producer. Keep it simple, stupid, right?
Yeah. Oh.
So yeah, the combat happens. The raiders reveal their plan at some point and start attacking everyone, which I don't know why they would do it that way when the point is to capture Hank.
I think I gotta correct something actually here. I'm not sure they're raiders because Moldaver is leading them.
Yeah,
And
we're calling them
them
raiders for now because that's what the show is portraying them as. But they are NCR.
No,
That's how
Yeah,
they are.
NCR.
But they do also act
slow motion
psychotic.
as well. Yeah.
But yeah, they
music as well in slow motion. So that's also.
So
Is
the
that the first
NCR
example?
remnants are just basically raiders.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this is the only NCR presence we see in the entire show is Moldover and her raiders in episode 1, and then the NCR remnants in the final episode. It very much seems like the faction is dead, considering we're in the heart of their territory and there's zero presence.
Mm-hmm.
Which again, this doesn't make any sense for multiple reasons. That timeline especially is fucked. But this doesn't make any sense because, hey, it'd be like if here in Indiana, if Indianapolis got nuked, it'd be like, oh, that sucks. But hey, we still have Fort Wayne, Lafayette, Western Boone. Like we still have other cities, and the NCR was the same way. There are other cities in the NCR. They weren't all in Shady Sands. The NCR has its own fortresses, has its own training facilities all throughout the California area. Like, holy shit.
Yeah, which is why only one thing explains it, because it goes back to Hank with this whole thing that we're about eliminating competition. The NCR is the competition, not just Shady Sands. The idea that it was just that's what we hear, that they only nuked Shady Sands. But in practical terms, he would have had to have nuked every place.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the weird the conflation between the NCR and Shady Sands is kind of weird because they're way bigger than that, and they'd be even bigger the more time went on. Because when's the last time we saw the NCR? When's on timeline wise? I was like
New Vegas.
It'd be New Vegas would be
how many years between New Vegas and the show?
15.
Even if we went back all the way to Fallout 2 when the NCR is first a thing.
Yeah.
It's not a single city. It's all over the place. It's multiple states.
And through playing Fallout 2, you had Vault City to
nice
NCR.
Map.
Oh, nice map, yeah. Can we share that on the screen?
I'm gonna save that. Fuck, that's nice.
Yeah, that's huge. That's like a nation.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's a nation, not a city.
The Templin Institute, the best place to get your resources.
If it were the Templin Institute, the NCR would have their own airships to fight the Brotherhood airships.
Yeah. Oh my god. But yeah.
It's to give you an idea of how stupid it is. Can I just say this? I have a very.
Again, you were.
I don't remember right now. I don't remember right now. I was asked this. I found this ages ago. I could eventually find it though, but it's basically tracing Fallout 1, 2, and Fallout 1, 2, and other locations mentioned over the games. But I have a question. If Vault-Tec is ready to nuke competition, why didn't Vault-Tec just nuke the NCR at the Battle of Navarro?
Who fucking knows?
Because I think it's pretty obvious that it's Vault-Tec, that it's the Enclave messing with Vault-Tec and effectively controlling them. Why not just nuke the NCR at that point?
They're very clearly not the same faction, but at the same time, the attitude that they had, that Hank displays, was that they were expecting everybody else to just die off on their own. The NCR's resurgence and advancement into a nation and continued growth without collapse is why he decided to go off on him.
Which, again, means that they'll have to do the same exact thing to the Legion. They will have to attack Caesar's Legion.
Yeah.
And he's also going to have to wipe out. Oh, by the way, I was saying before, all the other corporatos who were not Vault-Tec at the meeting in episode 8. Sorry, jumping ahead again. They are all New Vegas factions, all New Vegas figures.
Yep.
Actually, to be fair, they don't really have to. If it was Legion, they don't have to use any nukes on the Legion. The Legion would have just taken care of itself.
The Legion should be all over New California right now.
Yeah, the Legion should actually be the dominant faction now.
With no one to oppose them, they should have stormed California.
Most of the timelines, Caesar probably dies.
Yeah,
like his
but that doesn't matter.
Yeah, that doesn't matter.
No,
They still have to leg it.
because the Legion would have eaten itself.
No. Okay, look, this is a misconception. This is a misconception. They wouldn't immediately fall. They would take California, and then once there was nowhere left to conquer, they wouldn't be able to turn it into a proper nation, and then it would eat itself. It wouldn't immediately just crumble away into dust. They're an army.
Immediately, but
they know how to fight.
It would take like 5 years for like most of them to like kill each other off.
But the thing is, we would still see a Legion presence at this time in 2296. There is none.
California would be a Legion territory. It probably wouldn't stay a Legion territory for very long, but it would still be a Legion territory.
And there's no sign of them.
None. They'd also have to nuke the Brotherhood, because the Brotherhood have basically taken over California at this point, so they'd have to nuke them as well.
Yeah, the Brotherhood at this point has like apparently the confidence to build like above ground military bases, like just in plain sight, and fly their airships around it. Yeah,
exactly.
Also, I get the impression that what happened here, the reason that Hank went off on the NCR was he didn't know they were there. The Vault-Tec is not keeping tabs up top. They can't, because he chases his wife out to go retrieve her and his daughter, chases them down to Shady Sands. That's how he finds Shady Sands is even there. So he didn't know. And then he comes back to continue following up on the Vault-Tec plan. So Vault-Tec is not tracking this.
The other question is, why does Vault-Tec have a nuclear arsenal? And why did the Legion, or not the Legion, why didn't the Enclave kick their shit in to take that arsenal?
Because capitalism evil.
Because they're separate and competing factions.
There's an interesting modicum of an idea of a company whose business model is fear, essentially, to play up that fear. But again, we're jumping ahead, but the idea that they'd actually start a war for money is the most stupid thing I've ever heard.
Yeah,
especially since it sounds like Vault-Tec is not just involved in making vaults at this point. Like they seem to have their fingers in entertainment and consumables, and
by the show's own statement, they own 50% of everything.
Yeah. So
which is absolutely stupid.
Like our government contract to build fallout shelters it fell through. We keep the money. We just don't have to do any more of the work.
Yeah, which I'm gonna tell you, every single contractor, every current day military contractor does that exact same fucking thing. By the way.
No! This is our money still. You don't get this back. There are no refunds.
Remember in Fallout 4, they literally had unfinished vaults that they were just not doing anything because they'd already been paid. So they were like, well, fuck it, we just won't finish the vaults.
Yeah, there's a lot of the the baseline. We'll get to that later probably, but like there's a lot of this baseline kind of like pseudo like capitalism bad kind of vibe that like drives some of the motivations that like wouldn't pass an Econ 101 class, honestly.
Yeah, like the way that we can become richer is to kill off all of our competition and all of our customers. Woo!
Yeah. The idea of that is that Vault-Tec would basically secretly be buying out all the media outlets. They'd be buying out all the newspapers, all the television stations, and they would be basically creating an atmosphere of absolute panic with just so people would buy their subscription plan, buy their place in the vaults. That's the business model.
Yeah.
The worst thing that could happen to them ever would be an actual nuclear war.
Yeah.
But the fear of the nuclear war is what gets them business.
And of
Yeah,
course,
so-
it doesn't work with all. There are only a handful of vaults which were you could buy your way in. Every other one you have to apply for, and most of them are like we have criteria that are based on, the experiment for the given vault.
Yeah,
which
to
is
the outside
also
person, the criteria would look like fairy tale Looney Tunes logic, but in knowing that it's an actual vault experiment, they have very specific criteria for that.
Yeah.
right. But on top of everything else, we get the funny thing in that he says we have over 100 vaults built. They already have them. Then they come up with the idea for the experiments.
Right. Yeah.
Which is so stupid because they built all the
Oh
vaults
my
specifically
God.
around the experiments.
Oh my god.
So did they fund them on all the rich people and then say, by the way, you can't come because we changed what the vault's for?
Exactly.
Or they
Again, none of it worked.
retroactively design them as experiments.
They would have had to rebuild them.
Yeah, they would have actually had to go in and rip out all the work they did and redesign.
Oh my god.
And also that whole thing, like, oh well, let's make competition. Let's see who the best person wins. Because factions are bad. Let's make different factions within vaults that will fight each other. That makes a lot of sense.
In before they built an extra 100 vaults to do the experiments in.
Also, wouldn't the guy that is like selling this pitch be like completely convinced that his ideological position is actually just the right one? Like, what's to stop him from just, sabotaging their vaults and also whatever they're using to not die? It's like, oh well.
What stops him from just nuking the competition if he's already going to nuke the U.S.?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, maybe this is why like the water chips were just not sent to the right place. Maybe it wasn't just incompetence or something. Who knows?
And, the great thing about House there is that House built his big laser battery to defend against incoming missiles, but Vault-Tec doesn't deploy using missiles.
Yeah.
They apparently deploy ground burst stuff that I would presume is driven in a truck, which, hey, that's how the Enclave survived. Hard to drive a truck out to the oil rig.
Well, okay, so let's steel man this.
Wouldn't have saved New Vegas, though.
Let's steel man this. Say that like maybe Vault-Tec has, I don't know, 20 nuclear devices or something, and then they set it off in like a very specific place and maybe like feed some like nonsense Chinese chatter onto the airwaves to provoke the U.S. into making an assault or something, right?
We know that that's not what happened because we already have the confirmation that Chinese nuclear subs were spotted and actually engaged off the coastlines.
Yeah.
And they're the ones that actually launched the nuke.
Yeah,
no,
and they
I'm
launched
just
the
saying.
nukes.
I'm just saying, based off the show's like retarded plan to
Yeah, the
make
show
them
is
richer.
retconning the start. That's what it boils down to.
Because there's a lot of profit incentive in the end of the world. It's like no, there isn't.
House. Yeah, there's
the
literally none.
opposite. You don't get any more revenue.
Yeah, it's literally the exact opposite. That's where
The man who is the cross between Bill Gates and Howard Hughes says something that stupid.
Yeah.
And again, I can't help but notice Bethesda's own games, like up to Fallout 4, which is like the last, assuming we're not counting Fallout 76, which why the fuck would we? But like basically Fallout 4, the last game in the series, and even they had a Chinese submarine off of the coast that even like the guy was like, yeah, we launched our nukes.
Multiple games have Chinese subs in them. Lookout
exactly. Yes.
Well, I mean, it's not even.
The Xi Empire in California were based out of a nuclear sub from China.
I just want to, because you guys know more about the first couple of games than I do. The story's always been that like there's the reason that the Great War happens is because of a global energy crisis that isn't as much of an issue for the United States because we have like fusion reactors now, right?
Well, fission reactors, but
fission reactors.
It gets the beauty of the original games, and I if I was on a good day, I could probably quote the initial intro by heart, but the intro is specifically says too many humans, not enough resources to go around.
Mhm.
You know, the details are trivial and pointless, and like that's the idea. Like it's the same old. We want resources, more humans, less resources, less supply, more demand. We fight each other, we kill each other. War bad. That was the whole premise, and the details weren't so much important because the important thing was what happens after.
The OG games made a point of not declaring who it was that launched anything because they wanted it to be about what came after, not going back and
Though
and-
the authors have stated firmly it was China. China launched.
yeah,
first.
they did have like writers' Bibles, or I'm sorry, the Fallout Bibles, the interview.
I forget
But
exactly. Like each
Bethesda-
game has its own like little lore bits. Like I think in Fallout 2 it even talks about Skynet. It's like there are some silly,
but
there are some
Bethesda
decent
ever
details,
since
but
has constantly said, "Oh, we're going to do a reveal." We do the reveal. Here's the reveal. I mean, in Fallout 4, you can actually meet a still alive Chinese naval captain.
Exactly.
On
That's what I'm
his
saying.
sub. Yes.
Bethesda itself like confirms that China is the one that nuked the US, not Voltec, because we literally meet a living Chinese soldier on a Chinese submarine who states that they are the ones who bombed Boston.
Yep.
Yeah.
Even better, we know the exact time when the bombings happened. And so the show actually contradicts even that because you see
In the
birthday
first
party.
second.
Yeah.
In the first second, there's the plot hole and a contradiction with Bethesda's own lore.
Yes,
In the
because
first
the bombs
second.
would have hit the West Coast at like 6 a.m., 6 in the morning.
Yeah.
That's when the bombs
For
would have hit the West Coast.
Yeah, for context, anyone who doesn't know, we're going off of the fact that in Fallout 3, all the clocks stopped at 9:47 a.m.
And
No, not
that's
even just that.
maintained
We
in
get
Fallout 4 too.
confirmation.
Just in
that
case
the
people
launch
don't
is-
know.
Yeah, we actually get
Did that happen
confirmation
in
that the launch is
Chernobyl
happening.
as well? Where the clock stopped?
No. Okay, the reason it didn't happen in Chernobyl is because there was no EMP.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
depending on the complexity of the clock, some clocks may be affected, some clocks may not. Like if it's a digital clock versus just like a wind up, you'd get a completely different. I mean, a wind up obviously.
Well,
would be
okay,
different,
what
yeah.
they, for ones that ran on regular power is also you had the power blowouts due to the EMP. So
Yeah.
That is a
the
cool ass
shockwave.
detail that you know the exact time the bomb dropped because the clock stopped
Well,
working.
It's a
At
cool
least
ass
when the-
detail if they didn't constantly retcon it.
Yeah.
So now it's broad daylight on the West Coast, and then the bombs go off.
Which means it would have been afternoon in the fucking East Coast when it happened,
Mhm.
not 9 in the morning.
Yeah. So like, okay, just quickly, what time would you say it is in that first scene of episode 1 where Howard Cooper, or Cooper Howard, whatever his name is at the birthday party? Because
At
to me,
least
Like
11
midday.
Yeah, I would say
Like
like 12 or
11.
1.
11 a.m. probably.
11
It's anywhere
a.m.
between 11 and 1.
At the earliest,
Okay,
I would
so-
say 11 o'clock.
Okay, so let's go with the earliest then, 11 a.m. 3 hours onto that is 2 p.m. on the East Coast.
Yeah.
It's like,
May
it just doesn't
I
line up
just
at all.
say that particular day in Los Angeles was so beautiful, with such a clear sky, and no smog? That's impossible. It's Los Angeles.
Well, they have like nuclear
Fusion
cars.
cores.
I'm
Fusion
yeah.
cores, basically.
yeah.
Yeah.
I can't wait for, when they already did some fucking damage control, but I can't wait for when, people start like questioning this stuff more, and Bethesda's response will just be, well, we're not beholden to stuff people wrote 20 years ago, including ourselves. 'Cause
Yeah.
they'll have to add that too. They'll have to say including ourselves now.
Yeah,
Yes.
it is. It is
No,
kind of-
Season 2's gonna be
Pagan,
a
hold
shit
on.
show.
But we're not
Pagan,
beholden
Pagan,
to
Pagan,
things
Pagan.
people wrote 20 minutes ago.
Pagan, they're not beholden to things they wrote 20 minutes ago, like Callback just said, because Emil just confirmed that the character he wrote, the main character he wrote for Fallout 4 is
Yeah.
a war criminal laughing at civilians getting executed.
Yeah,
And
he
then
created
backpedaled
Rake the
it.
Rake.
Yeah,
Yes,
even better
the
with
greatest
that whole
lore.
situation. So this is for anybody that somehow missed this. Emil, doing his usual fucking hack writer bullshit, comes in and is like, I'm about to drop a knowledge bomb on y'all. Well, he says a funny tidbit. And he says that the guy you see in the annexation of Canada video, Yeah, he's the same guy as the main character of Fallout 4. Yep, that's right. That's Nate. And then people started pointing out, well, wait a minute. He hands a pistol to another guy who then executes an unarmed prisoner, and then they both laugh about it, and then laugh harder when they shoot the corpse and it twitches. Also, Nate wasn't in the military for 2 years at that point, you dumb fuck.
Yeah.
Contradicting his own lore. And this is something I've mentioned before, but it's kind of this... First of all, it's kind of the thing that, like, bad fan fiction writers do of, oh, my original character is actually a family member of, like, characters you know from the official material. It's that kind of shitty-ass writing.
You know what the most annoying part of this is that he made a response to that, and it was basically just along the lines of, oh, it's so sad to see like all this hate I'm getting and all these people responding this way. But I love the actual fans. I love the real good Fall fans.
Pagan.
As if it's our fault that you fucked it up.
Yeah.
No, Pagan. The worst part of it is that he says that not everything he says is canon.
Yeah,
this is...
even though he just said
This
that
fucking-
this is tidbit, which
It's in the
implies
same
it can.
statement. It's the same damn statement. I was just sharing a fun tidbit. It's like, if it's a tidbit, how is it a tidbit? It's a tidbit only if you say that this is legit. Oh, but it's not canon. You motherfucker.
I really need to point this out. It kind of goes to show what a fucking clown person ML is. He is the lead writer. He has word of God power over the franchise. So when he comes out and says, hey, XYZ is canon, that means it's fucking canon. Like, he didn't literally say the word canon, but when you say, hey, Nate is the character from this cinematic from Fallout 1, well, yeah, people are going to take that as canon, because why the fuck else would you say it that way?
Yeah, he wasn't saying like how cool would it be. He was saying that I can finally reveal this cool connection.
Yeah, I have the tweets
from the writer, from the from the writing director / design director of Bethesda, saying that that's a little bit more than just, hey, wouldn't it be kind of funny if blah?
Yeah.
Cut
Like,
to J.K. Rowling. I didn't know people would get upset if I said Dumbledore was gay.
Here's the exact.
I'm just sharing a tidbit.
Here's the exact tweet, though. I had it up on screen while you guys were talking about it, but given the great vibes recently, and the millions of amazing Fallout fans, that's you, I feel like the time is right to finally share an unknown link between Fallout 1 and Fallout 4. Remember the Fallout 1 opening movie? Annexation of Canada? Same guy. No, not the shooter.
Like that made it better.
Yeah, again, and then we talked about it during one of the episodes, but there's a concept in law which is the hand of one is the hand of all. And the basic way to break that down is, if you are a getaway driver and you drive a criminal crew to a bank heist and then they start killing people in the bank heist and you get away, you will still be charged for murder.
Yeah.
Because you were complicit in the criminal conspiracy. Again, the hand of one is the hand of all.
Although one might say that nobody actually got shot there because it was a communist, but you know.
Are we saying that Emil is an accomplice to fanfic?
Yes.
Yes.
But I love how... So again, I mentioned how he has to insert his original character into the original games. He doesn't realize as lead writer he has word of God power over the franchise currently. But also, he somehow doesn't realize that being an accomplice to a war crime is still a war crime. Like, how the fuck is this guy the lead writer for anything?
Yep.
Yeah, I would call him less accomplice to fanfic, more of an attempted writer. I think that's the
a literal character assassin.
An attempted murder.
He straight up assassinated Nate's character.
Yes.
Yeah, this is the crazy thing. The writing for the Fallout show is so bad, and ML doing stupid shit like these tweets are making me defend Fallout 4. I don't want to defend Fallout 4. I fucking hate that game.
I love the, like, you know, we're sitting here saying, like, you know, that's stupid, that's dumb. But I love that there were so many people just being like, that's fucking base! Yeah, hell yeah, Nate the Rank, bitch!
That
What
was
is
funny.
What does it feel
Nate,
like
what
to
does
have
it feel-
killed a
Yes!
man? I have no idea. I've only shot communists.
Exactly.
I've
What's
seen
it
that
like
exact.
to have killed a man? I have no idea. I've only shot Canadians.
Yeah, I've seen that
Yeah,
exact
yeah.
meme with
Oof.
Canadians.
Oh, do you
Wow.
guys remember Walter Goggins like saying, "Why do I shoot this guy?" and the whole reveal about the writer being a communist, and then
Yeah,
in the movie,
Cadillac Bob is what he's
Oh,
like.
that was-
Cadillac Bob
that
was
was
a
all
communist?
stupid.
Okay,
Okay.
that's one thing I think that was just very, very blatantly stupid too.
Yeah.
Because like they're trying to do like, oh look, it's McCarthyism, oh it's the Red Scare. It's like, okay,
One.
McCarthy didn't go far enough.
Soviet infiltration of Hollywood is a historical fact. Like
Yes.
we have historical evidence, and we have like blatant.
Actual
This is what they
KGB
were
records.
trying to do. Like they were invested a heavily amount of money to put in communist ideology in Hollywood and entertainment. This is a known fact.
Yep.
But two, the Red Scare makes sense when you're engaged in a hot war with communists.
Yeah.
They recently invaded Alaska.
Oh, absolutely.
And again,
and
the games
there's-
have shown that there are Chinese spies. Like,
Yeah.
they
And-
exist. We know they're there. Hell, there's literally like a side mission all about that in Fallout 3 and Point Lookout, where you follow the path of a Chinese spy and how they were infiltrating Point Lookout.
Also, in the first episode, there's a blink and you miss it moment that I had to go back and check of somebody reading a paper, and it is that the land war in Asia is expanding as the American counterattack goes in. So we're in China by
Yeah.
the time all this is happening.
Yep.
It's just really dumb. It's really dumb, and like it's the blatant sort of like, oh, you know, I read The Crucible when I was in middle school, so you know this is how, you know, people got persecuted in Hollywood and shit. It's like, okay, buddy.
Yeah,
Mhm.
This is literally one of those statements where it's like, you don't hate Hollywood actors enough. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Well,
just,
writers. It's writers in this case.
just
Yeah,
quickly,
may I just? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I just want to quickly recommend Razorfist's video. Hollywood was always red.
Yeah.
Yes.
I would like to throw in here that I am both, but I feel vindicated and ashamed that this show has confirmed two of my theories for Fallout.
Oh boy.
One was that the T60 armor is in fact an upgrade from T45. I've been saying that for years. It's like it's a refit and a rebuild of what's obsolete power armor to continue its service life. That's common to the military.
Yes.
And that's why Goggins is like, the T45 had this exploit here. I wonder on the T60 if it's still there. That makes sense if it is that. The other
But
thing is that when they show the big board of vaults, you've got one way the hell up in Canada. I told you that's the fucking enclave in Canada.
I do though want to push back on the T45 having this obvious flaw.
This was stupid for other reasons. Go ahead.
The reason that this is stupid, and I explained this to Cree and Pagan. Okay, that sounds a bit harsh, but I just explained it for any general knowledge. When the military is testing things that they want to actually adopt, the United States military at least goes to ludicrous, absurd lengths to not adopt things. Because the military doesn't want to spend shit on retooling all the armories, retooling all the training, retooling all the transports. Like, they don't want to do that. They want to keep the shit they have. So you best believe that T45, if they had put it out there on the range to be tested, it was gonna get fucking hammered by every single piece of equipment they had to find any excuse to say, nope, not taking it, get it the fuck out of here.
And they did that, yeah. They did that with a number of infamous weapon systems. Kind of did the opposite in some cases. The Sergeant York, remember, it was based on an M48 patent. The patent chassis was useless by that time, but they had shitloads of them around. It's like, how can we keep using this? Use it for other purposes. So the idea that the Army would try and upgrade something that they already had a lot of, yeah, I can see them doing that. So anyways, kind of a tangent there, but I kind of crow and want to eat crow being right on those 2 points.
Yeah.
But it's
So-
a
so
satire. It's
we-
supposed to be funny.
Yeah. So the T-45 and the T-60 having this stupidly, hilariously easy weak spot. No, that would never have passed muster, because I guarantee you they would have had these T-45s getting hammered in the prototype testing phase with like 50 cows lined up.
They would have like a Vulcan going at it just to pour as much lead on every single centimeter as they could.
Yep, and that shoulder plate right there, it failed within 25 seconds of getting hit by literally depleted uranium rounds. Not gonna pass muster. Get that shit out of here. We don't want it. Dude, they tried to do that with the fucking Ontos.
Yeah.
Which is still my favorite. The Ontos is one of my favorite military vehicles of all time because it's it's recoilless rifles, but bazookas. It's 6 bazookas on a tank chassis. And then the United States Army just said out of nowhere, fire all 6, we want to see what happens. And they did that, and the backblast was so extreme, it actually damaged the fucking bunker they were in and destroyed all of the vehicles way out behind it.
The general's car
and the
getting
was
toasted is kind of a great way to lose your contract.
Yeah, and the Army was like, we don't want them. And the Marine Corps general stands up and says, we'll take 300. Thank you. And yeah, they were actually an incredibly effective vehicle. And the nickname for the Ontos was The Thing, and I just love it's such a good fucking vehicle because it looks like a monster. And the Vietnamese, North Vietnam hated it. They didn't want to get anywhere near it because it was insanely effective.
So you see that section of the village? I just want it gone. Okay, womp.
Yeah.
Anyways,
do you see that entire jungle? It's like,
as soon as the T-60 showed up in Fallout 4, I was like, the only way this makes sense is like this was refits of and kept to National Guard units. Like we want our NGs to actually have power armor, but we don't want to give them T-51s. That's still the best. And then of course they fucked that over anyways because the T-60's got to be the best thing now because of the higher number.
Yep.
Derp.
Anyways, to get back on track slightly again, I'm just gonna I don't even think we can keep this structured anymore. We already talked about... No, it's fine. It happens. I'm fine with the free flow conversation because it just kind of evolves naturally, and I do really like that. But there's some points I really want to make sure we hit. And I want to talk about Maximus and how much of a piece of shit he is, because I despise this character.
The trial of Maximus. Let us begin.
To summarize his entire journey very quickly, he's a recruit, I guess, in the Brotherhood of Steel. And an aspirant. And, like, pretty much from the moment he comes on screen, it seems like they want him to be a sympathetic character, with him getting hazed at first. But then, like, every single thing they show us of him after that shows him to be a miserable, pathetic, unlikable fucking loser. They have him in class, he can't identify what a circuit is, and, like, everyone in the Brotherhood seems to be singling him out. His only friend gets grievously injured, and he goes over to help. And, the higher-ranking Brotherhood guy just looks at him like, you fucker. It's like, why would you assume he did it? He does his interrogation thing, and in that scene, they ask, did you do it? And he says, I think he says no. But he says
no, I didn't do it. He over and over and over again.
Yeah.
And then he has that moment, and his little hamster wheel starts ticking. He's like, but I guess if I'm honest, I wanted it to happen. Is that bad?
Yeah. And it's like,
yes,
oh,
that's
fuck,
bad.
Yeah, this is a piece of shit character already. He wanted his friend to get hurt so he could get the promotion instead of her. Okay.
Yeah.
That part was pretty shitty, but like, I guess it's also kind of understandable, although his reasoning for like wanting to be a Brotherhood knight isn't really ever explained, except for
it's because he walked out of a bridge. We've shown it 8 times in the movie.
Yeah, Brotherhood Knight like was the first person he ran into after like everybody got killed in the nuclear blast or something. Like that didn't really ever get explained as to like why he strongly believes in the Brotherhood.
Well, it doesn't even
why the Brotherhood showed up there like at all.
It doesn't even. It doesn't even
Nah.
feel like he strongly believes in the Brotherhood, though, because he's kind of all over the place on his loyalty to them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although I guess the reason the Brotherhood might have been there, I assume anyway, that maybe like they're still kind of in a hostile relationship with the NCR, and then they see like the NCR capital gets nuked. It's like, oh well, I guess
Yeah.
we're gonna get ourselves some technology, boys.
But the last thing that the Brotherhood would want to do is to show up, get spotted by other NCR, and get associated with, they nuked our capital. And it's time for the genocide war, boys!
I need
three things going on there. First of all, the bombs have just gone off. Stuff is still smoking. Heat comes out of the fridge. The place is already radioactive enough. He should be dying in a few hours. Then he sees the Brotherhood of Steel. How fast did they get here?
Yeah.
Hey, a cool connection. Did you know that same exact fridge was the same fridge that Indiana Jones survived through?
No, no. It's
lined with lead.
This one said milk bottles on it.
Yes.
And had no fan in it, so there was a gap in the back.
You know what? Honestly, though, like that, the way that scene was framed and like the amount of times it kept on showing, I was convinced that like they were gonna do something retarded, like oh, the Brotherhood actually nuked Shady Sands or some shit like that. It's like, okay.
Yeah. You always assume there was more to it, but there never is. They just keep showing us fucking 5 seconds.
They never explain it. They never explain why that Brotherhood Knight was there. They never explain anything.
Hold on. Yeah. There is more to it. The last time they show it, the camera pans down into the crater and we see a few little fires in there.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, that part was really dumb.
About the friend getting hurt, I always assumed there'd be a reveal that he actually did it and that he's a morally corrupt character. That his morals aren't really aligned. He's the one who.
Well, he is a morally corrupt character.
Friend that did it to themselves. And you're like, huh? Transgender person.
Of course, it's transgender.
By the way, since I'm just this autistic and a Cold War kid, I noticed that there was this underground level that had been revealed by the creator. So I figured, what if that's one story? I then measured that on the screen bit by bit by bit to figure out how deep the thing was, and then checked it against actual real world data on what would create a creator like that. We're talking, if that is a one-story structure, that's half a megaton detonation.
Okay.
That's 500 kilotons. And to put that in perspective, Hiroshima was 16 kilotons.
Yeah.
There should be, if the thing was right next to the crater, there should be no milk fridge there. There should be the melted husks of plastic. And maybe a bone that's charred.
I do want to grab a comment before it gets too far away, because it was funny and it made me laugh. I've been wanting to get this for a bit. Oh no, I've lost it. I have lost it. No! Where is it?
Do you remember what it is?
Yeah, I remember...
Yeah, not only did the fridge survive, but it wasn't thrown anywhere.
There it is. I found it. Chattiest the Fly Farmer beating up Maxi Chud for his weak cock exploding game.
Yes!
Right, okay.
Hold on. The friend hurting herself, oh my god, like it just shows how much of a piece of shit she is too, because it looks like he's being taken off to be executed and she does nothing. She's willing to let him die.
She does
I don't buy this.
She does say, he wouldn't hurt a fly, and then I would actually think that would make his situation worse. He's like, here's a coward in a bush.
This is what happened. People are going with that simply because she came out and said it at the last minute. Everything about Maximus to that point, he's not showing concern that his comrade was harmed. He is acting like the sociopath who did it and doesn't want to be caught. And then he even says the thing, a sociopath. No, she doesn't confirm. It's like she's covering for him to save his life.
No, she does confirm.
No. She does.
She actually does confirm and apologize directly to him that she almost got him killed.
Okay, I must have totally missed that. Sorry.
Yeah, which again, it's just like, the unintended messaging of the show is wild.
It was she should have confirmed it.
Yeah.
So stupid.
So yeah, back to the transgender self-harmed.
Maximus gets his like break after his friend gets injured grievously, and he's like suspected of doing it, but instead gets rewarded with a promotion.
Yeah.
for some reason.
Again, what I mentioned, get character into shit and then quickly reel him out of it as if nothing happened.
Yeah.
That's another
Yeah.
example.
Also, there's the bit with the elder. I shouldn't say the elder, the high cleric or whatever. When he's interrogating, and it comes down to basically, I don't care if you did it. I just want absolute loyalty from you personally. Fuck the Brotherhood ideals. And as long as you're willing to say this, then it doesn't actually tell him to say that. But when he does, reaches out, pats him on the head. Good boy.
Yeah. I've got another normie question. You guys mentioned it. Why doesn't he know anything about sex? I'm confused at that. Like, shouldn't everyone?
Nobody knows.
He has a
Nobody
6-year-old.
knows. One of the guys in the barracks is like jacking off.
Yeah, it's like,
This is
No, he understands
Right.
what sex is. He understands what happens to somebody, but he still has this idea that it's like this weird affliction.
Yeah.
like I know like it's probably done for me to laugh, but I didn't find it funny. Instead, I was like confused. Like, hang on, this is a dystopian world, end of the world.
Also,
Everyone should know about reproduction. Like that should be like the main focus.
yeah.
you mean like with my cock, as opposed to
like what?
My
like,
butt.
yeah. Like, what do you want? You? Dude, that
like what could he
dialogue.
possibly otherwise be thinking of?
Yeah.
This dialogue was so fucking good that when it first started, and we got the, do you want to have sex? What, you mean like use my cock? Cree paused it and said, okay, we're gonna try and get through this dialogue without pausing. We're gonna have a safe word. The safe word's gonna be jelly mold. And then he goes, we're gonna try our hardest to get through all this dialogue because it's gonna be really bad. Okay? And me and Pagan both agreed with it. And then Cree pushes play and listens. He goes, and then it explodes like a pimple. And then Cree just pauses it real quick without saying a word. And then just goes, what the fuck?
Yeah, that was very weird.
Yeah, there's some
Very off-putting. It
really just weird.
I'm laughing
literal.
at it. I'm not laughing with it.
yeah.
Yeah, it's like, oh, you want to make my cock explode now? It's like, oh, well, that's a line.
Yeah.
And like, I
mean-
guess like the best way I could explain it maybe is that maybe because in New Vegas it's pretty clear that like they just inbreed with each other. Like the Brotherhood doesn't take in any new people. They just like replenish their numbers from within or something. But it seems like this Brotherhood chapter, which is geographically very close to the one in New Vegas, I guess just takes up random strays
Yeah.
and like
Specifically
indoctrinates them.
brotherhood, like brotherhood,
Flam-
like they're
Well,
Yeah.
if this is supposed to be like a carryover of
Lost Hills.
like Fallout 4 Brotherhood coming over here, then that is something that they would bring over, is that they do initiates and stuff now.
Yes and no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes and no, Pagan.
But
'cause it's worth pointing out, in Fallout 3 they would hire rando wastelanders. In Fallout 4 you needed a sponsor. You needed to
Yeah.
prove yourself before they would let you in. So
Now, I could
Yeah.
see a justification in cases like Maximus where they find a child, right? You're like, okay, we can literally upbring you into our philosophy. We don't have to worry about
Indoctrinate
you
you, yeah.
having...
Yeah. So if like a lot of them were indoctrinated, I guess that could make sense. It's like they just get like indoctrinated into thinking that sex is like some weird disease or
Yeah.
something.
But they
I
wouldn't.
No,
No, the Brotherhood...
flamenco counter argument.
Hmm.
You want to make my cock explode?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
yeah, that's a good point. That's a
I
good point.
actually have to give that credit, because the attitude there is that he's never had an orgasm. He doesn't know what it is.
No, he's clearly had his thing explode. It's very
Yeah,
embarrassing, and like that happens to other dudes, but it doesn't
But,
happen
oh,
to
not
him.
me.
He's jacked off before. Like it is very clear he
Obviously.
is jacked off before, and he thinks it's gross.
The thing is, like, don't the Voltec members try to think to themselves they can convert the Raiders back into, Voltec-bound people? So that doesn't quite work here as well either, really. If you just take in strays, are you sure you're going to indoctrinate them?
Well,
into your
again,
full,
like I said,
you know?
as children, I understand. But if it was an adult, like a
Yeah, I
random
mean,
he shows up, I'd be
with
like,
a random
no.
child, it makes sense. If like these people are like literally throwing their shit at you when you're trying to give them food, it's like, yeah, these people aren't really. They're like more feral animals.
He's showing his butthole to me. He's trying to communicate.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is also kind of weird because like you would assume that Moldova's men that she brought in with her to the vault are like from the same group that are guarding them, and those people seem pretty disciplined. They don't seem like they're like feral savages or anything.
Yeah, I actually.
Well, remember they
Yeah.
managed to fool the vault dwellers. Like they were there having a party with them and talking with them, and they didn't suspect anything.
Yeah.
So they could clearly
Despite
speak to them on the
themselves.
same level.
Yeah, but I was actually dying to make a point about this earlier. The people that infiltrated Vault 33, the people Moldaver had infiltrate Vault 33, I am very fucking sure that they're not NCR and that they're just raiders that they found and hired to do the job. And I'm very fucking sure of it, because if Moldaver had manpower to dispose of, wouldn't she just leave a dude in fucking Philly to find Wiltzig? The
whole plot is fucked for multiple other reasons. But I can't buy them being raiders because again, they were too disciplined. They were too willing to go along with the thing instead of like shooting up their drugs and just going on a killing spree the moment the fucking vault door opened.
Yeah, there are more
why
generic
pretend?
wastelanders.
Why pretend? Why not just attack as soon as the doors are open?
Yeah, because there's nobody there with weapons. Like they could have literally taken out the head of the vault immediately.
Listen. Moldova really liked that one guy, and she just wanted him to get laid before they started killing. Obviously.
One
that was the
here,
creepiest fucking part, though. That was the happiest day of my life.
Yeah.
Like, ugh.
At the beginning, we see Lucy when she's doing her target practice. It's not with one of those stupid little trank guns. She's using one of the SMGs. Granted, she's firing it semi-auto. When she has the chance to grab one off of the invaders, I guess we'll call them, she doesn't. She sticks with the stupid trank gun. It's right there. You're trained for this.
That's fair.
You know how to
though.
use it.
That's within her character to be like, I don't want to kill anybody. Like she doesn't view the target practice on the range as like preparing to kill somebody. It's just like one of her hobbies.
She's seen half her vault wiped out in front of her.
I get that, but like it's consistent with her character throughout. I would say.
I say no because she's also warned about like the hostile life and everything. Like that's why they have the shooting trainings, because they don't say you're gonna have to kill people. They're like, no, we don't know what kind of wild animal and stuff is gonna be up there. She takes a fucking trank gun.
You're from the surface.
Yeah, and remember, the moment that the Geiger counter starts going off and it reveals that the guy is from the surface, the first thing she says is Raider. So she would know. So she would have to be combat trained to deal with them.
Yes.
Yeah.
And even better, like she's so fucking incompetent that she takes a weapon that needs to be reloaded every time you use it. Like, so she shoots it once into the gulper, and then she's sitting there holding it as if like she's gonna intimidate the gulper with an empty fucking gun. It's a wild animal. It doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah.
I also like how Moldaver's plan relied entirely on Hank not getting killed, yet they do everything to allow Hank to get killed, and Lucy as well, because she's the only real bargaining chip they have.
Well, not only that.
If the guy who pretended to be her husband had like taken her hostage, that would have made a lot more sense.
Yes.
Yeah, but he tries to kill her twice.
Yeah.
Hank almost dies, I think, twice. It's just like, and the fucking infiltrators are just shooting around randomly. A lot of vault dwellers are just standing there. It's very fucking convenient that you did everything possible to try to allow Hank to die.
Yeah,
it's
holy shit.
I guess I'll say this. Maybe like getting Hank was just as devil's advocate for here, maybe getting Hank was like the end goal, but maybe if if it didn't work out, wipe out everybody in the vault and wait for another person to come out. Because for some reason, Hank has the codes that she needs for the MacGuffin to be activated.
okay, I can actually.
All of them have it. All the junior executives have it.
Yeah.
I could actually see this as being a Fallout 2 level. You're going in, it's like your objective is to get this guy. And then you have to save scum 20 times because he keeps getting killed by your allies.
Yeah.
But going back to Maximus's plot line, he gets promoted to Squire, and he gets assigned to Knight Titus, the wonderful character that, my favorite moment with Knight Titus was in, like, episode 7, when he heroically saved someone.
Yeah.
No, they're flying out to Philly, because they suspect Wilzig might be out there. And you have a moment where Maximus could ask him, a question that could actually be kind of meaningful for the situation. Instead, he just asks something arbitrary and stupid, and
Wait, what does he ask?
Did you go with that? Did you go with that lining because it's better, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, like I think he was asking some like pertinent questions about the armor.
He was actually.
Yeah.
And this, believe it or not, this is the kind of thing you might expect between a newbie and a veteran, where the newbie is trying to make small talk and also trying to learn something at the same time, or showing off what he thinks is advanced knowledge.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, because he's a squire to this guy, and like a squire is essentially like an assistant that's also supposed to be trained into being a knight.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's what the end goal of all squires are. Is to
right. I didn't have a problem with that. I didn't.
Yeah.
But
no, my biggest problem is, okay, first of all, they're sending him out after, quote, the target. Why the target? Because he has this MacGuffin that will change the wasteland forever. Whoever gets it is going to control the wasteland. They send the guy who just randomly says, you know what? I'm bored. I want to shoot something. Let's go off mission.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I was building up to.
Yeah.
I was
to
actually
that
going to
point,
mention
I don't have a problem with him.
The cleaning the crotch plate thing seemed weird, and the whole awkwardness of Maximus trying to put it back on.
Yeah.
That seemed like it was a deliberate insult, because that is a codpiece.
Yeah.
If you are in armor, it's probably where he pisses.
Yeah, we know.
We know.
The issue we had is that instead of trying to make actual, like what would feel like real small talk and actual getting genuine information about the area, it's just used as a way to make Titus seem like more like the startings of, oh, he's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
And we're going to keep adding on to that more and more and more until he's literally a cartoon villain that you want to die.
Yeah.
That is the way they wrote him. Jesus.
Yeah. And
Titus is written to be like this like dumb meathead asshole, essentially.
Yeah, who, again, like, just leaves him to... It's funny, because, like, we made Titus to be overwhelmingly, like, hilariously, cartoonishly evil, to the point, like, he's talking about how he's going to have Maximus executed. And then Maximus, like, refusing to give him medical aid at all or do anything else and just sit there and watch him die. I'm like, Jesus Christ, Maximus, this doesn't make you look better.
No, I mean, to be fair, though, like, it completely justified on Maximus's part. Like, the guy is, like, actively saying, as a person who has like a lot more weight with his words in the Brotherhood, when we get back, I'm blaming you. You're gonna get executed. Fuck you. Give me the medical attention.
No, here's the difference. This
and
is
then
when
Maximus
you
is
take the gun and put it in his mouth and pull the trigger. It's not when you just sit there and watch like a sociopath as he fucking expires from injury.
I would say it's completely understandable. It's completely understandable for Maximus to be like, I'm just gonna let nature take its course. Fuck this guy.
Yeah, I would say shooting him probably put a little bit more of a damper on the Brotherhood, like forgiving him if they like. We found him with a bullet hole in his fucking head. He was attacked by a bear. How did that happen?
Yeah,
wanna
No,
explain that?
that's easy. You just
Okay.
say you put him out of his misery. Like there
No,
was
no,
literally
it's,
No.
yeah. Look at all those
Ooh.
bear lacerations. Yeah, the bear got him. He
No,
died.
no,
and then
I
no.
never penetrated the armor, but okay.
No, but you have to remember the stim pack is a magic motherfucking thing. in
Exactly.
this
Oh,
fucking
They
yeah,
had
show.
that
that is
impact, so they'd be
right.
like, "Why didn't you
That's the
administer?"
thing. They only it's
There's-
only magic in like particular scenes. Then other scenes it acts like it's supposed to.
You see, it made perfect sense if Maximus actually had a plan. If he had, oh, I have an alibi now. The bear killed him. I didn't. I have an out if this comes up. But everything he does after that fucks that over. But before we even get to that, I kind of thought while I was initially watching the show, that the way the writers were trying to treat the Brotherhood was actually like of a hereditary knighthood. Because where you would get assholes who were just literally born to the role, but they didn't know anything really about being a knight except whatever they picked up. That would have made sense, but it doesn't make sense when it's a meritocracy that you get recruited into. You have to earn your way. There's no fucking way Titus would get there.
I would say that like maybe Maximus's plan was. I can't remember if it was before or after he comes back to the Brotherhood. The guy was like, you know, the people who are going to be able to take initiative are the ones who are going to like rise ahead. And he might have saw this as like, okay, if I actually like complete the mission after all this like colossal fuck up happened, like I'm going to get promoted. This is going to be my like ticket to the top.
Yeah, that was his original plan. And then he got his new squire, and then he started treating him just like Titus treated Maximus.
Yeah, and that's where I really started to hate the character. Where
and
like the
well,
moment.
I mean, to be fair, he emulated Titus in so far as like he was hazing the newbie. He didn't like send the newbie into the bear cave without armor. It's like, go
he was about to
bait
kill
the bear,
him.
asshole.
He's about to kill him at the very start. Like,
he was. We had to question that because we were like, what is he doing? Why is he opening his bloody hand over the squire and the squire freaking out? And the only conclusion you can come to that is he was going to kill the squire so that he could go off on his own without being like impeded or followed by the Brotherhood.
I
wouldn't have to call in.
I think he was just trying to scare him.
No,
I don't know.
Trying to get him killed. You also had him go up the apple tree as well. Like he's trying to get him killed the entire time, basically.
Yes, he was trying to kill him over and over. And then he finally changed his tune to save him from the gulper. He was even going to let him die to the fucking gulper.
No, he wasn't going to let him die to the gulper, because the thing that made him change his attitude towards Thaddeus was that moment they had. This is one of the very few moments of the show that I actually liked, where Thaddeus started asking, like, you know, what happened to Maximus, and Maximus is like, oh, tell me about him. And then Thaddeus is like, oh, yeah, he was just, you know, he was a guy. He seemed like a pretty good guy, I guess. I didn't really know him that well, though. And he's like, oh,
Thaddeus actually gets the character arc. It's Thaddeus.
Yeah, but then the problem with that scene is that it's abruptly cut. Like, just as it's getting good, it skips to the next one.
Yeah. And it also... This show likes to add a lot of really weird random lore that doesn't make sense, and we get a bit of that. See, this is part of the problem, is anytime we get a somewhat decent scene, it's ruined by something else. I'm going to come back to this Thaddeus thing in a second, but like, we get the moment in, I think it's episode 3 or 4, it's episode 3, where Norm the Manlet is trying to pit the council against each other, where he says, oh, sorry, that's my bad, overseer. And both those guys say thank you. And it's like, oh, hey, maybe he's trying to pit them together against each other. And it's like, yeah, it's a really cool moment. Then out comes knockoff Dave Chappelle. Hey, the water chip is fucked. And it's like, oh, so it's just a reference for the sake of a reference. Similar thing here, where we're having this moment where Maximus is learning that, oh yeah, this guy didn't actually hate him. It's just hazing thing. He's not that bad of a guy. But then we also get
the cycle of abuse. Yeah, that kind of aspect.
But we also got the weird lore edition of, oh yeah, I used to work on a fly farm. My job was a shitter. They would feed us, then we would shit, and the flies would eat the shit. Then they would mulch the flies in the food. What the
and that's why I'm so fat. And I'm like, wait, so they had food?
They had
they're
food.
wasting on you, so you can shit.
Yeah.
So they could flies.
It makes no fucking sense.
This is on Mad Max levels, where it's like Mad Max is like grabbing handfuls of maggots because that's food
Yeah.
in Fury Road.
Oh god.
But-
It's like, shit is
Which
a
is-
very, very spare, scant commodity.
Which is funny because, again, grabbing handfuls of maggots because that's our one thing we could eat, but also we have to give them regular food to create the shit to eat to get the flies to mulch them into food.
Yeah.
So
And that's why I'm
I
so
didn't even
fat.
get that.
Really?
I
Yep.
didn't get that. I thought he was creating fertilizer. Oh, I really. That's it.
No,
No,
that's
they
dumber.
were farming flies, yeah.
That's even
And
dumber.
the thing
Yeah.
is, it's that if they're talking
You will
bloat
eat the
flies,
bugs.
they didn't quite go far enough. Because if it was like a bloat fly farm, bloat flies are huge.
Yep.
So it's like ranching in that case, but they didn't go quite that far. And he just makes it sound like, oh, we're just catching the house flies.
Yeah.
yeah.
And again, this kind of like brings up a thing. These weird little asides that this show feels incredibly fetishy. Like
Yeah.
force feeding and scat is a fetish. The fucking pregnancy scene. Oh my god.
Yeah.
The waterfall
Sex
scene, my
Yeah,
favorite.
that's a fetish. Talking about how all this incest is going on and bestiality and stuff. It's like, holy shit.
Not even like
What the show?
implied, like flat out blatantly stated that like, yeah, they like fool around with their cousins.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Lucy and
Like,
Chet are
fucking
talking
that
like,
shit
hey,
is-
cousins fucking is totally fine
And
when we're young. And it's
Not-
like,
not
Wait,
just
what?
not just that, but Chet doesn't want to, he's acting like the door won't open because he doesn't want to lose Lucy. For the rest of the
Yeah.
show, he's depressed that he doesn't have his fucking cousin.
cousin to bang.
Yeah.
Well, he gets
Yeah.
over that really quick when the blonde eye patch lady starts banging him.
Who then dresses him up as her dead husband first and starts
Yeah.
referring to him as her dead husband, and he's not allowed to take this clothes off, and he must respond that it is her dead husband. Oh my god! Again, this
Yeah.
show
And they
feels like these
Yeah.
are barely disguised.
And then
fetishes.
as she's grinding on him, she stops while
Fully
still on him
clothed.
and is like, oh no, my water's breaking. And then she stands up and it pours out. It's like, yeah, no, that is
Yeah.
fetish. That is
Why
straight
did
up
you
fetish.
remind me?
May I
Before-
just say here that as a furry, I disavow.
Yeah, this is coming from a bunch of fairies. This show has weird fetishes. What?
yeah,
Yeah, I
Disgusting.
can't believe I just heard the sentence as a furry. I disavow.
Even
Yeah.
even the gulper
can.
thing, because there are fucking like looking into its mouth and all the little fingers to drag food in. It's like, oh my god, this is like a fucking vor fetishist.
Multiple times they do that. They do it it's not just one shot to show how like the creepy fingers. Every time it opens its mouth, it zooms in like a fucking vor like like video
Oh,
or
yeah,
something. Like
and-
why?
And the gulper is a retcon because it's not what they came up with for gulpers in Fallout.
Yeah,
4.
it's not an actual gulper. So
Unless they just want to say, just slang for whatever big thing wants to eat you out of water.
And let's not forget the pregnant women that are pregnant with mutant babies that they give birth to, and then the mutant babies eat the mother.
Oh,
Yeah,
and
the piranha fish.
They had to
The
make the bird
piranha.
sound like she was getting off on it. That was horrible.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, what the fuck was that sound? What
Oh.
the hell? I was watching that episode and I had to put the volume at minimum and I immediately went to fucking Twitter to bitch about it while I was fucking watching that.
Justified.
Oh, dude, it's so like, yeah. And again, this is all in the Fallout show. Even the fucking like being helpless and being dissected is a fucking fetish. And it's just like, oh god,
Are you into Vivi? I'm into Vivi.
ugh. Just the show it feels uncomfortable, like so much.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird shit that's just weird for the sake of weird. And speak of all the weird sex stuff.
Somebody in chat just said this. Frontier, Fallout the Frontier becoming canon with every step.
Oh god.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, with all the weird
There
sex
wasn't
stuff-
nearly enough rape for it to be Fallout the Frontier.
Okay, fair.
But we're only in season 1, huh?
Yeah.
They haven't talked about feet.
I know they're gonna do something with the Deathclaw in season 2. Like, there's gonna be some like fucked up character or some shit that like has sex with Deathclaws or something.
God.
We already
please
had a
no.
person
Watch them start
sodomized.
playing
Like,
Johnny
I am
Guitar.
fully expecting they're gonna do like the
Oh God, you
mention
know,
of like
Pagan.
the Fallout thing where they kept the Deathclaw as like a like for the lays
No.
eggs, except that it's gonna be different here where this guy keeps a fucking Deathclaw chained up in his shed that he rapes every fucking night or some
No,
shit.
Pagan, it's gonna be worse than that. They're gonna bring the intelligent Deathclaws back, and there's just gonna be like legit.
Oh no!
fucking
There's
married
gonna be
couple.
a horny one, and it's gonna hit on Maximus. It's gonna be like, "I love my coffee black" as it rubs its claw over.
No! Oh my God, no! That's God.
Pagan, no, Pagan.
Stop writing!
Pagan.
Stop writing for the show! Stop!
No, no.
Don't give them any ideas, you bastard.
Pagan, you fucking piece of shit. There was rum in my nose. I was fucking drinking.
Okay. Unironically,
Come
though,
on.
I really wanted because there's so much cool shit you could do if Vault 13 if the difficult ending for Fallout 2 where you actually get to the Enclave in time to stop the raid on Vault 13. I think it'd be an interesting idea of Vault 13 and the Intelligent Deathclaws actually being forced out of their territory by threat of the NCR. I would love for them to come back into the canon, not with fucking Bethesda though. Holy shit.
Oh god.
Fucking hell, they would chuff that so hard.
Can I just mention one thing that's a slightly more serious that really actually just makes me sad and really angry at the show? Are we okay with that? Because one of the things that made me effectively fall in love with Fallout, and here I am going quoting the comments I left in Kree's video because I had an epiphany at 4 in the morning. The ambience of old Fallout is so different from Bethesda Fallout, and I never realized why until I heard you guys talking about it. It's basically because in old Fallout, there wasn't destruction, there was devastation. And in current Fallout, there's only destruction, not devastation. You just don't get the feel of what Fallout is supposed to be, right? And it feels like everything you liked about Fallout is being spat on and mutilated with this show. And I think that's why so many people got so fucking angry at the show, myself included. If I saw Todd Howard, I would actually slap him. Not even joking. In Minecraft. Because it's like, how do you do something like this? How do you turn... Just think of the ambience you felt when you played or saw videos of, I don't know, Fallout 2 or Fallout New Vegas or Fallout 1 or whatever the fuck your favorite Fallout game is. Just think of that ambience and compare it with the fact that we have just talked about Deathclaw rape, pregnancy sex scenes in a fucking waterfall coming out of a skin-tight suit, and all that shit. How do you do that? How do you do that? Even if you wanted to make Fallout goofier and appeal to the TikTok and OnlyFans masses, how do you go from that in old Fallout to this?
Well,
I'm
by
just
not
thinking
being
about-
beholden to anything that anyone wrote before you.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking about
Even
the mods
still.
that you would require to go into Fallout 4 and slap Todd.
Can
so
somebody make a mod that adds
you
Todd
need-
Howard to Fallout New Vegas, please?
There is one. I think you would need knockout framework for the melee option.
No, I'm gonna use a mini nuke on him. But
Oh, okay.
even
Well, you
still,
said slap,
how
so
do
I'm
you get to that point? How do
Yeah.
you get to the point where you have pregnancy, lobotomized pregnancy sex, and a waterfall scene, and we legitimately believe that they might include Deathclaw rape in season 2. How do we get there?
Well, again, as I said, when you are not beholden to what came before, and you're that arrogant about it, and you think that you can do better than what was written before you, because that's all Bethesda ever does. They can't create good things anymore. They just destroy anything they get their hands on.
And they
It
don't
has
really
to be
do it.
deliberate. It has to be deliberate out of spite.
I feel like
In
one of the
actual out of spite.
I feel like one of the best examples is actually a change they did with Elder Scrolls, and obviously I'm going to reference the Dark Brotherhood here, but it's the same mentality that they apply to all of Fallout, where in Morrowind, the Dark Brotherhood is an assassin faction you can't join, but they're just assassins. They're a normal group. But then ML has his fucking, oh, it's going to be the dark version of Christianity thing. Hey, Todd, can I do
Catholic
this?
Church specifically.
Huh?
The Catholic Church specifically.
Yeah,
The dark
doesn't
Catholic
you know
Of
what I
course.
mean? You know what I mean.
Yeah.
And he goes, "Hey Todd, can I do this thing where I completely change the faction into something it's not?" Sure, go ahead. And they just apply that mentality
Yeah.
to everything where you have an existing faction. It has lore, it has a reason for existing in the series the way it does, and you just want to come in and overwrite it with whatever silly or weird or random ideas you have because, hey, this is a thing I could do with it. I like this idea. Let's just trample it.
Well, it goes also to what he said that he what was it? When people were saying you don't use you don't use writers' documents for your games, and then he said, "But I do," and then he went on to describe that their idea of writing documents is per quest. They segment it. Various writers will come up with their own ideas according to ML, and they will document that. They will track their own work, but actually doing a holistic check of the entire game, they don't do. It's just whatever they think is cool in the given moment. That's why in Fallout 4, ghouls need water, don't need water, need food, don't need food, need radiation, don't need radiation.
Yeah, there's four
The
examples
TV
of...
show doesn't need air for like years at a time.
Yeah,
Because I was just listening to you guys talk about everything because you guys, are better with argumentation than me, and I was just in pure disbelief at just having all of this in the same just all of this mentioned in such a short span of time. It's just I'm just in disbelief still, honestly.
I did want to mention one other thing related to this. It has to go to the corporate culture, and I don't mean Microsoft, although that turns out it may not have helped for them to get bought out by Microsoft, but Bethesda's biggest, I should say, most profitable game of all time so far is Fallout 76. Not because of its sales, but because of its whales. People who paid like $40 to get the game and then $400 to buy cosmetics and various other crap out of the Atom store.
yeah.
Yeah, that's funny because they're giving away Fallout 76 on PC for free for Prime members. I just got it.
Right.
Don't know whether I should play it or not, or demand a refund.
Okay,
Get it.
I was
throw it out
backer.
of the window.
I was a beta backer because, like I said, Fallout 76 is what broke me. I was hyped for 76. I really wanted to get in on it. The whole launch thing aside, if you want a Fallout-themed amusement park, just treat it like that. Go ahead, feel free to play through it. Just wander around, see the sights, do the things, then delete it off your hard drive and forget it exists.
I might just do that.
Yeah, it's like going to Disneyland. There is no through line of a story.
Yeah.
It's just things happen.
I mean, I got it for free, so
yeah. There you go.
And then play Fallout 2 or Fallout New Vegas with
I do have New Vegas. I've played like 30 minutes of it, and I'm like, oh, this is cool.
Play all of it.
Option, but yeah. I can see myself spending some time on this. One thing I wanted to ask you guys about the show is the professor and his MacGuffin.
Wildsig?
Yeah, because there's two like pillars of the show. I think that if you attack enough, the show completely collapses. One is Lucy's dad being evil. I saw that from like a million miles away. Oh, Moldova is the secret, a misunderstood villain, and the dad is evil because reasons. It's so simplistic and predictable. It's stupid. But the professor, right? So he creates a cold fusion device, pill, whatever it is. He puts it in his neck. Why? First of all, Second of all, why can he read minds? I don't feel like that was explained. Third of all,
Wait, when did he read minds?
He read Lucy's
When does he do
mind.
that?
He did read.
I
Lucy's
mean, that
mind.
could just
Like,
be him being a smarty pants and just noticing that she's from a vault, and because he studied all of that shit, he's just guessing how she feels or whatever.
It is
like, there was a
weird
line.
the details he
like-
knows about the vault.
Yeah, he knows like explicit details, which I think is again leading credence to the Enclave is overseeing the vault tech stuff, and
Right.
they have like intimate knowledge of the vaults and stuff.
I thought
And
he was like a
that's-
psychic or something. Like he didn't say like incredible detail, and he's just like, yeah, I know you already. Like Lucy says, so like you don't know me or blah blah blah, and he retorts back, no, I do know you and blah blah blah. I can read you like a book. So I thought that was some sort of hint of being psychic. Again, not made clear by the show. Why did he put it in his neck first? That's kind of bored. Why not keep it in your
To
pocket?
hide it, I guess, but I don't, and because a lot of people want him alive, I guess.
Even
I
though
don't
it glows through the skin and it gives off an electric shock if you get too close.
that too. Fuck's sake, this shows.
They did it just for the gore shock. That's it. You see a guy drilling something into his neck,
I knew nothing
And
about
then-
the. Sorry, go ahead, Ben.
and then remove his head to keep going with it. Don't take it out. Don't do that. Even though apparently you can just stick it in a vial of water. It's no big deal.
I knew nothing about the lore where this was supposed to be set and when it was supposed to be set. But when I saw him injecting himself with something, I knew that he was part of the Enclave. I'm like, oh shit, are we getting the Master? I'm like, this could be actually interesting. But then I realized, oh no, it's way too late for that.
Oh, that was another good. I'm sorry. That was a third thing that got confirmed for my theories. Everybody's been telling me for years, Enclave is dead. They died at the oil rig, and then they died over at Raven Rock. They're just dead. They're gone. I kept telling people, you don't see their manufacturing facilities. You see some of their scientists, not their engineers, not their designers, not the assembly
Chicago
lines. Where
Clave.
is all that? Where is all that? Well, Enclave in Chicago is kind of confirmed to only be an outpost. And I kept saying, annexed Canada is huge. There's a lot of it. Why wouldn't the Enclave set up there? And the vault board shows a vault up in Canada. So, And where are these guys? There's like one reference where the BOS is saying that this scientist escaped containment. Like the vault, like the Enclave is still there, but they're considered contained.
I mean,
Why
if
is
they
he
send-
helping Moldava?
That's the other thing.
How does Moldava know he exists? How does he know?
How do
Moldava?
any of them know? It's like six
If
different
the
agencies.
Enclave-
How did he escape a fucking
If the
minigun
Enclave
turret?
has secret bases that their scientists escape, and the Brotherhood of Steel knows that a scientist has escaped from this Enclave base, why are they not raiding the Enclave base?
Oh wait, does that mean that turret that can't hit anything was set up by the BOS instead?
God, I don't know.
That turret scene felt like a CW scene.
Yeah, because it was.
Like, missing.
Quickly shuffle in this direction, you'll be fine.
Why is like a relatively in the know Enclave scientist like just training a dog?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
like not
Yeah.
like why is he doing it personally because he likes the dog? I'm saying like why is that something that like is just not weird to anybody at the Enclave?
Well, apparently it is because they sound the alarm. So how did that dog stay hidden in the wall
For like
for
2
however
years.
many years?
Dirty
Yeah.
gaping wall with nothing even draped over it.
Without whining, whimpering, scratching at it, going pee, farting. I'll tell you right now, when dogs fucking let one rip, Jesus Christ, you know.
And the thing is, like, we've got all these unanswered questions, but instead, what does the show choose to focus on? Capitalism bad, with, you know, the Walter Goggins flashbacks. And
Well, not even-
war infections bad. That's what it's more interested in, rather than all these freaking questions we have.
Not even like a very smart one either, because
Yeah.
the person who, because like we like later on we get that the MacGuffin is revealed to be a
Cold fusion.
fusion device, which like we already have hot fusion in Fallout. Like, I'm pretty sure that the airship that the Brotherhood has is powered by a fusion reactor.
It's
Well, like-
totaled
all the
off by
power-
hydrogen, which is stupid for. Oh, I don't want to start on this.
I'm just like I don't get the explanation that cold fusion would change some sort of tenuous balance in power to the wasteland when
Because it's effectively infinite power that you can just, start out from Griffith Observatory, which obviously has the infrastructure to power the entire
Yeah.
LA basin from.
Exactly.
Like I said,
Yeah,
if I wanted to steel man the shit out of that, it's that Moldaver was so obsessed with this, she would be like rewiring things.
Like
But
this
then
project,
it just
this was like the water project from Fallout 3, but for NCR.
yeah, but then it just kept going, like and going and going, and I was like, okay, there's rewiring things, and then there's this.
and then like the person who's leading this like quasi communist like personality cult is like complaining about Vaultec when she sold all of her patents to Vaultec.
Yeah, it's like they can't force you to sell.
Did they ever explain why she was basically immortal as well? Was she in one of the tanks with all the Vaultec
No,
people?
they don't explain that.
never
I did want to
explained.
bring that up. Yeah.
Yeah.
She's
'Cause,
alive 200 years later for some reason. I don't know. Don't question
And
it.
not a ghoul.
And like also
Oh,
like
wait, I've got it. She was taken out by...
and if they explain this later in season 2, it'll be a little bit more forgiving. But like they kind of portray her and her group as like the
Righteous
tragic
ones.
heroes
Yeah.
when they get wiped out by the Brotherhood of Steel. But like, what heroic figure allows like these weird orgy worship sessions of her that continue on when they move into a vault?
Your basic communist overlord does that.
Right. Yeah. When the father says
you
to
have
Lucy,
the Stalin
like,
cult, the Lenin cult. I mean, basically all of them.
right, when the father says to Lucy, like, "Oh, Moldava has bad intentions too," like, I'm willing to believe him, even though he's the generic bad guy reveal. Like,
I mean,
yeah,
she
no one
sent
has
a
good
bunch of
intentions
raiders with her to go and kill a bunch of innocent people in a vault.
Yeah.
there. Yeah.
Calling it now that the Moldaver age question is going to be revealed during New Vegas, that she was taken up by the Zetans.
Oh,
maybe.
God.
Because that was part of Mothership Zeta these people, including people who've been around during Operation Anchorage. And they're still alive.
No, it's worse than
age.
it's worse than that, Kelbeck. There's an actual samurai from
Yeah.
samurai times
Yes, I know.
on Mothership Zeta.
And you need subtitles to understand what he's saying.
There's just
That was a nice
another
touch,
thing.
actually.
That's another aspect that just kind of really, like I said, trivializes the nuclear apocalypse. Is like when half the people are immortal. Like you've got a ghoul, you've got Moldaver, you've got apparently overseer, you've got all these other people. Like 200 years and everybody's still alive. That just really kind of undermines the gravity of the situation.
Yeah.
It's just really, it's something you don't want to really play with when you have that kind of setting. You want to be very careful with that. Like maybe like 1 in a million, like, oh my God, like a Dr. Manhattan kind of thing. Like once that like a crazy freak accident that we can't replicate because all the machinery is destroyed. Maybe we had created one creature that can last forever. But yeah, you got to really be careful about that kind of thing. But I did want to mention that a lot of these plot holes you guys are bringing up make sense when you think about it in terms of the gameplay. Like the contrivances, like why does Lucy constantly run into the Enclave scientist? Why does the ghoul constantly run into Lucy? Why are all these people just like constantly running into each other in this giant wasteland? But if you ever played the original games, that's random encounters, man. It's like 50% chance you just run into the next quest item. It just happens. Like you walk across the wasteland, you get the random encounter. 75% chance it might be the Enclave soldier, or 25% chance you might run into this guy again. So
well, I mean, kind of,
makes sense.
but not really, because
I'm joking.
each one of the I was about to say, because each one of the games specifically has the character, like the player character, be somebody that's in like a unique position to drive forward the plot.
There, that would have completely ruined Fallout 2. You're just wandering along and 1% chance. Oh, it's Frank Oregon, and I'm the mutie he's out to kill.
Well,
Oh,
you do.
that happened to me. That happened to me.
Middle of the
Yeah.
game. Well, you meet him killing other
Oh
people.
yeah, he
but
doesn't kill you
Yes.
though. Yeah, he doesn't
No,
kill you.
I'm saying just as a rando thing, it's like, oh, there he is. Bah!
Yeah,
Yeah.
Not only do you need to save in the tutorial, but you need to save immediately after because there's a 1% chance you're running into Frank Horgan and he'll kick your ass.
Yeah, well, that happens later on. Like you actually get Enclave patrols, and they'll just completely decimate you if you don't have power armor and all that other stuff. Yeah, so yeah, that does happen.
Or you know how to run.
Yeah, you don't have to run.
Yeah, that's why if you actually do the harder path and you push in to attack the Enclave first, you save a lot of people a lot of hardships, and you also get to avoid the fucking patrols of Enclave soldiers everywhere.
Back in the day when player choice actually mattered.
Yep.
I am saving the super chats for later. I want to grab this one really quickly though. $5 from James Moore. Thank you. By the way, the show also contradicts Fallout 4's kid in a fridge. They're contradicting their contradictions. How'd the kid survive without the meds?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The ghoul anti-feral meds is like an entirely new invention, and I don't know how you would even fucking research and create that in the post-apocalypse.
Yeah.
Oh, it's really easy. What do you think was in the fridge?
That's another thing. Like, why are new versions of power armor being developed? Like, how is all this technology improving when there's no, like, we don't have the modern pipeline of supplies and development and R&D and like super crazy multi-billion-dollar tech companies competing with against each other? Like, how is this improving? That's the question I've always wondered about that.
They're not developing new power armor because according to Bethesda, well, they are building it, but they're not developing new power armor because according to Bethesda, T60 actually pre-war.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, that's my theory there. But,
In Fallout 4 is when they say this.
There is at least one set of post-war power armor, and it is what the Enclave developed after the bombs dropped. And the way it's described in that particular game, it is a very difficult process. They go through numerous failed versions and finally come up with what was then called advanced power armor. It didn't have any other designation.
Well, that's the only faction that would actually make sense for is the Enclave.
Yeah, that was the bug-eyed power armor. Like,
yeah.
I even said I hoped in the last episode when they were doing the reveal and the Vault 31 door was going up. I'm like, if I see, I'll give a nod if I see a fucking pair of bug eyes staring back out at him, like, oh shit, it's fucking Enclave power armor.
Yeah, the Enclave almost had
he's
no
about
presence.
to get his ass fucking whooped.
Yeah, like what one Frank Horrigan type guy would just completely end this show in 2 episodes. Like the Enclave had almost no presence in this entire series.
I wish Frank Horrigan had a chance to do his thing across this entire show.
Which of course
you are not I'm just imagining like Lucy's just going okie dokie across the fucking wasteland. Frank Horrigan shows up. You are not a hero. You're just a walking corpse, and then just guns her down, and then there's end credits.
Yeah.
You get Gibbs and everything. It kind of brings us back a little bit to the showdown at Philly, though.
Yeah,
and something folks have pointed out is like, here you have the ghoul. He knows about this exploit in this armor, is blazing away at it with his weapons that have been blowing literal gaping holes like the size of a softball through people. It's just like tink, 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 tink.
Yeah. Dude, he gets punched with power armor and survives.
Yep.
Like, we've seen that power armor just kicking something, like, nonchalantly sends it into fucking low orbit.
One thing about the ghoul, right? They try to put a limit to his regeneration and immortality with the serums, right? He's got one in like a little box, 3 vials in them, right? And that's his limit. He needs to take them. If he doesn't take them, he goes crazy. Bloody, blah, right? That seems to be his limit to his powers. Then they have a scene of him taking all the drugs in the world, and after that, we don't ever see him taking any of those drugs. As
we
if he
do
doesn't
actually see
once
him
or twice.
again. Yeah.
Once or twice.
Like, right before
Right.
he shows up to the observatory, he actually takes a big old puff.
But also, it doesn't make sense for him to have any because he was picked up by the sheriffs from the government.
Yes.
And
The
why would they
government.
let him keep them?
Yeah.
Really got Republic of Dave vibes there.
And it was really dumb too because every single one of those guys was dressed up in like very nice looking uniforms. Like they are trying to push off an air of legitimacy and like authority.
Like fucking Iron and Press.
But then they're like a caricature of a 3-year-old government and misspell it. It's just like
I got Idiocracy vibes from that whole thing. I was like, what are we
Yeah,
doing
it
here?
felt like those characters walked on set from a different fucking show.
no, like it's just like that entire scene was just really dumb because like the guy who's running them knows the school and knows that he's like pretty crafty and dangerous. So like when the ghoul asks, "Hey, can you like untie me so I can sew my finger on? You're gonna execute me, but like, can you let me sew my finger?" "Yeah, sure." And then like the ghoul shoots his guards, and he's just like, "Oh shit!" It's like, well, what did you think was gonna happen?
It's the Pikachu meme. Yeah, it's like, what the hell? Like, it's the most dangerous
well,
guy.
that ain't right neighborly.
Literally allowed him to sew his trigger finger back on, specifically.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty,
But
pretty messed
again,
up.
we can't get what the actual like abilities of ghouls are, because again, all of this stuff was newly invented for the show. Ghouls having regenerative powers is newly invented for the show. The anti-ghoul, anti-feral juice is newly invented for the show. Ghoulification juice is newly invented for the show.
Okay, there is actually a reason.
No. Hold on. There's a funny looking serum in Fallout 4, I think, that creates ghouls, if I'm not mistaken, or am I mistaking it with the anti-ghoul thing?
There are some exception bits. However, what I'm trying to get at here is that the regen thing goes all the way back, but it is specific to being exposed to heavy duty radiation.
No. I'm not talking about like radioactive regeneration. I'm talking about Thaddeus got a fucking bolt through his neck, and also his foot came back on while he was just standing there.
Yeah, that whole thing is fucking new. I mean, I was thinking at the time when he got the regen stuff that was Hydra. Because Hydra's thing is supposed to be, even in combat, it'll quickly heal a limb. But you never, of course, see anything regrow or get blown off in an actual Fallout game, at least not where Hydra is concerned. So it's like, okay, I was thinking this is introducing Hydra. I kept expecting that. It's like, no, it's this ghoul shit.
Yeah, I thought he was this was like a remnant of FEV. It makes sense because this is the area where the FEV virus was being developed. I thought he was going to go super mutant. I was like, that's an interesting reference. I wasn't expecting that, but then it's like, oh, you can just become a ghoul in like 10 minutes.
And I'm sorry, you shoot a ghoul the way he got shot, the ghoul is still going to be in severe trouble.
Yeah, there's a couple things
too. Ghouls were weak in the games and
in the
original.
originals.
And now they're like super fucking human. Yeah.
Now he's just taking a fusillade of rounds as he's in this city fight.
Yeah, and it's just nothing to him. I hate it.
Yeah.
Bethesda
turned them into bullet sponges. Like,
I was gonna give it a pass on the argument. It's like, I got a whole sea of drugs in me. It's like, okay, if you're like on everything that's in the game, okay, maybe. It's like, how much medics and other shit are you hopped up on right now?
Yeah, jet.
But there's a limit.
Out and everything.
There's still a limit.
Why are you taking them all at once? Why not preserve them? Because you're basically, if you're looking for your family, you need to last as long as you can. So why not keep them in a bag or something and not have a bukkake of drugs?
When he gets access to the shit that he needs to not go feral, that he desperately needs so much that they leave the head to go get more. The moment he gets some, he just uses all of it and then drops them like doesn't even care if they break or they like. He has no concept of resource management whatsoever.
Look, there are drugs here. I'm going to take them.
There's a weird disconnect, I think, from how the ghoul character kind of came off to the audience and how they kind of portrayed him both cinematically and through his theme. Like, did you notice how whenever, at least they kind of stopped, I think, toward the end, but for the first half of the show, whenever you saw him, he was like, yeah.
Oh, yeah,
like
yodeling.
Like the Wonder Woman soundtrack would kick in. And it was like,
everybody has referenced that as the Wonder Woman yodeling.
Yeah, it's the Wonder Woman yodeling. And it's almost like they're trying to portray him as some sort of like scary character. And he doesn't really come off as scary. He comes off as almost comedic. and it was
The
just a
Wonder
weird kind of
Woman stuff
misfire.
was
I think.
better.
Yeah, they try. He is a literal like textbook example of trying too hard to make a badass character.
Yeah, it's like,
And
man,
it does the exact
that's so
opposite.
cool. Isn't he so cool? And just like got that kind of really try hard vibe from that. And
I mean,
Yep.
wasn't really
Goggins
Walton's.
yeah.
It wasn't really
But you
Walton
didn't
Goggins'
find-
fault. It was just like they kind of misfired that. It's like, oh, this character's more of like a Clint Eastwood, like a stoic kind of man of few words,
Okay.
man of action kind of thing. Not some.
Imagine the same.
What, you didn't
character played by
find-
Stallone.
You didn't find the literal ass eater to be scary?
And I get to make an ass jerky.
That's true. Yeah.
And see, there's
Yeah.
another example of a moment that we had a lot of things to say about that scene. I don't like how someone turning feral is almost kind of like someone turning into a werewolf in like an old movie, as opposed to just losing themselves slowly over time to like dementia type thing. But you have this moment where this guy is clearly beyond help. They don't have the anti-feral juice, and Walton Goggins is like, hey, remember how food used to taste? And he gets him distracted and puts him out of his misery. It's like, you know what? That's actually a good moment. Then
Yeah.
within seconds, oh, ass jerky. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah.
you for
Yeah,
undercutting
another
what would have been
another
the best
cool
scene
situation
in the entire
just fucked.
show.
Yeah, they tried to have like Western like scenes with him, but then just undercut it really.
But
Well, like if they had just if he had just not said anything and like afterwards and just said, "Come on, let's go," like that would have been a lot more like impactful than like.
Or if they had
ass
just
jerky.
looted him, like I'm fine with him being like, yeah, we don't waste anything out here.
Yeah.
Because she was getting upset that he was looting him, and it's like, lady, he's dead. He's not going to use it no more. You don't waste anything in the wasteland. Get over it. You know.
Yeah, and they also never references being a cannibal again, if I recall.
Yeah, so I would have been totally fine with that, but no, they have to go as far as like, oh yeah, I'm going to cut him up and eat him and make a joke about eating his ass.
Oh, and you know what? I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna give you a fucking weapon, and you're gonna do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a while, but I do want to go back to the Maximus thing because we weren't done tearing down this piece
yeah.
of shit character.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So after watching Titus die, we get this fight in Philly, whatever. He wants to repair his power armor, and he's so stupid as to not bring a weapon with him, so he gets the shit kicked out of him when other people come after his power armor. And he's insanely lucky that he manages to survive. He gets Thaddeus, and we've already talked about it briefly. Starts treating him like absolute dog shit. But, they finally kill the Gulper, they get the target, and we get the scene at the beginning of episode 5, and if I didn't already hate this character now, this is where he becomes completely irredeemable.
Yeah,
That
that
is-
is absolutely, it kills everything. It's annoying too, because I was actually kind of invested in their relationship. I wanted to
Yeah.
see where it would go.
I genuinely
then
like Thaddeus as a
immediately-
character.
Immediately the next episode, oh hey, we're finally going to get more with Thaddeus and them. Nice. Immediately ruined completely. Like I absolutely hate Maximus now.
Yeah.
It is like Maximus is supposed to be the main character, and it's a player who's just going with every douchebag option he has.
Yeah.
Mm.
So they're at this campfire, and Thaddeus comes up with the idea, oh, you should brand me. And Maximus is resistant to at first, but ends up going along with it anyways, which you are not Titus, you are not a knight. You're causing incredible pain to this person for essentially no reason. Fuck you, you piece of shit. And then, I forget how the
Immediately afterward.
Yeah, I forget how the conversation goes, but it gets to the point of Maximus revealing that, oh, I'm not
it's
actually Titus, I'm Maximus.
And he sits there, Kree, and he looks at Thaddeus and he goes, "Can I tell you something?" And he's like, "Yeah, sure, buddy. Yeah, I'm your squire. You can tell me anything you want. You can tell me your passions, your ambitions, your dark secrets." And then that's when he does the thing, and it's like, "Oh my god."
Yeah,
He like
because
opens
from-
up his face mask and shows that it's him, and he's like, Maximus? And then he starts trying to, well, I would say explain, but no, he doesn't explain anything.
No, he
No.
does this in the most stupid possible way, where it's like, oh, we need to get our story straight. It's like, why the fuck would you say that of all the possible things you could say?
Yeah.
It makes you seem like a psychopathic killer.
Where's Titus? Oh, he's dead.
Yeah.
We need to get our story straight. And it's like,
Yeah.
whoa, those two
The
lines.
worst
that
thing
is
he could have
very
said.
much-
And it's like, why are you not trying to explain what happened, you fucking idiot? But no, he just says like this really creepy, like psychopathic, like, oh, he's dead. We need to get our story straight. And it's like, what the fuck?
It's like whoever was reviewing this script before approving it couldn't conceive of, I should look at this from Thaddeus's point of view. Does this swap?
Yeah.
What makes this more annoying is that we see him talk to Lucy about it, and he actually explains the situation in under 3 seconds.
Yeah, he does. And it's like, he explained, it's like, yeah, he fell in battle. I couldn't save him. I'm continuing on the mission. We need to, I think that if we get the head, we'll redeem ourselves and prove that we are, that I'm worthy of this armor. Like, that's all you have to say. Like, that's all he had to say. And he's like, he's dead. Can you keep a secret? And it's just like, what the hell? Of course nobody's
You
going to
see,
trust you.
the thing here, this could have worked perfectly if it had been because Thaddeus is asking for the branding. And this is like the moment where it's like, I remember what that was like. I remember what it meant to me at the time. I cannot let this go through. I have to reveal if that had been the point, it would have been so much better. Instead, he goes through the fucking branding and then does this.
Yeah.
Yeah,
brands this poor guy.
It would have been a fucking character redemption moment, kind of. I would say.
I've been lying to you all along,
fair,
but
though,
I can't do this.
Thaddeus is a squire at this point, so like the branding is something that's going to happen anyway, I guess.
But
No,
with
it's
the wrong person.
Titus is dead. You've been branded by another squire with a dead knight's mark.
Yeah.
You will never be properly. You will always be scarred as far as the Brotherhood's concerned.
That's
because you were fooled by a squire.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, it feels like they.
Although the way that you become a knight later on, we find out can be also retarded too.
That I put down to the fact that the head cleric obviously has his own schemes going on. That's not the norm.
But
no, I'm talking about how Maximus becomes a knight later on.
Oh god.
Isn't that how he becomes a knight? By
oh
the head
lord.
Cleric?
No, it's worse. It's worse.
I blacked this out.
No,
remember,
it's the
way
very
he
last
becomes a
scene
knight,
of the last episode.
Yeah.
Yeah, is that the squire who has just been revealed to be a pathetic fucking loser that purposely hurt themselves and is now on probation, holds up his hand and says, "All hail, Knight Maximus!"
And that's because he happened to be standing.
You shot a 50-year-old woman. All hail, Knight Maximus!
He didn't even shoot her.
No, I know. That's what he was trying to explain, but she just went ahead with it anyway.
Yeah. That's how you become a knight. You just shoot this like 50-year-old cult leader,
And
bravery,
even better,
remember.
it's like, lady, you have no authority in this. You are on a fucking shit list.
Yeah.
My
You're here
God.
as punishment. You are literally being sent here as a punishment. You said that on the way here on the vertibird.
So
how do you have any authority to say like, oh yeah, he's a knight now?
Is it literally knighting by acclamation? What the?
Yes,
like
yes.
it. I mean,
it's Moldaver comes in already wounded and dying, presses the button, sits on the desk, sits at the fucking table, bleeds out, while Maximus is just sitting there staring with his lobotomized monkey face of his, and then the diversity hire walks in and is like, "Is that the rebel leader?" Picks up his hand. All hail Knight Maximus, and everybody just chants along. That's literally what happens.
They're just like,
Moldaver is like, my quest is finally done. I have done the right thing.
We'll smash clams in heaven.
Well, except now you've proven that your cold fusion thing works and is now like able to be given to the people that just attacked your people without warning. Like,
congratulations. You have just done the entire Brotherhood's job for you. They're gonna see that and they're gonna immediately disconnect it and take it back to Lost Hills.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. That entire ending thing is just beyond fucked. The entire
Yep.
battle, like fucking Black Hawk Down dodging RPG bullshit. It's fucking like then when if you notice in the fighting, you can see there's like more explosions and fighting and screams coming from the city way in the distance. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
What's going on over there? I'm more curious what the fuck is happening there.
Because as far as
Yeah.
we've
the
seen, there's no
entire
one in the
city is
city.
yeah,
No,
there's
but even
nobody there.
Yeah, but the dumbest part of all of them, and I can't believe I didn't realize it until I rewatched episode 8 with you guys, is like that city was nuked. How long ago? 20 years ago? You are maybe 100 remnants, and yet even the fucking nuked skyscrapers are lighting up, and it just.
Yeah, talk about good infrastructure, man. Like those wires and those
shit.
cables.
Yeah, those light bulbs. Holy shit.
Holy fucking shit. South Korea wants to take notes, motherfucker. Like, what the hell was that?
And the way
Like I
she
said,
keeps
I could-
alive Lucy's mom, what's her name?
Rose.
She's a ghoul.
Rose.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, hey,
It's
hey,
what-
Cree, I have to point out something real quick. We've had at least 2 people in chat during this stream that I've had to ban because they came in here promoting their own channel, trying to make fake drama over this video right here.
Over our stream?
Over this stream, yeah, both of them were coming in, and as soon as I went and checked on their YouTube channel, what they were referencing were their own videos, and it's like these people with 12 followers, dude with exactly one video on his channel just now is like, oh, it's Fallout game.
Yeah, what
Yeah.
I mean, it was pathetic,
again,
but
we know we talked about it
you've
before, that
arrived
this
because
feels like
people
a
are trying to
psyop.
ride. Yeah, your people are trying to ride your coattails now.
Oh my god.
You've made it, Cree. You've
No, I
made
haven't.
it. You're famous now, Cree. You're famous.
Dude, it's
Getting
still
back.
wild to me that I did that Actman video and I had at least 3 streams in one video by other people upset that I said what I said.
Nice.
Like, what the fuck?
Nice. Very nice.
You've made it, Cree. You've got dedicated Tard haters now.
I've had dedicated tards for a while.
Oh, this is even
No,
better. It's
but
like,
you've
these are
got
people-
dedicated, like, fully. Like,
These are people who are trying to raise themselves up by hating on Creed. It's like
Yeah.
come and check out my channel where I tear down this owl boy who's now a goat.
destroy the e-boy VTuber with facts and logic.
Oh God.
Except it's the opposite of that because they have no,
I know,
they have no
I
facts
know.
or logic.
That's the joke. Yes.
Yeah, just went to the channel, verified. Yep, that's
I-
cringe.
I want to go back and talk about Maximus
Yes,
because
because we were not done
some of
there.
chat, some
We
of
were
chat
still
might not
talking
know
about
what we're
Maximus.
referring
We're talking about
to.
Maximus.
We
Let's
were.
No, we weren't.
No, we were talking about
Um,
his the
We are
retarded
going to
conclusion to
destroy
his journey.
Maximus with
So-
There's other things that we need to talk
There's-
about.
so-
and the
hold on,
unintended
hold on.
storytelling.
Yeah, so there he does his little reveal of, oh, I'm Maximus and we need to get our story straight. So what happens after that? Well, obviously Thaddeus with his perspective, which basically is, oh, he killed
He
Titus
murdered
and
a
wants to
knight
get
and
his
stole his armor.
Exactly.
betrayal.
because he doesn't explain anything.
Yeah.
And what does Thaddeus say? No. Fuck that. You're crazy. And what is Maximus's reaction? What do you think a reasonable person in this situation would say? They probably try to explain what happened. Like, no, you don't understand. I didn't kill him. He died because we were attacked by a Yaogwai after he went off mission. It was his own fault. I tried to save him. That's what you would assume he would say, right? No.
Yes.
He has this moment where he goes silent and is like contemplating in his head that he just got rejected.
He does the tard face thing I mentioned earlier.
Yeah, and then
Mouth drooling,
and you
yeah.
just kind of see the gears turning in his head where he's like, wait, if he's not with me, then he's against me. I'm gonna kill you,
Yeah,
and
he-
stands up and tries to punch through his head to kill him.
First he says, I knew I was wrong to trust you.
Yeah, what the
Yeah.
hell?
Like, what the fuck? And then tries to punch through his head and kill him. And thankfully, Thaddeus manages to dodge him. But as he's like trying to get around him, Maximus accidentally steps on his foot and mangles it, absolutely destroys his leg. And Thaddeus manages to like dodge him a couple more times, then get behind him and get the fusion core out of his suit so that he can't move. And Thaddeus is like, yeah, fuck you, I'm leaving. I'm taking the head, and you can rot in that fucking suit, dumbass, and leave.
Lovely retcon there, by the way.
Yeah, and he's completely justified. As far as I'm concerned, completely justified to leave him.
Yeah.
Fuck Maximus at this point. I am completely done with this character right now. Like, I actually was interested to see where this was going to go, and then they fucked it so bad, I now only want to see Maximus die. I hate him that much.
Yeah, I when we were watching the episode, I just kept quoting that Mume clip. I want you to die. I want to kill you. I don't
I
care
don't want
if
it
it's
to be
painful
quick.
or
I want it
not.
to be painful. Yeah.
I just want you
I
to
just
stop
don't want you to
existing.
be alive anymore. Yeah.
Watching Maximus, I thought the way they were going to go about it is he's a naive young individual who hasn't really seen much of the wasteland, and then he gets this job as a squire, and he does morally reprehensible things one by one, starting with taking the armor, even though he might have been justified because the guy was threatening him, but like a slow downfall, because that's what his actions seemed to lead to, because they were that dumb and not really caring of other people. He just outright freaking wants to murder. Well, I forget his squire's name now.
Thaddeus.
Thaddeus.
Yeah.
Thaddeus.
Like, I thought there was an intention here, and it doesn't seem like it. Like, I don't think there was any end goal to his character. Like, he just stands there in that building like a fucking idiot, looking everywhere. What? I'm promoted to knighthood? Yay, whatever. I don't think there was like a direction his character was supposed to go. It's just stupid stuff happens. That's all there is to it.
Thaddeus-
Again, like a shallowness.
Let's talk about
Thaddeus
somebody
is
who.
actually.
Go ahead, man.
Okay. Thaddeus is actually the only competent Brotherhood of Steel character that we see actually doing things in the entire show, but he also brings an interesting perspective. The way that he's reacting when he thinks that he's actually dealing with Knight Titus the whole time, and it's not like he's thinking Titus himself is known to be an asshole. This comes across like squires expect the possibility of summary execution for merely displeasing someone.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that's super fucked. That really bugged me about the Brotherhood too. Is he was seemingly constantly terrified of Knight Titus.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of the jokes I made when we watched the thing was that like the reason why Titus is like so stupid and like just everything that was happening with him, and why Maximus is being like paired with him and everything, is that the Brotherhood actually has like a special ed version of knights that like where they make special ed people knights and then put them on like the worthless missions that don't mean anything just to make them feel like they have something to do, and they attach Maximus to like one of them as like punishment. And that's why all this happens.
This here is Knight Titus. We trained him wrong on purpose. It's a joke.
I'm imagining like Matt Damon from Team America. It's like Knight Titus.
It's not far off, honestly.
I want kill. I want shoot something.
Oh, and going
Sir, we're not supposed to go off mission. Shut mouth. Put bird down. Me want kill something now.
It's funny because that's exactly what Maximus starts doing
Pretty
all
much.
throughout.
Yep.
It's like, holy shit.
Well, okay.
Talk
so,
about
like,
somebody who actually deserves to get knighted. Chadius had to freaking walk through like 50 miles with like smashed,
half his
hot
foot
dog
falling off.
toes. Yeah, like
Yeah.
Jesus
Yeah.
carrying
Christ.
the bag, by the way.
Yeah,
Actually
carrying the bag,
smart enough
too.
smart enough to carry the stuff.
You
I mean,
see
he
that
took-
there was like
he
a big
took
ass
the,
gun in there.
um,
There was like a huge like power armor sized rifle in there. I think isn't
Yeah,
there?
that's the assault rifle. The
Yeah.
god awful Fallout 4 assault rifle that everybody
I
hates.
don't know
'cause
why
it's
they
so
brought that
bad.
back. Even fans of Fallout 4 hated that gun. The fact that they brought it back, like they knew people hated it and they still brought it back.
Okay, I will give them chops for one thing. Remember, that gun was originally intended to be used as basically an LMG for power armor. It's shown here for that purpose and only
Yeah,
used for
makes
that
sense.
purpose. So that's fine. It's still a shit design, but it's what they originally meant to do. Instead of in Fallout 4, they said, well, we want an assault rifle. We have plenty of good ones from Fallout New Vegas and even 3 that are actual assault rifles. Nah, let's use this throwaway LMG that we're not going to use for anything else.
This giant thing that only power armor and super mutant should be able to use, but literally everyone outside of power armor and is just a regular person can use.
Yeah, just total dumbassery.
Yeah, I mean, not to get off topic, but that'd actually be kind of cool to have heavy style weaponry that only you could only equip with power armor.
Yeah,
Like,
so
that'd be
as,
cool.
as far as the show using it, that was the intent. It makes sense. Okay, I'll leave it there.
There's another funny moment with Maximus being a complete fucking tard, though, and that's Lucy is in Vault 4, and they're punishing her for attacking people in their vault, including throwing acid on someone's face. I didn't know she was British.
Okay, well, actually,
Oh.
real quick, Cree, we should set this up as to like what's going on specifically in the story. I think because like they get into this
It's
vault
so dumb.
and
Don't go to level 12.
yeah, and everything's like coming off as like quasi sinister. Like they're
Yeah.
the room that they're
Yep.
being interned into is like called test subjects, as we seeing in as like viewers and stuff. And they're like kind of, you know, trying to be nice to everybody, but like also like, hey, don't go on to this level, but saying it in like a really creepy, sinister way. Sort of like, you know, we
Better
gotta
not
get
go
our
in my
stories
shed.
straight. You know, don't go on to level 12 and we need to get our stories straight, all that sort of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And they basically like pamper the shit out of Maximus, where he's like, oh no, this is great. This is amazing.
Well, as it
I
turns
love
out, they're not
this.
actually pampering him. Apparently, this is just what they do, because as we find out with the punishment thing coming up. But yeah,
Oh, God.
continue. So they're not actually pampering him. They're just this weird.
Although
Yeah, somehow they have all these luxury items for everybody, and it's just the norm. Caviar and shit. What the hell?
Yeah.
200 years of supplies with all that stuff. That's a lot of supplies.
And they knowingly take in more and more people, and they're like, here's your 2 weeks of supplies, and then that's it, Missy.
Are we
But,
sure
like-
this wasn't meant to be the Vault Tech Vault?
yeah.
Caviar, champagne,
stupid,
all this
because-
stuff.
But
Right, in one episode, they're like building up. Oh, they're doing something horrible. They're building it up. Oh, there's tense here. They're way too nice, you know. And Lucy just goes and investigates. Cliffhanger, she gets caught. And then it's the next episode of a new writer, and it's just like, you know what? I actually want to drop this thing and move on to the stuff I wanted to write. So I'm gonna kind of drop this. The punishment isn't gonna be so bad.
it does.
You know,
Oh, hold
so
on,
they have
hold
this,
on.
like, they have this like huge drawn out like
yeah.
event sort of punishment thing with a sword. Like they have
Yeah.
like a
Yeah.
sword, and it's just like,
Mhm.
oh no, we're just gonna let you go, and we're gonna like gently saw through the ropes
2
that are
weeks of
binding you.
supplies.
We're also going to
He
give you
has to
2
work at it
weeks
'cause
worth
nobody-
of supplies. They
Well,
literally
hold on.
say, "Oh, you're going to die in like 5 seconds."
Yeah,
Also,
hold
here's
on, there's
2 weeks
something-
worth of supplies.
I don't know if it's what Kree's going to bring up, but there's something else that before this that I kind of want to talk about. But
Yeah,
I'm gonna
there's
let
there's
Kree
a
go
couple
first.
things. When she's investigating the Forbidden Level 12, which they refer to very mysteriously, and they could have just explained it considering what the reveal is, but they don't.
Yeah.
But she explores this hidden level. She sees the video of the woman giving birth to like mutant piranhas that immediately eat her, and she finds more fucking cryotubes for some reason with more women in them that are pregnant. And she gets discovered, and that's when she fights back, admittedly in self-defense, thinking they're evil. But beginning of next episode, we get the big reveal that, oh no, there was an experiment here, and the people conducting the experiment died, and we've been trying to help these women. The video is really weird because they just show it to her out of context.
Yeah,
And-
it's so confusing because we didn't know the reveal yet. So they're just like showing. They're like, yeah, show her the video. All right, yeah, it gets me every time. And then they show it, and it almost seems like they're trying to use it as like a defense. Like, oh, like sure, the original test failed. Like there was an incident, but that doesn't mean that what the experiment behind the vault was doing was incorrect. Scientists should have unfettered control of everyone, and we should continue these experiments and shit. Like that's what it felt like, and it's like, how is this supposed to convince her? Like if anything, this would just thoroughly prove to me that you're fucking crazy.
Yeah.
I thought
thank
that
God.
too. I was trying to figure out what the fuck that was for a bit. I actually paused and I was like,
Yeah,
wait,
same.
What?
I genuinely,
Stop
when
saying
me
that.
and Pagan were talking, I genuinely thought they were going to be that dumb, be like, see, that proves why the science team should still be in charge, or why we should keep the experiments going, or stuff like that.
Yeah,
But no,
because the
thank
show's been
God.
so retarded.
They actually said, no, this is why we don't do the experiments. And then they have to, in a serious moment, they have to say, that was my uncle. And he's talking about the gulper. And he was like,
Yeah.
uncle, whatever.
On my mother's side,
Jesus.
it's very
And-
sad.
I also really want to point this out because it is immensely fucking stupid. In the recording, after the gulper creature kills both scientists that are in the room and barricading the room, it looks at the camera and immediately fucking eats it like it's a horror movie, like it's fucking Paranormal Activity or something.
How did they
What
get the
hell?
recording?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, how
exactly
did
the
they
first
get the
thing I said is,
recording?
how do they have the recording?
Yeah,
Very
how did they
good.
recording? And why did they eat an inanimate object? Out of all the inanimate objects in the room, why did it
Yeah,
get
It
the
had
camera?
Also,
iCloud,
they're-
very useful.
It was
They
being
have-
live streamed to the scientist's Twitch account, you see.
They have no security whatsoever, but they do have anti-specimen weaponry. It says anti-specimen. What is it? It's a harpoon gun.
Yeah.
Oh
So,
god.
Yeah.
so while Lucy is engaged in this weird ceremony that looks like it's going to be an execution, but they're letting her go.
And worshiping
Maximus is
communist
just kind of
poster
like
as well.
chilling in his comfy bathrobe. I don't think that there's anything that actually happens. I don't think there's any scene before that where they explain, oh, they're gonna do the ceremony towards the newcomer
Yeah.
Lucy or whatever. He just decides, I'm gonna go and steal their fusion core.
I think
he
Well,
sees
they-
them
I think they-
dragging,
yeah.
yeah,
They
he
frog
sees them
march it
dragging
past
her
his
through the
window.
hallway with a bag
Yeah.
over her head.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
it's justified for Maximus in this case to actually kind of tart out because he's actually thinking, oh shit, they're probably gonna fucking kill her. I need to do something. So he goes, gets the fusion core, puts it in there, and shows up like he's the big hero. I'm gonna fuck you all up. Meanwhile, fucking Lucy's in the background, like, no, wait, they're gonna let us
Yeah.
go.
Yeah,
Don't do this.
it's literally the misunderstanding superhero trope.
Yeah.
But it's
But
also
then he
Like
has to-
literally, she was telling him before, I'm gonna prove to you that these guys are evil. Like, oh
Mhm.
shit, maybe she was right. Maybe they are evil, and you get around that too.
But just in the most retarded way possible to make it look as sinister and as deadly as possible, to make it look like, oh no, we're gonna just cut her fucking head off. We have a sword.
Yeah.
Nobody's thinking, hey, why do we have this giant beheading sword when we just let them go?
Can
Yeah.
we also get an F in the
Oh.
chat for the last moment in the entire show that Maximus could have turned out to be a decent person?
Mm. Dude, this is the thing when we talk about unintended.
It's like from that point forward, yeah, it's just nothing.
Yeah.
So they leave the vault, and he's just gonna walk off in the armor. And again, unintended storytelling. It's the black young scholar who's constantly attacking and tarting out on people and doing horrible things, and it's the white woman who has to explain ethics to the black man.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
God.
really
Yeah,
bad.
it does kind of come off as
It does.
very
It really does.
awkward.
Especially when it comes up, when it gets to the point where it's like they'll die if we took their power source. They're gonna die, and he's like, so
So,
Yeah.
And she has to explain to him why that's bad.
It
Like,
would've-
holy
it would've-
shit.
You know,
It would have been better if like he explained. Well, it's like, well, I mean, it's ancient technology. Like they can't be trusted with it. It's like, no, they'll die without it. Wait, what?
if he
they'll
had not
die.
looked up at that moment, and noticed her being frog marched past, Maximus actually would have had a good ending.
Yeah, he would have
Because-
just been in like insane luxury in this vault, and
And
just,
they wouldn't have kicked him out.
yeah.
It's also worth
He
mentioning.
probably would have been a decent person after that because he's
I mean,
doesn't
he might have
reason
to
not
settle.
be.
He might have to settle for a woman that has like an extra ear on her forehead or something. But
Yeah,
like,
what the fuck was up with the
No.
mutations in this vault where people just
Yeah.
have randomly one eye or an ear on their forehead? Like,
Yeah.
what
Right.
the fuck?
It was the
they're
laziest
descendants
mutations.
of they're the
Star Trek
descendants of
mutation.
like the scientific experiments. You
Yeah,
know,
but
some,
I know,
some
but-
turn
Why-
into giant horrific monsters. Some of them just have like an extra
A
ear.
nose or
Yeah.
a nose
Why
on
would
their
they
head.
have
Like,
them,
weird-
like more
It's this
related
weird
to the other
sanitization
creature?
that Bethesda has like done where, oh yeah, mutants, yeah, no, they're not these like horrific looking abominations, but they're still people. No, it's sanitized now. Oh, the ghouls, they have a skin condition. Mutants, they have an extra ear on their head or something. Oh, they have one eye.
Like,
I
and I
have a
guess
solution.
like that reminds me of the scene where Lucy talks to the Cyclops, and the Cyclops like goes on and on about like what immigration allegory or some shit.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
filthy surface
supremacy.
dwellers.
What the fuck are we doing
Although,
here?
although
Like,
I
am I
will
supposed
say,
to laugh?
I
Yeah,
will
it's
say,
just-
I will say, his joke did make me laugh.
Oh, that bombs.
Oh.
Yeah.
He's
Um,
like,
oh, please,
you just-
get the
you
baseball
tell-
bat.
You tell one joke maybe like 10 times, and everybody gets offended. Well, what's
it's
the
just-
joke? I don't remember it. I just remember it
People-
bomb. It's a big
The
bomb.
fa-
Get the
Yeah.
baseball bat back. Chat, where's my baseball bat? Come on.
No,
Come
it was
on,
cute.
you know,
It was cute.
Also,
it was,
I'll say,
If
I'll
it was
say,
retarded, but it was
yeah.
Get me multiple baseball bats, chat. Come on.
I actually
Wait,
did
what the
have.
fuck?
There was a moment in the show where I did have a bit of a chuckle, too. It was just for just a dumb thing that doesn't make sense in context, but it was when the feral ghoul jumps on the now corrupted Mr. Handy, and he's like, "Hello there." I was like,
Yeah.
"God
Okay.
damn."
The Mr. Handy in that episode was probably the only time I actually got some genuine like chuckles out of the show where it was actually felt like, yeah, these are actually funny jokes. Like there was just something about the robot's delivery of certain lines that just
Matt
felt
Berry
like
is awesome. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And I was just like, I genuinely wanted them to repair the robot and take it with them as like a part of the
Yes.
team because it was the most enjoyable part of the show was the fucking robot. And I was like,
Yeah.
no, don't
but
leave it behind.
The robot floats on these little jet things, and that's really expensive to animate.
Yeah. But God,
Well,
it was
you
so
know,
good. It was like the one
just-
good thing about the show was the robot.
I
just
really
don't know.
thought that they should have had Lucy have 10 more seconds in the lab there, open a door, and there's the gene splicer from Old World Blues.
Hmm.
There you go. There's how you get those particular abominations. They're literally just taking anything and putting them together.
Yeah, and you guys are right as well. Like literally, we know there's like babies with like two heads, and all we have in here is just a nose on a forehead. You know,
Yeah.
it's very sanitary.
Yeah.
It's very safe.
Honestly, like
mutations
very
are kind of
easy
ugly.
to just like remove. Like like these don't look like they're anything but vestigial. You could just cut those off. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A couple of my favorite parts of that whole weird Vault 4 thing was just some of the very literal dialogue, like when she's caught and she's going crazy and she's like, they're like going after her and looking very, very evil and very, very malicious. She says, "You people are crazy. Your entire culture is insane." It's just that line is just so literal and such like that's like what you would write as like a footnote before you actually write the real dialogue because it's just so it's so blatant. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was one good. It's
Yeah.
like,
then-
well, what was the experiment in your vault? Oh, we didn't have an experiment.
Right. That was kind of ominous, I guess.
Yeah.
That was good foreshadowing. I'll say that was good foreshadowing.
One thing I want to
But-
bring up with Maximus again, during the scene where he's like, trying to save Lucy, he clearly punches one of the guards so hard that it's like, okay, if we're gonna like,
Oh, he
if we're
killed a
gonna do
couple
this
of guys in
weird,
that.
yeah, it's like, well, if we're gonna do this weird stretch that, oh well, the ghoul can survive because he's a ghoul and he's basically immune to damage. What's the explanation for the security guard that gets punched just as hard and he's just on the ground like,
He's just dead. That guy's just dead. That
Well,
guy
then
died.
Duty threw it to a fucking tree.
It's it's Marvel comic logic. That's all it is.
And
Yeah.
it's funny, he's trying to save Lucy in his tard out scene here, but he walks over to the table of popcorn buckets and flips it.
Yeah.
I was like, why is
Yeah.
that? He's just angry now, I guess.
I mean,
it's just
we're
weird.
talking about a show where a kid who's in a fridge, like 5 feet away from the crater from a half megaton bomb is fine.
Yeah, he's fine.
with a hole in the back
Guys,
of the fridge. Like,
guys.
you can't even do the fucking joke of like, oh, well, it's a lead-lined container. He's fine. It has a hole in the back of it.
But
That's
it's
what the fans would
satire.
do.
It's satire. It's supposed to be stupid. It's all satire. That's
I
whatever people
hate
say.
that
But-
fucking
Not how satire
excuse.
works.
One aspect I
Nobody
really
can
liked-
fucking explain that cope to me, because what the hell? Oh, you had fucking Wild Wasteland and Elvis Presley impressions. Therefore, like they're like the fuck.
Yeah, but
No.
the
Somebody wants to bring that
impersonators,
to
like
me.
actually makes sense. Like they came upon a Elvis Presley impersonator club and then like thought he was like some sort of like deity and then started emulating him. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the idea that you have these people, it's like, well, Fallout's always had funny and goofy and off the wall stuff.
I hate that.
I had somebody drop that on me recently. I said, so the TARDIS is canon to Fallout. He's like, what? Oh, tell me you haven't actually played the games you're referencing. The TARDIS actually appears in Fallout 2 as one of these Easter eggs. So does the Monty Python Bridge 3 questions thing. So there are so many bits where it's like, these are all pop culture references. The Star Trek shuttle, for
Yeah.
God's sake.
Isn't
Yeah.
there also like a portal thing from Star Trek or something else that's one of the random
All
encounters you can
canon, I
get?
guess.
The one where you go back and accidentally break the water chip in Vault 13.
That's a great one. That's literally going through the what was it? The door to tomorrow. What did they call
Yeah, I don't remember what it was called, but yeah.
Yeah, what a
That's the
what a
thing.
way
It's
to
like,
start to be like,
they're just references. They're just pop culture references. It's not like wacky gonzo crazy. It's just a reference in a game, and
Yeah.
the rest of the game is detached from that. Like, that stuff doesn't have anything to do with the story or the characters or anything else. The story is taken completely seriously. But
Yeah.
because
Right.
there's references, suddenly the game is, oh, it's wacky gonzo crazy. Nothing is taken seriously.
because
Fucking
it's
how?
all canon. It's in the game, therefore it's canon. Okay, so Star Trek and Doctor Who are canon to Fallout. Bing. Let the lawsuits progress.
Yeah, I mean, they're so detached most of the time. I mean, I think there was one where you go to the cafe at Broken Dreams or whatever, and you actually were able to get dog meat.
Yeah.
That's actually affects the game, but a lot of them are so detached that sometimes, like when you see the TARDIS appear and then it disappears, might just be like a radiation induced like
Hallucination.
mirage, basically. Yeah, at that point, like it's so detached from the rest of the game that it might as well not even be real.
Yeah.
Maybe that's cope or whatever, but it doesn't seem to really affect the overall game that much.
Well, they did actually cut a phaser, so you wouldn't be running around with a Star Trek phaser in the actual main game.
I do.
So they were smart.
I do want to go back to Vault 4 because there's something else crazy here that happens. Oh, we've found your power armor and we're bringing it back for you. How the fuck? He
Yeah.
hid the power
How the
armor and
hell,
how'd they
right?
transport it when it didn't have a fusion core?
yeah,
Yeah.
So this is even better, and this actually kind of destroys a lot of it, where Vault 4 is like kicking Lucy out and is like, you'll die up there in seconds. Well, you would know you have multiple survivors from Shady Sands. You let anybody basically stay. Like, I don't see you having a process where you kick anybody out, and you have scavenger teams that are out and about constantly, so much so they found his power armor somehow,
It
and
needs,
they're carrying it back. You would know what the surface is like.
it needs
Yeah,
to be.
also-
Yeah, you wouldn't assume like, oh yeah, they're gonna die instantly.
You also have a well-maintained, like, whole elaborate trap, presented as medical supplies that has an elevator that goes down. I was about to mention that one of the things that makes that whole kind of moral choice to give the fusion core back even funnier is that they end up going from all the way down in the Vault 4, which I think was like a long elevator ride down, after they're taking out the fusion core, I'm assumingly probably have to haul up like 20 flights of stairs, coming outside the vaults, possibly with a manual release or whatever. And then it's like,
I know what you're gonna
hey, you
say.
know what? Should we bring that fusion core back? And he's like,
Yeah.
really? Now you ask? It's just funny.
Yeah.
That it's the typical, like, once after you've been driving for 4 hours in a movie, then you ask a question, even though that would have been like question number 1 4 hours ago.
Well,
It's just
also,
kind of funny.
also after they drop the fusion core down, you can clearly hear her say "thank you"
Yeah.
from the bottom of the thing, and it's like, oh well, that probably isn't that far down.
It says it's actually a chute. I'm pretty sure it says "beware of falling objects."
yeah, it's a chute,
and it's like number 7.
Okay, so there's several different
Oh,
traps, basically. Yeah.
This is just the one that they happen to fall into, but at the same time, it was clearly built with that in mind in the first place.
Right, but they still had to get to surface level. I'm assuming through an elevator, which would probably be down because of the.
They did ride an elevator up.
Yeah, because they came out through the main door.
Yep.
But they rode an elevator up after giving back the core. But how did they get there? They didn't show them getting up the first time.
No, it only showed them getting out once because they didn't go back in. They just dropped the power core back in, meaning the elevator was running on no power.
Yeah,
or auxiliary power.
Yeah.
There is something I really need to make clear because it's so stupid. It's the whole "you'll die instantly" thing. They're not framing this as kicking her out. They're framing it as, for your crimes, you are going to be executed.
Yeah.
By, via exile. You will die pretty much immediately, but here's 2 weeks of supplies.
Yeah.
I got the impression, and granted, this is me basically steelmanning the hell out of this and writing it for them, that may have been the original law of the vaults that these people put together, because the whole thing was like, you brought violence to the vault. Okay, so maybe that was like the first law that the mutants had to actually have some civilization. But after a while, it turned out that that was not really an appropriate punishment. So they still have all this pomp and ceremony left over, but the actual results are like just tame as hell.
Yeah.
It's all for show. That's me writing for the show.
Also, do we want to talk about the like blood orgy and dead people ash thing?
Well, we've referenced this, but we haven't really talked about it. There's a ceremony that's happening here in Vault 4, and
don't they strip down naked?
Mother.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about that. Oh.
Yeah. It was like the first time I realized that they actually had nudity in the show. I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I was surprised to see that.
Yeah, it's like the NCR remnants aren't even NCR government. It's clear that they're just civilians who survived and created a revenge cult.
Yeah, they worship
Moldova
for some reason.
I wonder if any of these rituals were stuff that like they had before, because they have like all these photorealistic effigies of her and like a big cape or a big flag of her as like the Flame Mother.
I would go out of my way to say that that's just the writers' spite against the previous games and what Fallout was. Personally, because one thing you'll notice is that every time there is a well-established and beloved faction or individual or character or whatever the fuck in this show, it's violated with a baseball bat specifically again, and they turn into the exact bats. I like baseball bats, and they become the opposite of what they were. Like, jumping ahead just slightly, don't want to get in on this because we're going to talk about it later. Mr. House, he is the opposite of what he was in New Vegas. The NCR citizens, they are the refugees. They are the opposite of what they were in New Vegas. The Brotherhood of Steel, they are the opposite of what they were, well, every single time. You know? It's just way too deliberate, in my opinion.
That goes back to my theory that they are deliberately wiping the past so that they're not beholden to it. They're not using the music from the old games. They want the NCR dead. And I'm positive that Season 2 is going to be all about wiping out New Vegas factions.
Yeah, probably.
I
Very
suppose
likely.
we should finally start cracking into the whole bit about how this absolutely fucking retcons New Vegas.
Oh
Right,
boy,
yeah,
I've
show
been
it at
waiting
the
for
end.
this one.
I'm
What's the
probably gonna hop out
significance
here
of
real quick.
them
Sorry,
showing at the end?
sorry, man.
No, that's
Hey,
fine.
you taking off fully, Indigo?
Yeah, probably. It's been a couple hours, and I need to go eat. But
Yeah, it's been
Uh,
almost
thanks for
yeah,
5
no
hours.
worries.
Thank you for hanging out as long as you have. It's very
Thanks
much
for
appreciated.
showing up, dude.
Yeah,
Um,
Yeah,
nice
go ahead
meeting
and
you
go
all.
and talk
And
about yourself. Let the chat know.
Yeah, show your
Oh
stuff.
yeah, shill.
oh Lord, I don't know what I was thinking about making a Fallout video just because there've been a lot of like sort of revisionism about the original Fallout games, like how they weren't successful and that they were going to just be forgotten and everything, and Bethesda saved it, which is going to kind of been irritating me. Like I had a tweet about that, kind of go viral the other week, but I don't know if I'll make that video. But otherwise, what were we going to say, Cree?
It's that whole thing with the Star Wars fandom of, oh, Empire Strikes Back was really divisive in its time. But no, it fucking wasn't.
Yeah.
Everyone loved it.
Yeah, and
Well.
it's just it's very narrow-minded, and the idea that why would a company pay millions of dollars for an IP that nobody cared about unless people actually cared about it, right?
Yeah.
So like, Bethesda obviously was a good contender at the time to carry on the series, but the series would continue had somebody else bought it, which they tried to. So it's just I wanted to kind of explore that at some point. I may make a video about that. Probably be a quick video, but otherwise I'm working on probably a 3-hour gigantic finale to my Cyberpunk series, which probably will be released sometime probably next year because it's going to be gigantic. But that'll be basically cover the last 20 years or so of Cyberpunk media, like
Nice.
Blade
Nice.
Runner,
Yeah,
Cyberpunk
nice.
2077, Minority Report, whatever. Like I've got like a list of 80 different things I gotta cover in that thing, so I'm scripting that. But it's a kind of a monster. But that's it for me, pretty much.
Nice.
There you go.
Looking forward to that.
Subscribe to Indigo Gaming.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mm.
Cool, guys. And have fun tearing this thing apart about New Vegas retcons.
Oh
Oh,
yeah, I've
boy.
been waiting
boy.
for this one. I've been waiting this whole time. Holy
It
shit.
has only begun.
Have a good one, Indigo. Thank you for coming out. It's very much appreciated.
Have a nice day.
You
See you
too.
later, dude.
See you later, bye.
See ya. Yeah, I really hope he makes that video about the Fallout thing because God, it is so annoying. The cope people do of, well, if Bethesda hadn't gotten their series, we wouldn't have gotten any more Fallout. Except Van Buren was in production at the time, and Troika wanted to buy the series. Fuck
And also
off.
the
God.
insane historical revisionism of, oh, Fallout has always been a silly, goofy series. What Bethesda's doing is nothing new.
Fuck those people. Fuck every single person who makes that argument. The fucking tourist pieces of shit they are.
Yeah.
Man, I remember when Fallout was really silly and they would talk about how FEV works, being an actual sleeve over a quadruple helix DNA strand and actually getting into the goddamn science of it. That was hilarious.
Man, I remember that time the master fell into the batch of FEV and you had the Looney Tunes or Tom and Jerry slipping sound effect when he fell down it. You know,
Yeah, or the Scooby Doo noises.
So,
Oh yeah, I love the bit in the second game when we were running from the Enclave on the oil rig. And there's like it literally does the whole Scooby-Doo thing where you're running between the doors and you can see the Enclave going through doors in the background as well. And it's just you and the tribals and the Enclave running through different doors trying to catch each other with the goofy music. Oh, that was my favorite
Yeah.
part.
Frank
Oh, Frank
Horgan,
Horgan. Oh, there you go.
I would have gotten away with it too for you meddling muties or what the fuck.
And
Or
your
they're
damn
talking-
dog too.
You're
Points
talking
at
with
dog meat.
President Richardson and you're talking with President Richardson and the Monty Python theme kicks in.
Oh man, no. You want to know what my favorite part is when in New Vegas they're talking about the women being all used as sex slaves and gang raped by the Legion. Man, I was laughing out loud and clapping to that. It's fucking goofy as hell.
Oh, and
It-
when they did the Benny Hill chase around Paradise Falls.
Look at all these goofy. Look at all these goofy guys being crucified.
and then all the crucified guys start singing in chorus.
They sing a cappella.
No, they just sing. Just look on the bright
That's
side.
it.
I know.
I was trying to remember what that was.
Oh my god, yeah, Life of Brian. So fucking good.
Well, wasn't that how they introduced the aliens from Zeta? They're the aliens from Life of Brian. Just zoom in and. Okay, we're getting a little way.
Yeah, hey, we.
It's too easy. It's too easy.
Satan's just show up. Hey yo, you got games on your phone?
Anyway.
Do you not have phones, my dude?
Anyway. Yeah, the Fallout Amazon show retcons New Vegas, and anyone saying otherwise is fucking coping. So
Seething
Okay,
and molding.
I wanted to
People-
ask about that from like a normie perspective. Right, so the evil father he walks around epically and stares at Las Vegas. Ironically enough, I was in Las Vegas at the time. I'm like, okay, that's Las Vegas. What's the significance?
All right.
What
This is
what the hell is on about?
this is kind of perfect because my take on that would have been someone who isn't familiar with the games are going to see Vegas and not know what the fuck it even means.
Exactly.
Because only people who know the games are going to understand the significance of, oh god, look, it's Vegas.
Yeah.
People have been sharing that end frame as if that proves that New Vegas hasn't been retconned. Hey, look, the city is still there. It was never in question whether the city would still exist or not. Retconning New Vegas doesn't mean the city of Vegas is deleted from the timeline. Retconning New Vegas means undoing the characters and factions and stories that take place there that are meaningful and important and impactful to the world.
People don't know what retcon means anymore. They think it's like total erasure or something.
Yeah, and that's not what it is. And before we get real deep into it, one of the easiest examples to point at, Enclave Emily has already referenced this, but Mr. House is the total. I think it was Emily that said this, that everyone's the total.
Yes,
opposite.
me. Yes, it was me.
So
I am a
in-
house fangirl, like just outright house fangirl over here. Seeing the way he was depicted in the show, motherfucker, I'm grabbing my baseball bat.
You and me both.
In New Vegas, House's primary goal is the continuation of humanity. He wants to get humans out into the stars and off of this damaged, poisoned, irradiated planet. He wants humanity to survive more than anything else. He's not an altruist who's going to help everyone. He's all about the end goal, pretty much.
Yes, he outright says, "Give me 100 years." He says, I forget exactly what he says in what order, but give me 100 years, and I'll have humanity colonizing the stars, looking for other planets. And he is pragmatic. The man is very pragmatic, and he very much loves Vegas and wants to prevent the destruction that is coming up, which he knows is coming up by 2065. He already knew that an atomic war was going to happen, and he was spending every second of his life basically making sure that he would be ready for it and ready to protect Vegas.
Yeah, and he did. There's a line in the game where he said he did the calculations on the bombs dropping and got it into within a week of the actual bombs dropping, I believe it was.
Within the next 15 years, meaning that he guessed that within the next 15 years, that being until 2080, there would be an atomic war.
I thought he narrowed it down a lot more than that.
He did that.
No. When he
did.
narrows, does he? When
Yes,
he does, specifically?
He even says like I managed to narrow it down to like I think it is what Kree said, the week when the bombs would fall, and that's how he was able to calculate like, you know, being ready to stop the bombs, except the only problem was it happened just a little bit too soon, and he didn't get the platinum chip in time.
Yeah, he was 20 hours short. Yeah, it's been a while since I've fully done a complete playthrough of Vegas.
And all that was software upgrades for existing hardware. He had everything built. He just needed the software to make it work properly.
He just needed a patch to the released version.
I need a one-day patch.
He needed the day one DLC. He needed the day one DLC.
I have to bring in one thing here about the planning bullshit involved here. Because now the show has retconned that so that he knew that shit was going to happen. Even if one were to argue he wasn't let in on the exact date by Vault-Tec, which currently is the main cope. It's like, oh, they betrayed him. Well, the problem with all that is that when he's talking to the courier in the game, he's taking credit for calculating things and also taking blame for getting it wrong. If he knows Vault-Tec has betrayed him, he's enough of a narcissist. He is absolutely not going to blame himself. But I was betrayed. But why I thought were my allies.
Well, House isn't really House really isn't a narcissist. He's just that pragmatic. Like he's like his whole explanation is that like it didn't work out, but like I've been through sheer willpower trying to do this. It isn't to like brag about his accomplishments. It's to demonstrate how dedicated he is to it.
The main thing being is that he's not going to blame himself for getting it wrong. He's going to name Vault-Tec because he has no reason not to.
Yeah, like he's not like trying to like jazz up the player or make him seem like better than he is. He is merely stating what he believes to be the objective facts.
Yeah.
And the show now has it that he objectively can't believe what he tells the courier.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I actually had an argument with someone in my server the other day about like the endings and stuff of New Vegas, and it started off with like talking about the show and how it retconned things and all that, but then we just started talking about like New Vegas, and of course someone I know fell for the noob trap of, oh well, independent Vegas is the best option, and I had to explain. It is not the best option. It is probably the worst option, even worse than the Legion. Yep. And he tried to argue that like, oh well, House is pretty bad, and I had to explain to him that Mr. House wants to help humanity. That is his ultimate goal, and he's kind of the mix between the NCR's like democracy and the Legion's safety over freedom thing, where he doesn't particularly care what you do so long as it doesn't impede or go against what he wants, but he's also not going to go out of his way to save you.
And
benevolent dictatorship.
Yeah, he's extremely all focused on meritocracy. Like that's why he eventually comes to rely on you so much, because you get results.
And he even specifically says that he's just like, as long as he basically says that he doesn't care what people do in their private lives and shit like that as well.
Yeah.
As long as you get your stuff accomplished, he doesn't care.
House's goal isn't based off of any sort of like personal glory or anything like that. It's based off of he genuinely believes this is the only way that humanity will progress forward.
Yeah.
And the main problem with the ending for episode 8 isn't even necessarily the reveal of New Vegas itself. It is what comes in the outro. There, as they pull out, you start out from the wall of Vegas. It has been breached. There are downed NCR vertibirds. There are destroyed House Securitrons all over the place. And it looks like nobody... Well, we never see anybody living in any of the outros. But what's presented is there's been a battle between the NCR and House. This tells us what the canon ending had to be. Basically, Courier sides with House, NCR goes to war with House. Legion has been defeated.
Hold on, I lagged a little bit. What did you say the canon ending was according to the show?
The canon ending has to be that House wins, and then the NCR goes to war with House.
Yeah.
Because the Securitrons, as I said, you have the battle between the NCR vertibirds are downed right next to Securitrons.
I could bring that
So
up with the copy filter on. I actually plan to have the show running the entire time in the background. I just haven't done
and
that.
the walls breached. So apparently the NCR managed to breach their way into Vegas, couldn't hold it because obviously the NCR collapsed whenever. But for that to even be the case, House still has to be in control. Securitrons have to be a thing.
Right. Yeah.
And that's all in the outro in about 10 seconds worth of footage.
Mm-hmm.
I might have to turn the opacity down a bit on the copyright cover. Give me a second here.
There's also the fact that like everything in the surrounding area is gone and destroyed, and Camp McCarran clearly just doesn't exist at all.
Oh,
And the
there
Ultra
are
Lux
some
Everything
doesn't exist.
around Vegas doesn't exist anymore.
No,
Exactly.
You have to look closer, but there are a number of outlying towns.
Oh,
There
yeah,
are
but
outlying
that's
towns.
nothing. That's
That's not
nothing.
where- Yeah, that
Like
is pretty much
there's half a
nothing.
dozen of them.
See the image I posted and I tagged
Yeah,
True Pop
I did.
Culture. Like,
I saw the
that's not.
difference. I saw the difference between them, and it is radically depopulated from what's canon, at least original. So it's been a massive decline. Okay, yeah, you can see exactly what I'm talking about right there. Hell, I forgot the NCR vertibird was down like right next to the breached wall.
And next to a Deathclaw skeleton too, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, nice touch.
I think the real nice touch here is seeing New Vegas in ruins next to the text executive producer Todd Howard.
Oh
Yeah.
my fucking. You're right.
But let's roll this forward a bit more, because it gets even worse, because first of all, the layout with the rest of the city doesn't seem to align with what's in the games. I know, oh hey, fucking nerd noticing things slightly out of place. This is canon with the games, meaning what's shown in the games is what the city should look like.
Yep.
But worse than that, stuff like the tops seems to be in ruins. Hold on.
Everything seems to be in ruins, basically.
Yeah.
I didn't even. I never actually watched the end credits. I've only gotten screenshots of it when it's relevant to me pointing out the fact that New Vegas and other games are retconned, which we kind of skimmed on that.
Each one of the
Okay.
outros has given hints.
Yeah, I do.
I noticed because I'm autistic like this.
I haven't looked
We
at them
know.
that closely. I just thought they were neat visuals for the most part. But this, again, I don't know how canon you're supposed to take the outro credits, but why the fuck would they be there if this isn't what they're intending to imply?
Exactly.
Like, imagine instead if the outro credits showed a bunch of Legion flags over New Vegas, showing, oh hey, the Legion won. And then in Season 2 we get, oh, Mr. House won. Like,
I mean,
why
hey,
would you...
they could be doing a huge rug pull, maybe. Wouldn't be the first time, Bethesda.
Go and let this pull out a bit more. And yeah, the southern wall of the Vegas... Sorry, I muted myself there. The southern wall of the Vegas Strip is breached, too.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
It's a huge breach. It's not like just a little gap. It's like this has been blown open. So I'm just sitting here looking at all this. It's like, yeah, they are doing a takedown of Vegas. The Vegas has been breached. It's definitely in decline by the time Hank shows up. How long it's been in decline, whether or not there are any really surviving factions, I'm willing to bet that you still have Mr. House stuck in his pod up there, and Hank is going to do the I'm opening the pod, fuck you thing.
Oh, fuck off.
Vegas
I
is
will bet
falling.
you.
Vegas
I
is
got
fallen. Billions must be nuked.
Well, no.
I will drop $50 on this. That's what's going to happen.
Oh my fucking god.
And I want to
You're
go back
right.
to the house points we were talking about earlier, too, because, like, he seems on board with the fact that, oh, if we destroy the competition, then we win the game of capitalism, which is fucking dumb. But also, part of how this retcons House is that when he tells you that, he wants the best for humanity, he wants humanity exploring the stars, it turns that line retroactively into a lie.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh my god! No, this is even worse than you think. 20. If the Shady Sands and the NCR fell in 2277, then House fell before he even rose to power in Vegas.
No, well, they're insisting that New Vegas is still canon, so they're claiming that all the events are still there, including the bit where you have to turn on the power, and so that power is supposed to go to Shady Sands.
No, I'm sorry.
And
No,
there's a
no,
supply
no.
route from Shady Sands.
And
So
the NCR and the Mojave expedition gets fully routed out of the entire Mojave in
And
the
we're-
House canon ending. You're telling me that they got routed, then the NCR turned around the next day, had this battle all the way into the fucking Vegas Strip, and then the day after that, Shady Sands gets nuked, basically? Like, what the
it's even better than that. Remember, the entire point of Lonesome Road is the divide is created by nuclear devastation, by all these missiles going off and detonating in their silos. Why? To cut off the route to Shady Sands, because it's the supply route for the NCR in Vegas.
I mean, you
That's
could
why they
just
have to
say
go
that
the-
the courier
that's why they have
turning
to go the
everything
line-
off.
That's why they have to go via the long 15. That's
Oh,
why.
yeah.
Because Hopeville was their main route through. They were thriving on trade coming from the NCR, specifically from Shady Sands.
2270, just a comment that I noticed. 2274 is when the NCR entered the Mojave. 2277 is the first Battle of Hoover Dam, and apparently also the fall of Shady Sands when Hank decides to grab a nuke.
So yeah, that's the big retcon that people are fighting about. So, let me get the image up. Yeah, it's painful. It's painful. We're going to go through this.
It's the fact that everything is being destroyed. We're not seeing any
Yeah.
of the older factions and like, oh well, here's what's been going on with them. No, it's all of them are dead. Fuck you. Fuck everything you've ever
Yeah.
liked. They're all dead. Get over it.
In
I'm
18
betting on-
months, Obsidian built so much, you could have multiple entire franchises just from what Obsidian built. And Bethesda just seems fucking insistent on destroying everything, and then they get surprised that people don't like it.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
know what's
so-
great about this is okay. Go ahead, Craig. I
Yeah,
think
this
you're
is something
gonna
I
get
really
into-
want to say. So, even ignoring the retcon, and this is a retcon, we will be getting to this. Even ignoring the retcon, destroying Shady Sands in the NCR is something you probably shouldn't do. There is so much storytelling potential with this faction, where to destroy them outright, you're cutting off loads of potential. Like, I wouldn't say limitless potential, but almost limitless potential. Now, you can destroy Shady Sands in the NCR if you do it really, really fucking well. It has to be something built up, it has to be something earned, it has to be something that makes sense. The fact that Shady Sands got destroyed off screen in between... I'm about to say in between games, but you know what I mean. In between the last game that featured the NCR and the show, it got destroyed off screen. It is just a total narrative waste of the largest faction in the franchise, the largest existing ongoing faction in the franchise, where it just terminates, it just ends. There's nothing for them anymore, essentially. The whole thing about, the NCR totally still exists, guys. It's not that bad. Why are they not in the heart of their territory? Why are they... The Boneyard, which doesn't exist anymore because Shady Sands exists where the fucking Boneyard exists. The Hub, the Junktown, Arroyo. Like, yeah, we don't see these locations, but even if Shady Sands fell, they wouldn't retreat from their core location. In fact, the very fact that they moved Shady Sands into LA makes this worse because Shady Sands was closer to the Nevada border, whereas LA is deep in the California territory to the point it's on the coast, meaning this should be territory they're even more entrenched in.
Shady Sands would be where they have their last stand. It would be like a fuck you, we're not leaving this place.
Yeah.
Okay, look, it would make some sense if what had happened was the actual capital got nuked, and then they moved the capital to Los Angeles, which was the Boneyard, and said, okay, we're just moving, this is new Shady Sands or whatever the hell.
Yeah.
And then that gets nuked or whatever. And then because that's in the middle of LA with all their main manufacturing, then a collapse goes from there. But we just don't get anything. The impression given is that the NCR is Shady Sands. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Plus, every instance that we see of the NCR in the show is portrayed as like remnants, and there's only a few, and they're in hiding. They're all the way up in an observatory. It's one location that we see where the NCR are, and it looks tiny. And that's it. And that's all we get of the NCR, really.
What happened to all the forts? What happened to all the training camps?
Yeah, I want to grab a comment here in chat. The way Mahler phrased it is that destroying the NCR in the show is not a retcon, the same way the sequels undoing everything Han, Luke, and Leia did is not a retcon. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to liken it
true.
to the idea that if Star Trek Discovery was suddenly considered the canon, and they just came out and said, oh yeah, the original series, that was all just an entertainment product created in show, and it never happened. Kirk was actually a drunken bum, etc.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, oh, we don't care about retcons. Well, what if it happens to your fandom?
Did you guys already talk about how this board is fucked? Like the fall of Shady Sands?
Yeah, we're about to get to that.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna ask that because I was writing down a few notes for the review because fuck me, fake sideways with a baseball bat. I'm getting
tired of
very
hearing
angry
baseball
right
bat.
Please.
I really want to
like
go
baseball?
to a baseball show, a baseball game. Okay.
Do they even have baseball in France?
No.
In Portugal, no.
When
it's
Enclave
American
Emily was playing Fallout 4, it just went straight to
Japanese.
Mo Cronin and got all the baseball stuff, and that was their playthrough.
Japan loves baseball.
Really?
They do.
They also have they also have their own version of weeaboos, but based on American culture for cowboys and shit.
See, you could
Oh,
just
and
stop the
greasers.
based.
Greasers are holy shit. Greaser culture in Japan is crazy.
Anyways.
Yeah.
There is a comment here. There is no date under the nuke because it would be redundant to put 2277 twice. So yeah, the big cope about this is there's an arrow pointing to the nuke. That means it's further down in the timeline. Okay, maybe. But 2278 is also further down in the timeline.
Can I please talk about the cope about fall actually meaning decline?
Yeah,
We're
also,
getting to that.
I took a lot of classes on history in this shit.
We are getting to
It
that.
gets-
Please.
Okay. I'm
It
sad.
gets blown out by a line in the show, anyways.
Yeah, and we're going to get
Yes,
to
I
that
know.
too.
Yeah.
So, the cope is there's an arrow pointing to it. That means it's farther down in the timeline. If this is part of the timeline, why doesn't it have a date under it when this is arguably the most significant event in the entire timeline, and every other event has a date on it?
Yep.
The fall of Shady Sands. Fall tends to refer to
the end.
fall, the end, and going to grab a little screen cap from Google here to show what I mean.
I'm sorry, the fall of Berlin was clearly in 1939 when the decline of the Third Reich began with the start of World War II.
Yeah, you don't
course!
reference the decline of something as being the fall. You call the fall
Exactly.
the end. So
Yeah.
just doing a search for the fall of Constantinople on Google gives you this. The fall of Constantinople, also known as the conquest of Constantinople, was the capture of the capital of the Byzantine Empire by the Ottoman Empire. The city was captured on the 29th of May, 1453, an exact date, as part of the culmination of a 53-day siege, which had begun on April 6th. So you don't
Notice they don't call April 6th the fall.
Yeah, April 6th is not the fall. The siege is not the fall. The fall is the city falling to the enemy combatants. The enemy has taken it over. That is the fall.
Mm.
Yep.
If something's in decline, you don't say that's the fall.
Using the actual real world, the fall of Shady Sands, and then the cope of people saying, well, the nuke happened after. Like, why would you nuke a place that's already destroyed and gone?
Yeah.
If Shady Sands has fallen, then there's no point in nuking it. If it... Oh, God.
Also, for those people who are bringing it up in chat, that's no one's business but the Turks.
And the Greeks. I just want to say the fucking cope, the people, the fucking historical cope about people saying that fall means the literal beginning of the decline, and they always pull up the argument of the Roman Empire. I know you've already addressed this with other examples, but I just really love talking about the fall of the Roman Empire in 400 AD.
Yeah. This is fascinating because they're literally trying to justify it with changing the meaning of words. You see this in real life as well. Like you change the definition of certain words to kind of win the argument.
Yeah.
If you
Juice head, TK mantis, fucking shills as fuck. Like saying, oh no, it means the decline. Guys,
if it meant the decline, why didn't they say the decline?
It would make more sense if they were saying fall of the NCR, maybe. Because then it's like, okay, you have the loss of Shady Sands followed by et cetera, or that's what the capstone is, fine. But when you're talking about the fall in regards to an extended period, you are talking about empires. You're not talking single cities.
Yep.
Yeah,
but again,
you're
that
not
goes
talking...
to it goes to the issue of them confusing NCR for Shady Sands.
I just want to add this because I forgot to add this in the screenshots that we have here in the group chat. But in the end credit scenes of one of the episodes, and I will send screenshots of this. In the end credit scenes of one of the episodes, you are shown a school, I think it is, where they're logging dates. They're logging dates, so you have like 2 dates per year or whatever. I'm not sure why. But whatever, they're logging dates, and it stops at the end of 2276.
Do you remember
Just
which episode that is?
I do not recall, but I can go check for you real quick if you want.
And the line I was
if I could get that up on screen too.
Yeah, that is a good one.
I will try.
I know what they're talking about.
Do you know which episode it is?
It's not the New Vegas. It's the one before New Vegas, I believe.
No, you're talking about the one where the camera pulls through the school, right?
Yeah, episode
yes.
No, that would be...
It's 7. Huh?
When did they first arrive at Shady Sands? Because I think it was either that episode or the episode before it.
It was like 4 or 5.
Where they look at the Shady Sands school and stuff like that. The
that's right. And it's specifically tied to Shady Sands by the outro stuff,
Yep.
So Todd Howard had an interview with IGN doing damage control on this because a lot of people were criticizing the obvious flaw here. So, according to Howard, showrunners Graham Wagner and Geneva Robertson Dworet came to him with the idea to blow up Shady Sands, something Howard says shocked him at first. But the event would serve as a catalyst for the main characters of the Fallout show, and the showrunners worked with Howard and the Bethesda team to ensure it remained consistent with the games. Big fucking exit out there.
But they
fucking liars.
It doesn't even feel...
but they just...
It doesn't even feel like a catalyst for the main characters, though, because the ghoul doesn't give a shit about it.
Lucy doesn't give a shit about it,
It
honestly.
barely relates to her, aside from, like, the death of her mother.
It all comes together in episode 8 as the linchpin that ties a lot of the characters and their backstories together. That's literally what they're looking for. This is our episode 8 reveal, nuke, and it does this, this, and this.
Yeah.
But yeah, they could have simply moved the date away from that and had this happen after the events of New Vegas.
Yeah.
But actually, they couldn't have. Somebody brought that up. First of all, the line from the show I was referencing, somebody says The nukes were 20 years ago. It's 2296. That's 2276. Even if they're only rounding it off, you only round off by like 1 or 2.
Yeah.
So 2277 once again becomes a proper date. And then you have the issue
remember,
that was brought up that if this was after 2281, how old can either Max or Lucy be?
Creetosis, I got the screenshot for you. It's episode 5.
Okay.
And remember that
I'll put that up
when Lucy is captured, she talks about how her mother died in the Plague of 77, or from the results of Plague of 77.
Yes.
And we know now that her father went to that city, found them, took them back, and then immediately nuked the city.
Yep.
So that's 2077 as well.
The Cope argument is that he didn't immediately nuke it. At least he does. It's not confirmed by the show. So that's why people are saying, "Oh, he held off for many years."
But why?
For no reason. For no reason. So it would fit. So it would fit the timeline.
But this is also fucked because
nukes, this is the thing.
It wouldn't.
We know that Max is right there when the nuke goes off.
Yeah, but that excuse is also fucked because if Rose's mom is still alive that entire time, even after he's gotten Lucy back and he's just waiting to nuke people, couldn't Lucy's mom just grab Moldaver and some of her buddies and use her Pip-Boy to open Vault 33?
Yep.
Yes.
That's exactly where I was going to go. There's another element to this where Lucy remembers as a child the vault being bigger. This is her memories of being on the outside, even though she doesn't remember actually ever going outside. This implies she was pretty young at the time, like 4 or 5 years old maybe. An older kid...
No, even younger. 3 and 4, that's when you start developing your actual memories.
If she were slightly older, let's say 8 or 9 or 10, she would absolutely fucking remember leaving the vault and being outside and living on the surface for however long until her father came to get her and put her back in the vault. There's no reason she would forget that. But going back to this article here, and we talked through it, and it was, this would be a pretty impactful story moment that a lot of things anchor on, Howard says. But for anyone confused about how the city could be blown up by the time the show takes place, Howard explains all the details of the timeline should line up. We're careful about the timeline, he says. There might be a little bit of confusion in some places, but everything that happened in previous games, including New Vegas, happened. We're very careful about that. He says about the show where the nukes go off at the wrong time of day.
Backpedaling. Consider that all of this just works.
All of it just works.
He's saying...
It just works, including his title cards that he forgot to put after episode 3.
But he actually gets this wrong, too. He says, all I can say is we're threading it tighter there, but the bombs fall just after the events of New Vegas. They don't fall. They're driven.
Yeah.
The bombs fall after the events of New Vegas. It makes the fact that there was even a battle to retake Vegas, as shown in the end credits of episode 8, even dumber. Because what? If House survived, and the House ending is canon, for one, where the fuck is his giant army of Securitrons? Second, so the NCR that is busy in Baja gets routed from the Mojave, comes back immediately right afterwards with a huge army, tries to take Vegas by force despite the fact that most of their troops are in bumfuck elsewhere and they didn't even have conscription fucking activated or whatever the fuck to get troops. And then that's when Shady Sands gets nuked. When... What the fuck? This is stupid.
And he's saying it's like he's saying it's right after the events of New Vegas. It's like, okay, so you basically have to side with House, so New Vegas has a reason to invade, and in the middle of the invasion, the nuke goes off.
Yeah, really fucking
Or
stupid.
not New Vegas, NCR has reason to invade, so that's how we would get the outro.
So I double checked. I have the image up on screen right now. Of this card that has dates on it. I double checked in the episode itself, and yeah, it does stop at 76, 2276. And this is in what appears to be a library book. Hold on, I'm gonna take that down and bring this up. Another fucking blatant lie on the screen, by the way, based on the video game series Fallout. Yeah, fuck off. That card is in this book, in a locker. Hold on, let me get the copyright protection.
May I just say that's a very old book that's not checked out very often? Because like the first stamp on it was 2189, it goes to 2276.
It's not checked out very often, but that would mean that if it was checked
It's
out,
just funny.
The due
It
date
also
for
means
this...
the library had to be there at least that long.
Well, no, this would imply that the bombs dropped before, because the
Before
due date.
2277.
Yeah, because the
Well,
due
I
date
mean,
is.
theoretically- Go ahead.
Huh?
No, finish your point.
The due date is 2276.
Yeah, November 2276 needs to be back. Obviously, it wasn't.
Yeah,
Yeah, it wasn't.
but it just seems, and
But it's in the library itself.
no, it's in a locker.
Oh, okay.
So there's further pull back out from the locker. And we're just going to go a little bit more to show that...
Looks like this book gets checked out every couple of decades.
But either way, it's just more evidence that, yes, the bombs did drop before New Vegas.
This was everything in the show points towards an attempt to Can we just talk about the horrendous fucking CGI on the frozen screen right now on your stream?
I don't care about that.
No, we're not. Yeah, whatever. But everything in this show points to them intending to retcon New Vegas, but the backlash was so sudden that he's trying to backtrack and do damage control. The intention was to 100% retcon New Vegas, make it impossible, and just rewrite the entire thing over New Vegas. Fuck every single person saying that it's not a retcon, actually.
It does feel that way, especially when you have all these dates. And I know there's a lot of people out there that will say, well, that's arbitrary. We don't know it. Like, it's just a random date. Yeah, but we keep seeing this date. Or like something
There's...
either the year before, the year after, or that exact year. Like, that's not done with no reason, okay? We're not seeing these specific dates over and over and over again in the show for no reason. They're clearly trying to imply something with this, and the result obviously got them backlash, and now they're trying to fucking cover it up.
Let me put it this way.
If it was like once, if it was, sorry, I just want to say
hold on.
Okay.
Let Cree talk.
Let me put it this way.
Sorry.
This is too consistent for a company that is very inconsistent with everything else.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now go ahead, Emily.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, if it was like once, you know, who the hell cares, right? You fucked it up once in the background, whatever, but every single date we see in this show is perfect, from the backstory of the NCR to 2277 just so magically being the Battle of Hoover Dam. Just it's the Battle of fucking Hoover Dam. Every single date is perfect. Every single fucking date points to the conclusion that they intended to retcon Fallout New Vegas. But people are saying, oh no. Why? Because of one fucking arrow on a poorly made fucking chalkboard, even though everything points to it. I am legitimately fuming. I am fucking fuming at the fact that I have had my Discord server, DMs, and fucking channel comments outright explode. Thanks for the algorithm help, by the way. With fucking idiots flooding me with this shit, saying that the show's writing is fantastic and that I'm just wrong. You did not watch the fucking show, and I fucking hate this. The gatekeeping shouldn't just be regular gatekeeping, it should be with guns and baseball bats, because fuck all of you. Seriously, I hate this. One of my favorite franchises is being fisted.
In Minecraft.
In Minecraft, In Minecraft, it's just a joke. YouTube algorithm. It's just a joke.
Officer Friendly over at Langley, I have nothing to do with this.
To be fair, I did talk about Hitler during the start of the stream, so I'm sure I demonetized.
Yeah, I know, right?
So sorry.
I've said worse in Creetosis' stream.
As somebody was trying to bring up here, it's like, it could have been nuked and then it collapsed after that. I'm like, no, in New Vegas, you have multiple instances where Shady Sands is referenced to still being there, still being important to the war effort.
Yeah, they reference the government in Shady Sands. When you're referencing the government of your home country, you don't reference, oh yeah, the Texas government wants us to invade fucking Vietnam. No, it's the guys in Washington want us to invade Vietnam. You know?
This is just... I don't know. To me, this smacks of Bethesda simultaneously wanting to say that they had control over this and it's all canon and it all fits together fine, but in fact they weren't actually taking much care about things, and so this is catching them by surprise. They're trying to blow it off.
No, it's too perfect and consistent for them to not have
for the
noticed
showrunners.
Yeah, it could be the showrunners. It does feel like that. Like what?
So you're telling me the showrunners just happened to decide to have the coolest, the only decent character other than the Mr. Handy, the only half decent character be called Howard, and the film director be called Emil.
Nope. This goes to the issue of the ages. I was talking to somebody about this before. The idea might be that somebody said, okay, we're going to peg the date for this show at 2296. And then they start thinking, okay, we got these characters and they're tied together with the detonation of this nuke. And we have Max here who's like survives right outside the crater, blah, blah, blah. So this specifically dates the characters. So what you have here is the effect of we're writing backwards and we have to figure out the ages of the characters, right? So therefore, the detonation date is arrived at not by asking Bethesda anything, but going 2296 minus the ages of the characters at this time. How old were they when the bombs went off? Okay, that's the date. And then this just completely sliding by everybody at Bethesda, or they just didn't give a shit.
They're paper shuffling jackasses, and I'll have someone's ass for dinner for this shit.
Just as long as it's not jerky.
Ass jerky, specifically.
I kind of wish I had the Alex Jones voice clip. I kind of wish I had the Alex Jones voice clip on the soundboard of him saying he'll eat your ass.
These fucking morons. Oh, no.
Yes. I'll eat your ass.
I really just want to play the fucking clip of a deep fried Sergeant Dornan screaming.
Oh, I can play a clip of someone screaming. Hold on. Hold on.
You call that screaming? You maggot, get back here in the line. You were not authorized to scream. You will not be allowed to scream. You can go and scream into your pillow at night when my drill instructor ass is drilling yours into the ground. Okay. Yeah, that was bad. I would never have made it as a DI, and I'd flub my lines, and they'd look at this asshole.
The hardest part about being a DI is to say such wild and crazy things and not, like, crack yourself up.
Yeah.
Like, because holy shit, the things that they say in basic training are just fucking great.
You recruits, what do you think you're going to do when you actually get some liberty? I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go into town, stuff a whole bunch of these skull bandits into the nearest snatch I can find and eat them out. That was my DI, and he got 5 of us.
So, is there anything left for us to talk about with the show?
Kill me.
The final meeting.
Oh my fucking...
We just mentioned that all of them were against type. I guess we should explain more what we mean by, like especially Sinclair is the fucking most egregious.
Okay.
Yeah, so Sinclair looks completely different than what he's portrayed to look as in the game. And we only have, like, pictures to go off of because he's fucking dead. But in the show, he looks like a generic fat cat CEO. Like, he's literally a fat old guy. And he's also apparently the head of Big MT, which, why the fuck would he allow them to fuck with the Sierra Madre?
Yeah,
Mm.
the Sierra
And-
Madre was his obsessive love letter to her.
And-
And why
This-
would you do? Why would you put the opening of the casino you're like super invested in, like literally the day before the bombs fell?
Yeah.
And how is it that the Big MT went from being a government-funded think tank to an independent corporation?
Yeah. Fuck, what was I gonna say?
I
Fuck,
was
I had
just
a
going to
point
say
to
that
make.
this show is incredibly predictable in its sub-mediocrity.
Repcon is their CEO is the spy from New Vegas, who was actually not supposed to be the CEO. It was a guy named Piers who took over Repcon on behalf of Robco. And apparently all that happened before this meeting.
What?
Repcon is the rocketry company from
Okay.
Fallout New Vegas.
I thought you said
And-
Robco for a second there. I was like,
Well,
wait,
I
what?
did, because
He did.
Robco
Oh.
took them over. Because remember,
Oh,
Mr. House
yeah.
wants to colonize space. That's part of his plan. So he wanted to take over Repcon because they had some revolutionary plasma drives for spaceships. And in fact, if you go there, there's 3 functional, mostly spaceships.
Mostly functional.
Mostly functional. One at least gets into space. So there's a hostile takeover plot that you uncover from basically pre-war. And the person who was undermining her boss to make that happen, she's presented as the CEO of Repcon in the meeting. But she wasn't, so that had to take place quite a bit before all this for her to replace Piers, who was the actual new CEO. So I'm not sure that that's a retcon so much as really trying to squeeze a lot of off-camera shit.
Mm.
And she hardly says anything, so you can almost not fault Repcon on this. But the most egregious shit is House going, there's a lot of profit to be made at the end of the world.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
there isn't at all.
I mean,
The
that's
opposite.
what we're getting
It's
at.
the end of the world.
Back to the Sinclair point, this is one of the things that really bugs me too, and they changed the whole war never changes thing to be, oh, it's humanity's violent nature, where it just, conflict is inevitable, to capitalism bad. Or,
War never changes. Changes war.
yeah. But they changed the entire message of the series basically into capitalism bad, because that's the cause of the war now. It's the cause of all of the bad things in the world. And
Mm.
I think them putting Sinclair on the board and making him this like evil guy, it feels
Literal fat cat.
it feels like they're, I'd say in Dead Money he was a victim of what Big MT was doing and like all the experimentations and shit. Like, he didn't know what was going on and he got fucked over for that, right?
Yeah, he partnered with them, but a lot of the stuff that they were doing backfired on this. And like I think it was Bacon who said, or such, that this was his baby. This was
Yeah,
his
and
love letter to Vera.
Yeah, and he didn't know that they were doing that. So he was absolutely victimized by them there. But now in the show, oh yeah, he's an evil bad guy. So it feels like there's the perspective that rich people can't be victims. They have to be the bad guys. They have to be the source of the problem.
He brought it on
Because
himself.
That's part of the thing with Fallout is everyone is a victim of the fucking collapse of humanity and society.
Isn't the whole point of Fallout to show humanity dealing with the consequences of their own actions?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Do you realize? Yes. Do you realize how much of a the degree of disrespect that it is to turn Fallout from that into, well, it's actually not your fault because it's actually evil capitalists.
No, it's even worse than that. I just remembered we didn't talk about the stupid through message that the showrunners and the writers were constantly putting out. Oh, it's about the haves and the have-nots.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
didn't talk
No, it
about
isn't.
that, where they have a character in the show outright say, "Oh yeah, fucking the vaults are where all the rich people got to hide. Everyone else
And it's
had
like,
to."
no, it wasn't. In
Yeah,
fact,
the
because
vaults
of the
were not a good
experimentation,
time.
yeah, because of the experimentation, you were actually way luckier off not to be in a vault. Unless you got like a jackpot and hit the fucking control vaults or some shit. If you didn't, you were in for a fucking miserable time.
Right, hopefully that should come back. Hopefully. Sorry about that,
It takes a
everyone. My
sec.
internet died. I don't know why. But
no,
I
it
am
was Todd Howard.
very annoyed.
He didn't buy the day one DLC.
Mm-hmm.
You should have bought 5 copies of Skyrim, obviously.
Oh god.
And the $200 collector's edition or $300 collector's edition of Starfield.
Yeah.
Goat in the hole.
The fuck? Where's it go?
Fuck! I'll be right back. I'm gonna go see what the fuck that was.
Pagan's the one who lives on the farm, right?
Yeah, Pagan does.
I'm so glad my internet went off so we could lose 2/3 of our audience. Thank you,
I know.
internet.
Oh. But we're back.
Hey, this is, I think... this
Don't
is
give
one of
our
my
audience the clap.
I was like clapping for our return, you know?
I do think this is one of the highest viewed streams we've ever done, if not the highest.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very nice.
So
It's the
I do
biggest as well.
appreciate that,
Yeah.
everyone. Yeah, even
To
if
the people still here, if
Okay.
you haven't pressed the like button.
Apparently, one of the kids is trying to give the dog a bath, and it was not happy about that.
I just had this mental image of a goat like smashing in your door.
No, it was a dog. It was.
I just
it
had
was,
the image of a goat in your hallway.
No, it was a dog, and yeah, they're trying to give it a bath, and for whatever reason, it screamed.
So anyways, what were we on before the great internet enshittening?
We were talking about the communism inherent in the system.
Well, we were
Well,
also talking about something.
we were about
else.
to.
I was
Yeah,
specifically talking
I
about
think
something.
there was something about Sinclair there, and
Yeah.
because I heard you guys
Yeah,
for
you
like
never
a
got
minute.
to the Sinclair point properly.
Yeah. So do we want to continue from there?
Sinclair,
or-
yeah, Sinclair's literally a fat cat capitalist caricature, and the Big MT is no longer a government-run think tank facility. It's now its own corporation, I guess.
Also, I do want to grab a comment really quickly. I've heard a lot of bad things about Flamenco, but he's been super chill. The French, though. That's from Master Ficus, and he's the one who did that video I mentioned earlier. I haven't seen the video yet, but it seems good. That
I've seen it. Yeah.
Okay. I've seen a segment of it. I haven't actually gotten to it yet, but just for that comment, I want to put him in timeout. I'm not going to, but you know,
Dude.
dickhead. No, not on Grace
Parisian.
channel. I do it as a joke on. I do it on my channel as a joke, but not on Grace.
Yeah, because you're not allowed to here.
He would if he could, folks.
But anyways, yeah, I've heard the video is good, and I want to check it out, but I don't... I'll watch it after I do my own video, so I don't, like, influence my own opinion, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, go on, Kelbeck.
Oh, well, we were talking about...
Sinclair.
Yeah, but it kind of, as far as he's shown in the show, that more or less sums it up. Yeah, sims it up. Where he's just a fat cat capitalist caricature, and suddenly he's in charge of Big MT, not just the casino. Although the casino is referenced by House mockingly, you could lose money running a casino. And as such pointed out, the Sierra Madre, that's his love letter to Vera Keys, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
It's like, so he sank all his money into this, but a lot of the tech backfires. The tech that supposedly he's now the one who was overseeing because he owns Big MT. This makes no damn sense at all.
Yeah.
I was mentioning RepCon before as well, and that it's being run by the CEO is the person who helped Robco take it over, although ultimately that's not so much as a retcon as a lot of stuff happening off screen, off camera, that doesn't otherwise make a lot of sense. But it's like, okay, RepCon, the show is saying RepCon is a subsidiary of Robco by the time we see this meeting. That's just something to bear in mind later on for when New Vegas gets fucked over by season 2. And finally, of course, we come to Mr. House and just the retardation that is trying to reconcile what he is in the game with what he is in the show. So I think we're back.
Yeah.
I do think how it's insane how Vault Tech explains, oh yeah, we'll give each of you your own vaults to do whatever you want with, and they start listing off like insane experiments they're going to do, some of which we actually see in the games. It's like, but why though? One of them is like, hey, what if we pump a bunch of psychedelics into the vault for some reason? It's like,
hey, we're about to incinerate 99.999% of all our customer base. You know what we should do with the remains? Human experiments. Yes, of course.
This is the point where you have like the 4-step board, then you have the question marks, and after that, profit.
Step 1,
put
everyone in vaults and kill the rest of the world. Step 2, experiment on the people in vaults, killing most of them. Step 3, Step 4, profit.
Question mark.
Yeah, exactly.
Somehow.
My God, this show is actually the meme.
I mean, experiment like would imply you're finding something out. How is giving them hallucinogens making you find out something new? I mean, the subject is dead.
Go ahead,
yeah, seriously.
Like I said before, Vault-Tech's experiments were far more like actually sound, if a bit unethical. Like I said, what would have been a good Vault-Tech experiment in the show is have Vault 31 just be a normal vault, just like 32 and 33. And the experiment was, how do people handle the idea of a conspiracy being about when the conspiracy is literally as far as it goes? It's, we have a conspiracy. What's the conspiracy? That there's a conspiracy. That's it. That's more of what a Vault-Tech style thing would be. They would plant like messages about secret rendezvous, or they'd have overseers be like, hey, every now and then you need to contact each other and talk about like secret things. And it doesn't matter what you talk about, just try to make it a little conspicuous thing. We want to test what people's paranoia will do under high stress situations.
Yeah.
This
like that's a Vault-Tech experiment.
Yeah, this all used to be really heavy-duty fodder for the fandom, trying to figure out what the point of these experiments was and what Vault-Tech's real plan was. And they've just gone with the most shallow, stupid possible explanation as the official one.
Yeah.
I mean, remember when it was like, based on what was coming out in Van Buren before that got canceled, they were like, oh, the Enclave is planning on going to space, so the Vaults are there to get information for the Enclave as to how things would go on a generational starship colonizing another star system. That was a much better theory than this crap.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh God! Like, what if we blare music at all hours of the day and stuff? Like, fucking why? What's that supposed to do?
Well, maybe the ship's sound system got borked and nobody can fix it, so they're just playing fiddles 24 hours a day like that radio station.
Oh God!
It really does feel like peak stupid commie writing, though. Oh, what do the evil, horrible capitalists want? Well, they want to kill everyone because reasons. Because they'll win them the game of capitalism, which is such a stupid fucking line.
It's power structures, Kree. It's about power structures.
Yeah, it's so dumb.
It's not about money. It's not about making products. It's not about people with a dream. Hey, I want to go to the stars. It's not about Elon Musk, by the way, creating brain jacks. Those are now a thing.
isn't it? Doesn't it say a lot that they have to like invent a conclusion to capitalism when we don't have to do that for communism because we just know what it leads to? We've seen the end of communism and what it leads to, but you still have to imagine what the end of capitalism is because we're still in it and it's still working.
It goes to the arc of history argument, where if you consider yourself a progressive, quote unquote, the arc of history naturally bends towards justice. Well, actually, history doesn't give a shit one way or the other because human beings have free will. And we can go one way or the other. There's no arc of justice that requires one way or the other. But progressivism requires that there be an end game to everything.
Yeah.
And in their view, they ultimately hit a utopia, which, of course, anybody who's studied utopias, yeah, that should be your first clue.
Yeah, they will always be very, very bad things for everybody involved and in said utopia.
Hell, even the mouse utopia, Bob, that was...
Yeah, it's funny because they mention, I believe they mention mouse experiments in the show.
Yeah, no, they explicitly mention Mouse Utopia, but they get it wrong.
Yeah,
they're showing it on TV.
Mouse Utopia just led to more debauchery and terrible degeneracy.
Well, no, the Mouse Utopia thing wasn't like cutting off their food midway through. It's like constantly supplying them with food.
Yes.
It's just the overcrowdedness causes them to like completely just start killing each other.
Yeah, when everything is provided for them, shelter, water, food, all the basics are covered. What happens to their society? It breaks down because their society, such as it is based on the scrabble for food and the need to find better mates to breed with to keep things going and raising your litter to be able to survive. None of that matters anymore. So you get the beautiful people who just retreat to isolation and don't breed with anybody. They just wash all day.
Yeah.
You know, like soy jacks, just saying.
Hey.
I still feel like there's something I'm forgetting to talk about with this show, but that does feel like we've covered most of the big stuff.
Yeah, I guess we could talk about, I don't know, people's thoughts on it. Why do you guys think people like this show so much? Like the reactions.
And I think it's just like a fundamentally like well-produced show. It's just got some pretty glaring writing problems
and CG problems. My eyes are the source of that.
Oh,
Emily, I still cannot rewatch parts of episode 7 because of it.
Emily, you should go watch Rebel Moon parts 1 and 2. I hear
I watched
the CGI
Rebel Moon
is
part
really
1.
good.
I watched Rebel Moon part 1.
Why didn't you just tell Emily to delete herself?
Because everybody already tells me that. So it wouldn't be an original comment.
No. I was like, why did you ask? There's no other reason to watch those two things. It's certainly not entertainment. It's more like pushing yourself over the edge.
Well, I think we all pushed ourselves over the edge watching this piece of shit show.
The fact that I'm going to have to rewatch the full thing a second time for my video.
Oh, dude, I'm not looking forward to that.
The same thing
my review, like a review of the scale that I'm gonna do is fucking news to me. It's gonna be fucking news to me, cause
I'm gonna steel man the show here, okay? And feel free to hate me.
Funny you would use that term, but please finish your point before I get to that.
Yeah. First of all, it does have good production values to it. There's a god awful lot of people have been saying that it's likely that the show just went around to fans, and they noticed fans with really good repro stuff because it's a cut above what a Hollywood production would do. For most of it, especially the small things.
It's not like a blaringly bad She-Hulk kind of breaking the fourth wall, telling you you're a piece of shit watching it, or a...
Yeah,
and the acting
Halo's
is
production quality was super dog shit.
And,
I mean,
and
the bar is
everybody
low,
agrees that Goggins carries the Ghoul character better than probably anybody else could.
Yeah.
The real and I've said before, like at the start of this, that one of the reasons that people don't notice a lot of the inconsistencies is they jumble the timeline around. So if they would have had things next to each other in the timeline, people would go, that doesn't match with that. But since it's like an episode or two later, they've already forgotten about it, or it's
Yeah.
yeah. So as far as just a watch, if you don't know or pay that much attention to what you're looking at, you're literally just a popcorn muncher. It's probably fine. And that's the majority, I think, where most of the reviews are coming from.
Mm.
It's like kind of fast food. You kind of eat through it, and it's just like you forget about what happened in the previous scene or previous episode. And
yeah, people are, if they remember anything, it's the big moments that stand out, and they're like,
Yeah.
"Ooh, wasn't that cool?"
and like
the big moments that are abruptly cut by shitty oldie music.
Yeah,
I
the
mean,
constant slow music and stuff. Yeah,
Even the stupid Iron Man suit routine, we know what the hell's wrong with that. Most people just say, "Wow, look, ooh, cool." Then he augers it face first. That's great. Do you remember what happened to the last night who augured it face first? He died.
Yeah, I still don't know how that guy died, considering he's in armor. How? How does he have eternal bleeding?
Okay,
Well,
gotta steel man this the hell out of it.
I don't know if you
already
can.
fucked. He was already fucked up when he got into the armor. That's why he wanted to get off and go shoot something, because he already knew he was gonna die. He wanted an excuse to be fighting something while he bled out inside his suit the entire ride. If he had gone all the way, he just would have died on the fucking vertibird.
Mm.
No. We don't get to do that, especially not when it's fuck, little crybaby runaway thing.
There is
Well,
one.
he punched it a couple of times and it didn't fall over. So what else was he gonna do?
There is one thing I remembered that I wanted to mention, and this is sort of a small thing, but it's how the show treats the audience like they're fucking retarded. Where they're going through, like, this is one of the best examples I've ever seen of this particular thing, but they're going through Vault 32. It's all been cleaned up and it's nice and everything is looking good. All the blood and corpses are gone from when Manlet and Incest Simp searched it earlier. And as they're looking through all these areas, it just cuts back hard to the same shots from when they were exploring the vault. It's like, oh yeah, thank you. I didn't realize this was the same
that
place.
was in
Thank
the
you for
same
showing
episode
me
as well, wasn't it?
half a dozen times that it's the same place.
And I still can't get over Vault 33 just being built in a trench next to the beach like nobody ever heard of storm surge.
Yeah.
I'm just, okay, I understand you wanted the cool shot of ruined Santa Monica Pier or whatever. You could have done that by just turn it around.
They could have had
degrees.
it just a little bit above. They could have had it just a little bit above and then
Look,
just have that shot when she was walking down.
If you turn the thing 90 degrees so that it's facing the ocean, it's built into a hill that's right there. If nothing else, but instead they have this trench that'll do its utmost to retain water on top of everything. Do they have the sea barrier? They got a bunch of concrete barriers that seem to be for no reason whatsoever, except they would block your view of the sea once you came out of the vault. That's it. They don't stop the ocean. There's gaps between them, and there's an end to them very shortly. Who designed this? Who thought it? Of course, it's built into sand. Sandstone is the next layer down. Porous as fuck. What's great about Fallout games is you find flooded vaults that are in better locations than this. Everybody should be swimming around at chest level all the time. Have their little gunfight scene as people are wading through schools of fish. I mean, and of course, they have that long-ass elevator ride through all these open levels. If water does get in through the top, it's going to go straight down.
Yeah.
There is no blockade. There's nothing preventing any sort of leakage from flooding the whole damn thing. One breach and they're all fucked. And since all three are connected, what is this? A suicide pact that just didn't go off?
I also wanted to ask about the ending. So, where is Lucy? She's going after her father.
Yeah,
Yep.
Why?
because that's half of Bethesda's games.
Yep.
Why,
But
but
it's the right
he's
thing
evil.
to do, and she does the right thing because it's the right thing
fuck
to
him.
do.
He's evil. He blew
She-
up a town. Why go after
She
him?
doesn't know that yet.
Oh, you mean the very, very end?
No,
She
she
does.
does know. Yeah, she does know that
She
he's
does.
evil.
She was outright
Right,
told
because
that.
that's
Yep.
something I wanted to talk about too and forgotten. So the ghoul is like, I want to know where my family is, and I'm gonna go search down Hank McClane to find out. You know where Hank McClane came from, though.
Hmm.
Like, shouldn't that be a hint as to where they might be?
Oh, were they in the hype? Did we actually see the
We
Ghoul's
don't-
family in those hibernation pods or not?
No, we didn't. But like,
No,
where else
we
would they
didn't.
be? They're either storytelling skeletons somewhere, or they're frozen.
His wife was a junior exec. All the junior execs, buds, were supposed to be in that vault. He literally came from the same vault that she's probably going to be found in. When Hank finally finds out, look, Hank is running all the way to New Vegas to find out. Right? That's got to be it? Or excuse me, no, Hank is not finding
Yeah.
out. It's the ghoul chasing Hank.
How lucky for him to bump into the one person who might be related to where his family's whereabouts are. You know?
Where's this little girl? That'd be a question.
Yeah.
There's another thing I want to mention, and there's an example I was going to use hours ago when we were talking about comedy undercutting certain scenes, but it's like, Manlet is
But it's
searching
satire.
Vault 31, and it's like supposed to be this big reveal. Oh my god, what's going on in Vault 31? Why are they in control of everything? And then you find this fucking Roomba with a brain in it. And like, why wouldn't this guy give himself a better robot body, first of all? But like,
Yeah.
everything with him is treated as a joke. He's trapped behind a broom that's fallen over. He's like,
Has
oh,
he been trapped there for long?
we
Yeah.
don't even know. But
Oh, Cree.
Well, it can't have
You're-
been too long because he was in communication, and that only seemed possible when he was with the control terminal.
Cree, in chat, we just had a Chinese bot try to sell VPN using Chinese characters.
Very nice.
They first tried to
You've
bomb us,
definitely
but
made
now
it now.
VPN was
China number
literally
one.
the only thing still in English characters.
yeah, I see
China
that.
number one.
But then, like, we have this big reveal of Manlet going through the door and looking to the chamber with all the cryopods, and the Roomba's just like, oh, I have to kill you now, and his syringe comes out of the side, and it kind of waves it around, and it's slowly moving towards him, and this thing is
just
so
walks
non-threatening
around it.
that Manlet
Yeah.
standing there, mouth agape, is like,
Credited literally as Roomba, brain on a Roomba.
literally all the reveals suck ass. Like
Yeah.
all of them. All of them.
So
Absolutely.
Roombas are now canon to Fallout. Actual Roombas, not just the idea of one.
I'm like, there's
This-
better things he could have put his brain into that would have just been better for him than a fucking Roomba. This is literally the worst choice he could have done. And
I wish
aside
I
from,
could go into cryo.
aside from a brain in a literal jar on a shelf.
On a mobile shelf with a syringe.
I mean, yeah, this is like one
A
step above
syringe?
being on a shelf.
A syringe is like, okay, this is supposed to be deployed for what reason? To kill Snoopy people? When
And,
you're
like-
this slow, bump into shit and you can only get them in the ankle?
Keep in mind, too, how absurdly lucky it is for Manlet that this is what was in the vault, as opposed to, no, 31 is a fully populated, regular-ass vault that is controlling everything, and the moment they realize you're not who you said you were, because he got in there under guise of being the overseer for 33, when they realize you're not who you say you are, they fucking capture you, kill you, whatever. No, he won the lottery there as far as like, oh yeah, I can just do whatever I want in 31. I'm perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Oh, the fan art coming up.
Oh no.
Don't get me demonetized again, Emily. Dark thoughts.
Huh? Why would I get you demonetized? What? Sorry.
Emily's baseball bat is surrendering to the deep dark.
Ah, I see. People are already talking about they're getting with the baseball bat. Okay. Yeah.
Hey, the baseball bat is clearly innocent. It has a halo and wings and everything.
Yeah, it's the whole conscious on the shoulder things. I'm the evil one for not wanting to get demonetized. Hold on, let me.
I actually did make that. I did make that connection. I'm terrible. Is it corked, Emily?
It's
Austin
what?
wants to know if your bat is corked.
What? I'm sorry. I'm so out of it by this point. I'm fucking.
Yeah,
And the rum is working. Where has the rum gone?
I think we're close to wrapping up now. Anyways, is there
Yeah.
anything left to talk about?
I can't really think of anything.
One last
I guess
thing.
we'll just have to be ready for season 2 when it comes out.
I would like to discuss the economics of cap trade, which is still ongoing, despite obviously the NCR's collapse.
Callback, I am going to grab you by the horn, you fucking degenerate furry. I'm gonna get my baseball bat and I'm gonna shove it so far up your ass, I'll be able to put both ends of you on a fucking campfire.
Ooh, spit roasted. So, anyways, it's like repair this.
I will
thing.
have
okay,
your ass for dinner without seasoning.
It's like
what
here,
the fuck is happening?
five caps for this repair. It's like this person who can do this very easily, literally in a second.
Wait, what the fuck?
Turns down the job doing if it's offered for 4 caps. So 1 cap is actually of substantial value, like it's worth $1. And 1,000 caps is the bounty she's willing to immediately drop so that somebody can kill the ghoul. So she would be getting paid a lot more than that to get this guy, get this Enclave guy where he needs to go. Also, the when they're there in Philly, it's like caps only. Is there any other kind of currency?
The NCR dollar?
What NCR?
Yeah.
What dollar?
Yeah, good point. Can
Yeah,
I
it's a really
just
old
mention?
sign,
Can I just mention like one topic because I really have to go to the bathroom real quick. Why the fuck do the ghouls just look like generic leftover zombie props from The Walking Dead?
Especially
I have an
Rose,
image
yeah.
for that.
a lot of
Well,
the
Yeah,
The
I have
Walking
an
Dead
image for
ended
that.
recently, so they've got a. That's what they know.
Recycle.
Yeah, they went into the trash compactor.
Yeah.
Or the trash bins of at the Walking Dead studio and pulled them up because
And the
holy
makeup
fucking
artists.
shit.
They also got the makeup artists for that.
Yeah,
Oh,
that
this
were
is-
also in the
okay.
trash bin.
Well, actually, you just reminded me of a continuity issue. So, Rose McLean is the mother of Lucy McLean, right?
Yep.
Or no, wait, Lucy is. Yeah, they are the McLeans. They live in the vault. So, Lucy McLean, Rose McLean is the name of the ghoul at the NCR headquarters.
Yeah, and Moldava
So-
seems to really like her and is keeping her alive for some reason.
The the mother who we're told died in the plague of 77. Also, there's a point where Rose says, "My mother starved to death." So, supposedly, Rose came back with her, then turned into a ghoul?
No. That's just what their father said.
Yeah, that's the lie he told them.
Yeah. Because that's what Norm asks as well. Like, what'd you do with our mother? And, I buried her with your father. So that's also confirmation that the overseer, the other overseer lady, also helped nuke fucking Shady Sand.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I mean,
And
she's from
Moldava's-
Vault 31, so she's one of the management people.
Yep.
Moldava seems to really like Rose. So, question: if you care for someone, would you allow them to be a zombie for the rest of their lives?
Fuck
No.
no.
It seems a little demented. I mean, she's evil. There are more
Yeah.
proof that she's evil, not the rising star, the communist poster that she's on, and whatnot. Moldava is not
Yeah, it's
moral
just
whatsoever, and the
pointlessly
show wants her
gruesome.
to be. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I got.
Moldaver did all this to bring power to the common people. That's the
Mhm,
impression
sure.
being given. But she's running what appears to be a blood-drinking, psychopathic revenge cult.
Yeah.
Not a government. The only thing we see about a government is a couple of cops in nicely pressed uniforms who serve a guy, somebody pointed out, looks like Gizmo from Junktown. There is no government. There is no NCR. There's nothing left. Just a bunch of, okay, we're going to do this or die trying, and then they died trying.
One person asked, what was the plague talked about in the show? All right, the plague was basically, I think it's pretty obvious, something conjured up by Hank and Betty, the previous overseer and then the current overseer, to effectively hide the fact that people are disappearing, such as Rose, for example. So they effectively sabotage parts of their own food supply to get people to worry about other things, I guess. And yeah, some people starved. And it's said that Lucy's mom was one of the people who starved to death.
Mm.
Also, looking at Rose there.
Well, there is also a quarantine, so it gets rid of people without like anybody needing to be like.
Well, yeah. Well, yeah, but it's just, you know.
I can't remember there ever being a ghoul from any of the games who like had a quarter of the entire skull revealed with no skin, and it doesn't even look like it connects to anything else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What
none.
the hell? The eyes look like they're gone.
Because it's a zombie.
Yeah.
It's not even a zombie. There are no zombies. There are feral ghouls who
No,
have
I know.
enough connective
No, I mean
tissue
it's
to...
a zombie though. It's made to look like a zombie, so people won't question it because it's a zombie.
Yeah.
And Bethesda has been pushing ghouls to be more like zombies for a while now. That we see this with the ghoul taking multiple bullets and doesn't even phase him.
That's right. They're going all
Within
in
a
with the
single
NCR,
drop.
with the Enclave propaganda. Ghouls, they're just zombies. And if they're not zombies now, they will be.
So if that's everything, then I'm probably going to move to super chats because we've been going for.
Yeah, sounds like a good plan.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Does anyone want to leave before I get into super chats? Just
I'm probably gonna bounce.
All right.
Yeah, me too. It's 2 a.m. almost.
Thank you for coming out. It's very much appreciated, both of you. Chill your stuff. Flam, go first.
Yeah, you can just find me on youtube.com/FlamingoTV. I'm gonna probably start streaming again, like relatively during the summer or so. Yeah, and that's pretty much it. Thanks for having me on, and I'll anytime you want, just hit me up, and I'll be here to come on.
Will do. Sounds good.
Yeah.
Later, guys.
See ya.
Cheers, dude.
See you.
As for me, I am Enclave Emily. I do commentary, memes, and other miscellaneous videos from time to time. I've recently started talking about the Fallout show and more Fallout because, well, Fallout show. I'm going to be doing a very massive and oldie, angry YouTuber style review of style type review of the Fallout show. So yeah, look forward to that. Again, that's youtube.com/c/Enclave Emily. So yeah, just find me there and check me out. I sometimes show up here to get Creetosis demonetized and to give Callback a good time with a baseball bat.
Woo!
So yeah, cheers everybody. Thanks for having me on. It's been a pleasure.
And the links to everyone's channel is in the description too, by the way.
I'm going to smack Emil Pagliarulo's face in Minecraft with a baseball bat. That's a joke, YouTube algorithm. Okay, bye.
Bye.
Emily always brings the rubber one.
Yeah, I'm staying with you guys, but since my sleeping schedule is absolutely fucked after the Las Vegas flight, it turns out it's an 8-hour difference, not a 5. I thought it was 5 hours. So yeah, I wasn't able to sleep in Las Vegas, and now I'm not able to sleep back in England. So
going around the horn.
Yeah, it's absolutely fucked. I've never traveled outside of Europe, so dramatic time zone changes affected me pretty badly. So I'm gonna ride it out, I suppose.
Well, if you had to meet the U.S. at some point, Vegas is probably the most emblematic part.
Yeah. It was for a meetup. I met like Nerdrotic and then other
Hey,
YouTubers.
nice.
So that was cool.
Yeah, it seemed like a good time.
Mm-hmm.
$5 from Babowski. Thank you. Just came here after watching the responses to Many a True Nerd and episode 270 of EFAP. Oh, well, welcome. And thank you. It's very much appreciated. $2 from Scoopmeister. Thank you. Hell yeah, full house, baby. Not quite. Full house would be 10. We had 8.
We had 10 at one point.
We had
I thought
9
we
at
had
one
dropped
point,
out.
yeah, but someone dropped out.
Yeah.
$2 from Danger Dave. Thank you. Been loving the reactions, Cree. Cheers. Well, glad you enjoy. Thank you. $5 from Lantern's Glow. Thank you. Welcome back, my NWAs. This honors the 6th house. Bleh. Why can't I talk? This honors the 6th house in the tribe unmourned. Ah. $2 from Just a Guy from Alabama. God, why the fuck can't I speak?
Alabama.
$2 from Just a Guy from Alabama. Thank you. Howdy, Furfap. That's not what we are. It's been far too long. Yeah, I kind of wanted to do one sooner, but it just didn't work out until now. I want to figure something out so we're not this long between STAG episodes.
I'm wondering if you weren't thinking about just the guy from Alberta.
$5 from the Dwarf Cast Noah. Thank you. Do you think the Jelly Mold people had low perception so they couldn't hear the fighting going on, nor could they hear over the dumb music going on? Yeah, it's insane that they're walking down the hallway with the cake and the jello when literally seconds before we see someone barbarian yell. $10 from Grand Darkfang. Thank you. N-words. Speaking of N-words, shout out to my friend, Mr. Nick Gurr.
Don't finish that!
Well, no, he made sure to put enough of a pause between it, thank goodness.
Yeah. 20
Of the Gurr family.
20 ARS from Draguo Dot. Thank you. Bronies are not furries.
Yes, we are.
Yes, they are. Come on. It's a subcategory.
It is. 1,000%.
Alright then.
It's decided.
£5 from Absolute Murion the Druh. Thank you. The Fallout show is the God. The Fallout show is the Shrek the Third of Fallout. It's nothing but a joke franchise now.
Is that the worst Shrek movie? Is that like a consensus?
I don't remember if I've seen the third one or not, but I thought, wait, yeah, I think that is the one people hate, because I remember vaguely hearing 4 wasn't as bad.
I would think like the fourth was. I don't know. I don't know which one would be the worst. I don't know. I didn't hate 3 from what I remember, but what do I know? I haven't watched it in a while. Shrek 3.
Oh.
Is it the worst one?
People in chat are saying it's bad.
I don't remember.
I remember Shrek 3 being pretty bad.
It had some good jokes.
Yes.
Like the frog one, like, oh, someone better be dying. And then it's the Frog King actually dying. Because, you know, they interrupted Shrek's sleep or something. I can't remember.
And Eddie Murphy got to sing I Like Big Butts.
But he did that in Shrek 1, didn't he? For the end credits thing?
Yes. Wait, there was more than one movie?
$5.
Oh, and it had the mutant abomination children, didn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Every furry in the audience was like, yeah!
No. No.
No.
What?
Dragons are so submissive and breedable.
I mean,
No!
sometimes, yeah.
What the fuck?
That
$5.
shouldn't work. Oh, sorry.
I'm gonna get through this fucking eventually.
No, you won't.
$5 from James Moore. Thank you. I thought House was being sarcastic with his lines. I consider Sinclair way more ruined than House in the show. Taking it in context with what he says in the games, though, like, there's no reason he wouldn't reference the fact that, oh yeah, Vault-Tec nuked everything.
That is actually the going cope. The argument that he was being obviously sarcastic, and actually they're just to spy on what's going on. It comes back to, if that were the case, he would have said to the courier in New Vegas, "Yeah, Vault-Tec did this." He's got no reason to cover for them.
Yeah.
He's never come across anywhere in New Vegas as being somebody who particularly likes Vault-Tec either.
No.
Especially considering the fact that he tried to destroy the vault in Vegas after, it opened up.
Yeah.
On top of which, really, he doesn't have to go to any damn meeting. He runs Robco. The terminals are used throughout Vault-Tec technology.
Yep.
All he has to do is have a backdoor, and he has all their information.
And there is always a backdoor.
Yes.
£5 from Thief, thank you. I'm just wondering, since no one has said it, but are your reproductive organs intact? Lucy sure as fuck isn't anymore. They got a fucking direct dosage of radiation.
How would you guys rate her? Like, people saying she's attractive, but I just find her, to have, Battle Alita Angel
Basically
eyes.
Attractive? I mean...
I haven't seen her outside of the show, but I don't know what it is about her in the show. But she has, almost Steve Buscemi eyes, and I find it really off-putting.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's maybe a 6 for me.
She voices Jinx in Arcane, apparently.
I can see her after getting married 10 years down the road. Husband comes home and there's just blood all over the floor, and she's standing there with a rolling pin and 3 dead children. Hi, honey, with that same look.
God.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Fix the eyes, and I'd probably say she's probably an 8, but you got to fix the eyes.
Yeah. And I haven't seen what she looks like outside of the show, so this might just be a show thing. $10.
Oh, I said fair enough. Sorry.
$10 from Zorlag. Thank you. Fallout 1 was the peak. The show is abysmal, just like Bethesda's Fallout, and working on an isometric Fallout-type game to preserve its spirit without violating copyright. Stay tuned. Ah. Well, I hope that turns out well. $5 from James Moore. Thank you. Old World Blues is peak Fallout. The balance of tragedy and horror, with the humor coating it, making perfect dark humor.
Gallows humor is very, very difficult to pull off in anything.
Yeah.
Very difficult.
But it's been a long time since I've played Old World Blues, but I very much remember enjoying it. $2 from Babowski. Thank you. Dead Money rocks. I love the quote, begin again.
Mm-hmm. It's funny, because originally, when I first played Dead Money, I didn't like it. But I was the absolute wrong build to go into Dead Money. Holy shit. So, because remember the ghost people, the way you kill them is to remove a limb. Yeah, good luck for me on that one. That was really rough. But then when I started gaining experience in Dead Money and was able to actually start getting some decent weapons that I could use, it was so much better.
I remember hating Dead Money at the time because I was always paranoid about the red mist. I did not want to stay in it for any period of time, and I was just constantly dashing through it, sneaking. I just wanted to get it through and over with. I was afterwards when I finally realized, it ain't actually that bad, especially if you heal regular. It's it's just enjoy, explore, chug the shit that Domino gave you.
Yeah, James, I actually agree. Dead Money, maybe not my favorite, but Dead Money has definitely gone way up in my appraisal of it. I was being too hard on it for what it was. It was trying to do something different. And, once I stopped struggling with it, because, no, I want to do this my way. It's now that once I started taking my time a lot more with it, it turned out to be a lot better, and I enjoyed it quite thoroughly. And then that let me focus more on its storyline and everything it was trying to say.
Dr. Strange Ghoul, How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Red Mist.
Yeah.
Jesus. $2 from Lanterns Glow. Thank you. Bethesda hates New Vegas for being better. I get that impression. I can't say for sure, but I definitely get that feeling, especially with this show. I have heard people mention before that internally Bethesda does kind of resent New Vegas, but I don't know how true that is. I have no way of knowing that unless someone at Bethesda literally reaches out and says, hey, yeah, this is true. Fuck New Vegas. Which I don't think they're going to do.
Unless like somebody gives us like internal communiques for like meetings of like how do we like undermine New Vegas's popularity, stuff like that. I'm just like, yeah, no. It just feels like they absolutely do.
I mean, it's hard to describe what happens in this show in any other way. Why would you completely erase the NCR aside from like 40 people? Why would you show an end credits scene of Vegas in ruins? Like,
yeah,
it's here's
kind of got some experience with this actually. I was saying to somebody else recently, it's not my baby syndrome. Lots of corporations have this. If they didn't come up with it, like Titan AE was basically completed and ready to go to marketing when the company that made it got bought out. Warner Brothers is like, not our baby. We don't care about it. We're not going to market it or anything. It didn't cost us anything to make it. And if we throw any money in it, that means we're committing. So fuck it. And it didn't get much in the box office because, I mean, it had its own issues as a movie.
Yeah.
But yeah, it got abandoned by the purchasers because not our baby. And this is common when you have a buyout happen. You know, what came before, that's not ours, that's not our vision, blah, blah.
On the subject of Vegas and the NCR getting destroyed, one of the copes I've seen is that because Fallout is about war never changes, that means society can never progress, which means these things were doomed to eventually collapse anyways.
So when Ron Perlman tells us that the Roman Empire built itself on slaves and gold, or I'm sorry, was that he's talking about Rome, Spain, and Nazi Germany. War never changes. You know, it goes from galleons and gladiuses and fucking tanks and shit, but war never changes.
That's not what I mean. What I mean is the cope that I've seen is because the theme of Fallout is humanity's propensity for war. Right. That means that the NCR was going to collapse. It was inevitable.
That was the point that I was addressing. Humanity advances in all three of those conflicts that Ron Perlman references.
Yeah. Yep.
It's like you have the Roman Empire, we progress to the Spanish Empire, then you have the German Third Reich, the also empire. And humanity does progress in all of that, but war never changes. So it's not... this is people not understanding what the fuck the point was of war never changes.
They even have, they even try to spell it out more, like the reasons war begins and ends change, the means of fighting the war changes, but people don't change. And that's kind of the point. Is like people will be drawn into conflict for any number of reasons, some justified, some not.
Yeah.
And that gets interpreted by this show as long as any factions exist, there will be war.
Which is stupid, because it's as long as any people exist. That's the whole point. I think it was for any intelligent beings that aren't part of a hive mind.
Well, exactly.
Because you'll just have natural differences. Like, hey, I like to eat this. Oh, I don't like that. It's disgusting.
I like pineapple on pizza. Die.
Dude,
you have been executed.
It's a bit of an extreme example, but those people that in cities that are famous for a particular type of food, and you have two different restaurants that have a different spin on it, and they're like, whose is better? Oh boy, the fucking fisticuffs come out, and it's like, oh, you think that Johnny's on 5th Street is better than Emil's over here? Oh, fuck you.
Emil's pizza isn't even pizza, it's an experience.
Oh, God.
Yeah, it's the same thing with, there's this one, it was the It was a burger that had cheese. The way you make it is you do the lower part of the burger meat, the patty. You put cheese in it, and then you put another bit of meat on top of it. So you make like a cheese melt inside the burger.
Mm.
And there's 2 different restaurants that do it in different ways. And holy shit, the fighting! I remember this was back on Food Network, and then people were like fucking tribal over which one was better than the other.
Don't mind me just opening up Uber Eats over here for no reason.
Yeah, I need to get
Oh,
dinner.
that's okay. I've got a Burger King burger right here.
10 pounds from Gorbs. Thank you. I found it funny that wooden floorboards collapse under the weight of power armor, but a human foot just gets only mildly injured when stepped on. That's a little more than mildly injured, but I get what
That
you
was
mean.
way more than mildly injured. It was fucked. No, my problem was we are shown that this thing can kick rocks through buildings and destroy the building because it hits that hard, but a couple of thin pieces of wood, I can't break that and get my foot out.
Nope.
Yeah.
It's literally plot armor. It does whatever the plot needs.
Yeah, it's
Yep.
insane that he gets stuck there for fucking no reason. I hate it.
Here's these jump jets that let somebody, carefully glide down in a controlled fashion, but when they go haywire, you can just launch to the moon. It's just oh yeah. Do you think this wouldn't be something that they would do normally if they could? Hey, I need to get on top of that 5-story building over there. Let's overdrive.
Yeah, because it's just an Iron Man suit now in terms of being able to fly.
And apparently that happens just if you cut a stupid hose that's exposed.
Oh yeah. And then
Forget shooting under the plate. All he has to do is nick a fucking air hose near the head. Whee!
Oh, you just reminded me of one of the other worst parts when he's standing in front of all the Brotherhood and he turns the lights out and everything, and it's like,
Oh yeah, and
shit.
they can't see him even though they have helmets designed to see in the dark because they have headlamps and targeting systems,
Yeah,
but he can
they
see
use it
them
for-
just fine.
Oh my god.
Well, as we all
what?
know, it was a cut scene, and it wasn't one of the newer versions where you could just turn the mouse away and cut it off. It's like the ghoul's talking to you, so you're stuck there until he finishes.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. That is actually like a funny thing. I love people playing with community meta wise is when you are coming into a town, you see an NPC running straight towards you, and it's like, no.
Dude, that's one of the
He's
most
drunk.
annoying things about Bethesda games is because they overuse that stuff of, oh hey, here's an NPC that's targeted you and it's gonna chase you down. Or
To
you
the
happen
end of
to
the
walk by somewhere and an NPC will force you to talk to them when you don't want to. Or the second you step through a door, there's an encounter you have to fucking deal with. I hate it.
Yeah.
You picked up a Sunset Star bottle cap. Malcolm Holmes is approaching your location rapidly.
There's a reason his name is Holmes.
Yeah, Holmes in right on you. My senses senses tingling.
You entered the strip. The man with the orange beard will sell you knives. God help you.
May God have mercy on your soul.
$10 from James Moore. Thank you. Hancock mentioned that he found and took an experimental radioactive drug, was the best high of his life, and became a ghoul after. He's recent
that
as
is-
well, being Mayor McDonough's younger brother.
Yeah, that's some lore I'd actually forgotten. But yeah, Fallout 4 does present him, and I think that's also Eddie Winter's backstory. Yeah, experimental ghoulification drugs to achieve immortality.
Yeah,
God, I
I don't
hate
know.
that.
But
I
But
hate
those-
that that's a
those were-
thing that got added.
it's like, again, it's like, okay, so those were experimental pre-war? Because at least in Eddie Winter's case, it would have to be. And then you just have this stuff that's cobbled together by some chicken fucker out in the middle of nowhere?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, the lab that they're running seems like there might be something going on there. They have actual medical equipment, actual lab equipment, a handy dock. I mean, God only knows what it was actually programmed with. And then they seem to be farming these feral ghouls for the stuff. I mean, that's the only conclusion I could. How the hell are they making it? These two slobs who can barely is like, yeah, it's a robot. We don't care, dude. He literally used your sawbones to take care of organ transplants. What the fuck?
It's like, do you guys know how to do that? No, then you should fucking care.
It's like the worst take on Bob and Doug McKenzie that's ever been done.
There's also a comment here I want to grab quickly from Thief. The nerve of having the password to the Cold Fusion being 101097, the release date of Fallout 1, while spitting on its legacy.
Yep.
You know, I didn't actually make that connection myself. I was just bitching it at the time. Like, if it's all numbers, you can just force it. You can brute force that password.
Breaker.
Literally a kid sitting down, if you don't mind them taking time.
Well, apparently it has to be a Vault-Tec person because something. Because she makes him...
It isn't, though.
No,
she gets the code from him, but he does not type it out.
Yes, he does.
There's no recognition.
He does type it out.
He does type it.
But that's the thing, is it's a regular-ass keyboard.
Yeah,
there's no recognition.
$2 from Zorlag. Thank you. Someone stop this man from talking, please. Alright.
I don't know when that was, or who it was that was talking.
$5
That
from
might have been
me.
me. I think that might have been me.
We both
I might have been Emily when I was like, okay, hold on.
Thief is saying that the snake oil salesman is not the chicken fucker. They are different actors.
Are you sure?
He looks very fucking similar.
They were
very similar.
Because he had the case, remember?
He's dressed up, has the cane, the whole thing.
Everything was the same. I don't think that was a different person at all. I'm pretty sure that was chicken fucker.
Yeah, because he had the little suitcase thing that he ran off with.
Yeah,
he even says like the same stuff.
Yeah.
Like, oh yes, I see you. You're a man that have actual, character.
A man of
shit like that. Like he had the exact same fucking like everything. Like even the way down to how he speaks, it was the same. It had to be the same guy.
It might be that it came up differently in the credits for some weird reason.
Oh, they might have. Could they have replaced him during shooting? Because sometimes that happens, but normally if you do that, you just like cut him from the scenes or something.
Well, when I went ahead and binged with everybody like last Saturday. We had like 20 people in the voice chat on Cree's server, just watching this, and I kept bringing up the credits because if you're watching it on Amazon, you just like hover over to the left, and the credits come up for who's in the scene at that moment.
Yeah,
and that's how I knew it's like the guy is credited as Brain in Aruba. I was like, wait, what? It's like they actually call it Brain on Aruba. Oh, okay.
Wow.
I would have thought it'd be something like Robo Brain Jr. or something like that.
God, I brought that up in my Discord server that the Vault 31 is run by a fucking Vault-Tec CEO who is literally just a brain on top of a Roomba, and they said like, oh, that's a good idea. That's actually very in line with the games. And I was like, oh my god, why? Why are you so stupid?
Why is my community so dumb?
I mean, not even in Old World Blues did they get that cheesy.
Yeah, it never got that level of like stupid.
We used to kill people with hammers for saying stuff like that.
Welcome to Vault 31 and my giant scorpion of doom.
Well, it was the same person who said that, the the Yes Man ending is the best ending for New Vegas. So,
well,
but then a couple of other people came in and agreed with him about the Roomba thing, and I was like, no, you fucking idiots! Just like you were getting it like because a couple of other people popped in and was like, no, you fell for the noob trap, and I was like, oh, thank God, at least it's not everyone. But then he mentioned the Roomba thing, and the same people who criticized him came in and was like, oh, yeah, I agree with that. No.
They just think it's cute because it's topical to their own lives.
No, you will die.
Come back here. I want to prick you with this deadly stuff. That could you shuffle a little slower?
What's even funnier is he just stands there up on the catwalk with grating, and like the room is like thwarted. He doesn't even try while Norm is just standing there because he knows his little wheels will get caught in the catwalk.
You gotta wonder how long he was stuck there in the first place, because he got himself jammed. He couldn't get the fuck out of there.
It can't have been long because he needs to be at the console to fight and do all the stuff. So he probably was like, "Oh well, I better tidy up before they get here," because he's a fucking weirdo.
$5 from James Moore. Thank you. The only connection I can remotely make to Hancock is Eddie Winters, who took a procedure to become a ghoul before the bombs dropped. Yeah, they're very unclear of what Eddie Winter did exactly, but that whole storyline is just really dumb too. I hate it so much.
As most of the writing, especially related to ghouls in that game.
Yeah. £5 from Gorbs. Thank you. Todd Howard said they totally respected the lore, just like he said Fallout 4 just works, and Starfield works great.
Yeah. Oh god.
Not being
Todd
the
is
fucking
a true salesman, He really is.
Yeah. Todd Howard is not beating the liar accusations.
I bet he's very happy for people to have stopped talking about Starfield, though.
Oh. I haven't.
Yeah.
You'll probably get into being producers of shows and films, because, it's another way to resell your old games. Now people are buying Fallout 4 a lot.
Oh, like you had people bleed over from comic books into TV.
Yeah.
And then shit up their own comics.
I feel
I
sorry.
can tell you the same thing again. That new strategy. Hooray!
I feel sorry for all the people whose first exposure to Fallout is the Fallout show. And then they go and play Fallout 4. You know what? It's probably a better experience because it's not as shit as the show. What am I saying?
If they play Fallout 76, they'll detect no differences.
Mine was Fallout Shelter. That's my first experience of Fallout. But
Yeah, we need to get you some actual Fallout there.
Not actually their worst outing.
$5 from James Moore. Thank you. Alan Moore likes exactly 2 adaptations: Harry Partridge's Watchmen video and Justice League Unlimited for The Man Who Has Everything.
Wait, he likes Harry Partridge's take on it. Okay, based.
I guess.
That's a +1 for Alan Moore if you've ever seen Partridge's stuff.
I have not seen his take, no.
He does some good quality stuff, and he's also generally off the wall. I mean, it's fun watches. Almost doesn't matter what he does.
£5 from Gorbs. Thank you. If Vault-Tec started the war, then why didn't Howard's wife, the Vault-Tec executive, make sure she had her daughter with her so they could both survive? Yeah, that's a good question.
And husband?
There might be difficulties between them.
Yeah, because remember, he was having like a mental fucking breakdown. He realized his wife was actually planning the end of the world.
This is one of the copes too, is, just wait for season 2, it'll get better. Just wait for season 2, they'll explain everything.
Just wait for Westworld season 2, that got better, and it's the same creators.
Well, it's going to be the Starfield cope. Fucking season 2 will be shit. They'll be, we'll wait for season 3. It'll fix everything. We'll wait for season 4. Everything will be explained.
Yeah.
You actually have TK Mantis saying Starfield's going to get better, guys, as soon as the DLC and mod support drops.
Yeah, I know. He's a complete shill.
I mean, seriously.
Yeah, it's really sad. Like, I get like having a bad take because he was going through a rough time, but this is crazy. This is like actively on his hands and knees, like, I'm wearing the collar, Bethesda, please, he access media, I'll suck you.
He is stuck with being a content farmer at this point. If he doesn't get something to farm, his channel dies. That really seems to be it. He's not creating anything of himself. He wants them to drop something that he can just, like he did with New Vegas. He's got like 150 videos that are all like 10 minutes or less. Just every little teeny thing about New Vegas or whatever is in there. He's got a video on it. but he's farmed it all out. It's all done. He needs something to keep going. Same with Oxhorn, although I actually have to. No, never mind. I'm not going to go off into these weeds, or I'll be here 10 minutes.
Yeah.
I mentioned the O word. That should be enough.
Yeah.
I actually kind of dozed off there for a second. I am running out of battery here.
Yeah, I didn't get much sleep before this either. I am very tired.
What's that? Please. Am I the only responsible one here? Calbeck, did you get a nice night's sleep?
My ankle is actually twitching with energy. Keep going. You two nap off. We'll take over.
I got a decent sleep, but we've been going for 7 hours now.
Started streaming 7 hours ago and changed.
Yeah.
$5 from Greggle Simpson. Thank you. The fly farm concept made no sense. So people would eat food just to poop in order to attract and capture flies to eat. Waste of food for worse food.
Yeah.
That's why I was saying it only made sense if they're talking bloat flies or something with a lot of meat on them.
Oh no, the next one. We need Flamenco back.
How can you see them?
Fan funding.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm looking at them as well.
See, I had to go into the thing because I don't think those are available for me anymore. Because I had to restart. €2 from a Woogie. Thank you. Flamenco, what's your favorite Oreo flavor? I actually forgot Oreos even had other flavors. I just know there's regular Oreos and like double stuff.
Yeah, so a madman brought Heath Oreos into this house, and I've had a couple. They're not terrible, but man, oh man, they are definitely Heathy for sure. Jesus.
I've had
I executed him and he has not been seen since.
And the mint version tastes like eating toothpaste.
This is news to me. Oreo has flavors?
Yeah.
Yes.
Some of them are good. Some of them are really like, oh my god, this is total processed sugar. Like, oh god.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if this was in Japan, because Japan has like 250 flavors of Kit Kat.
Yes. Would you like your wasabi Kit Kat?
That's stupid.
£5 from Gorbs. Thank you. Tactics had General Barnaky, who hated everything non-human, but that was just him and not the Brotherhood chapter as a whole.
Also based.
I just remember Garithos from Warcraft 3, where he just hates anything that isn't human, and he sets up the high elves to die horribly. That's a game I need to play on stream at some point.
It's kind of ironic that had a character like that where they're like, oh yeah, like I hate anything non-human, and then Tactics is also the same one where they brought Death Claws into the Brotherhood chapter.
Yeah, Tactics is not as rich story-wise as either 1 or 2, but it's better than a bunch of the stuff Bethesda's put out.
Yeah.
And it was like had really good gameplay, honestly.
Yeah.
And very like intricate gameplay for an isometric RPG as its base. And then it has like proper like stealth mechanics and sneaking and having different stances for people to change up stats. Like, holy shit.
$5 from James Moore. Thank you. The bad Brotherhood ending in Fallout 1 is becoming religious zealots. Zealots. I hope I pronounced that right. In Fallout 4, in Fallout 4, the Radiant quests are finding old tech. They destroy new tech. Yeah, it'll never not be insane to me that the Brotherhood just nukes the Institute. It's like, okay, you hate the synths?
Yeah.
Sure, shut down synth production. Do you realize all the things that, like, you could take from the Institute that would be highly valuable to you as an organization?
Also, don't forget the FEV tanks. They kind of have a problem with that, but still, you're talking about like mainly demolishing 1 or 2 areas.
Yeah,
and everything else should be just fine.
Yeah, like what about all the medical, like legitimate medical research they've done over the years that would be helpful to keeping people alive in a post-apocalypse wasteland? $5 from Zach111. Thank you. Don't worry, the modders will fix the issues with the show.
Yeah.
BRB drawing mustache on screen.
Oh no. $10 from Harv3034. Thank you. Holy cow, I'm late, but yay, new STAG. I missed these. Yeah, I hope everyone enjoyed the episode today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
$2 from Jack Chipper. Thank you. Chad War Criminal Nate versus Virgin Peace Lover Core 6?
Courier 6.
Oh, Courier 6.
Yeah.
I launched the missiles from the Divide, wiping out huge sections of the NCR and the Legion. Yeah. Well, I killed the guy in Canada.
$5 from Demeteon? Demeteon? I hope I pronounced that right. Thank you. Just like, somehow, the Enclave returned. Yeah. It's weird that they would even name them the Enclave specifically when it's just, they don't look like the Enclave at all. They're just a random group that exists.
Yeah,
It's
they don't look like
definitely
they have Enclave uniforms or anything, and just like...
At the same
Yeah,
time,
they
it's
don't-
a sizable complex.
Yeah.
Yeah. But they don't look anything like how the Enclave is portrayed. Like, they look, I don't know, like,
Is this Diet Enclave that we're getting?
Yeah.
it does feel like Diet Enclave, yeah.
Like, why not just have... You don't even need to have it, like, tons of them. Just one Bug-Eye armor. That's it. Just one advanced power armor.
We get a couple of guys in what looks like combat armor and a turret that doesn't work.
$2 from Zorlag. Thank you. Can we call maximum discount Denzel? He means Maximus, but yeah. Honestly, he seems like a discount Finn from Star Wars, which...
Yeah.
Don't you diss my boy Finn.
Those
Actually, that's
movies were
pretty
dog
accurate.
shit! Finn was definitely wasted potential, though. Like, if
Finn was
everything...
discounted on Trilogy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, it genuinely... Like, those movies were bad, but it sucks that there was so much potential for Finn as a character, and they just turned his entire character into, oh, he's a simp for Rey. Okay, thank you.
Also, funny sloshy floppy man.
Yeah. $5 from James Moore. Thank you. Show has a problem when most of lead characters can't even beat Fallout 4 companions in their arcs at baseline. Those on average are mediocre. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Fallout 4 companions are not great. $2 from Demeteon. Thank you. Need the Dornan copy pasta, but it's about jelly mold.
What the fuck did you say about my Jello, you little son of a...
Oh my god. It's not just that that's the only line during that combat scene, but like, what a fucking bitch he sounds like. Get that jelly mold out of here! Like, what
Yeah.
the fuck? I cannot get over this. It's probably gonna be my one takeaway from the show. Like, after I finish my videos and forget about this show and season 2 is like around the corner, I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, the show where the guy says get that jelly mold out of here while people are being brutally murdered.
It almost
It's
feels
like-
like a deliberate distraction.
Kinda.
It's like the fucking. It's like
satire,
EFAP
guys.
thing.
It's satire.
It's like the
Of
Batwoman
what?
EFAP thing of, fucking, what'd you bring me? Except for us, it's get that jelly mold out of here.
Yeah.
This is satire. Satire of what? A fat guy who really likes Jello?
They bring up Jello like more than you'd think, because
Yeah,
they
they-
have that one like jelly mold cake that they then tried to give to the prisoners, and she's
Yeah,
like, super-
multiple times. It's like their
Like,
specialty or something.
Well, it's funny because they even like reuse a scene. It's like you couldn't just film another one; you actually had to reuse. Okay. But then one of the times, like the very first time he brought them the jelly stuff, I was like, oh, please tell me he poisoned it. He poisoned all the ones. So she took the top cake, but he already had them all like proportioned out underneath. I was like, oh, please tell me. Please have all of those have been like poisoned. But no.
Okay.
And then the next time they were, I guess, I think.
Alpha Kragan Trat wants to correct me, saying it's jelly, not jello, but they call it jello in later episodes, at least twice.
Yeah.
So it's like jelly mold you would say to avoid the copyright issue, and then they just don't give a fuck.
So what you're saying is the Fallout show couldn't even be consistent on jello and jelly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Quick! Apply the adhesive. Apply the adhesive bandages. You mean the band-aids? Fuck.
It's like having like a soft drink in your world, and you call it Beppis, and then you accidentally call it Pepsi twice in a couple of episodes, and it's like, you fucking idiots! You fucked it.
I need a refreshing Beppis. And then he like
Beppis
opens up
mold
the
out of
case,
here.
and you just hear Surveyor Krista. No!
$5 from Demeteon. Thank you. I'd also like to point out that all of the NCR guys are wearing Ops Core and plate carriers. I guess all the Nexus... bleh. I guess all the Nexus tactical mods are canon. I guess so.
Oh. Why couldn't you give them their actual NCR kit? I mean, I know they're supposed to be the remnants. You could have it look beat up. Jesus, come on.
They did achieve that with those two NCR, riot gear, Rangers guys later on. But
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
the NCR
they
armor
really
with
had
the
to work
fucking
at that.
5-head.
Yeah, gigantic 5 heads on those fucking Ranger armor. It looks
they
so
didn't-
shit.
Because they didn't have the rivets in place, so I guarantee the actor didn't fit. So they undid the rivets, and the gas mask slid down further.
Yeah.
It's so bad. It looks
It's
so
literally
bad.
just perch it in place and hope it lasts for the take.
Yeah.
Yeah.
$5 from Mishchi. Thank you. If you want an example of a good video game adaptation, watch the Postal movie.
Unironically,
Yeah.
yes. Like, even to the point of, like, the insanely crass humor. Like, fucking Uwe Boll talking about how he's like, whenever I'm up here in front of the crowds, I always get a little horny. It's all the children, you know? And
Oh
then
my
the
God.
reporter looks at him and is like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Then they're actually fighting with running with scissors staff over like.
Yes.
Yes, it's legitimately one of the few good movies he's ever done, and I would recommend.
Yeah, and it's because it's like, it's one of those ones where I assume he wanted to try to get the tax loophole, right? Because that's what he always did with his movies. He would intentionally sabotage them so they get a huge tax write-off and they'd actually make way more money.
Wait,
But-
how many virgins do we get?
Yeah. But then you have in the Postal movie, like, he tried to do the same thing, but it fits for the Postal movie. Like, it works so well.
$5 from James Moore. Thank you. Why would Lucy not immediately go to Vault 32's entrance to follow Mulder's tracks when she's on the surface? Because that would be an intelligent decision to make.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you see, when you
And
get
it
to
was the
the
first draft of the
surface, you're
script.
supposed to wander in a random direction. He was trying to say something there?
Oh, I'm saying it was the first draft. It was the first draft of the script. That's why.
Yeah.
Okay, let's have this pointless bomb moment.
Yeah, what the fuck, man? I can't get over the bomb thing. It's so stupid.
Seems like it was only ever intended to just block the tunnel because those guys have to dig through the rubble afterwards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
But
what
they make
is
a
the
hostage
actual-
thing out of it for no reason.
I guess it's literally just so that they can't be followed, like, immediately and give them time to get away. That's literally it.
Oh no, it's a cutscene ending with a scripted
Yeah.
rubble situation. But quick, let's go into settlement mode and just delete it.
Oh my god.
first implies there's a second. I'm calling bullshit on that. Now there you go.
$5 from Zach111. Thank you. The closest vault to 31, 32, 33 is Vault 19, which was divided into two sides, complete with two overseers. Yeah, the one from New Vegas.
I referenced this back when we saw that, like when we were talking about this in one of the episodes, and but it's still the vault it's not like sectioned off. It's.
I really don't have a problem with it just being because it's specific to this particular experiment. It's a unique vault. Okay, fine. My issue is still it's right next to the ocean.
Yeah.
Jesus. Yeah.
We did mention
It's just Vault 19 didn't even have like oh, here's this vault and here's this vault. It was just the same vault, but everyone lived on like different sides of the vault, basically, and the two overseers, like their offices were right next to each other.
Mm-hmm.
$5 from A Swarm of Hungry Deathclaws. Thank you. We can't wait to see us get destroyed in the lamest way possible in Season 2, because Deathclaws are a joke now. Because Deathclaws are jokes now. Thanks, Todd. We're gonna maul you. All right, then. Good luck with that.
Yeah.
Always good to hear from the oppressed.
I am. God, Fallout 4, such a disaster. But the biggest disaster was power armor at the start, and then making you kill a Deathclaw
Immediately.
Yeah.
That's talk about taking the wind out of your sails for what's supposed to be like. If a Deathclaw shows up, even if you're a power armor, you should be like, "Fuck," and I'm out.
Also,
completely trivializes them.
Yeah, and there's like this is the first experience you have with the minigun as well. Wow, this is trash.
Yeah.
$5.
Yeah. Sorry, Mirthful says, real quick, Vault 33 isn't merely close to the ocean. Do you remember where the Master's Cathedral was? Vault 31 to 33 should have all wound up padding out the Master's army.
Yep. Right, I want to ask about that. Did we bring that up during the stream? Because I genuinely can't remember that Vaults 31, 32, 33, and Vault 4 would have all been cracked open by the Master.
Yeah.
Yes, you did mention that.
Okay.
Oh, did you? Oh, must have been when I was out using the bathroom.
Yeah, he did mention
they
that.
absolutely would have.
Yeah.
One other quick thing, just mentioning Vault 33 and its location. That is the original Muscle Beach. Just saying.
$5 from Zorlag. Thank you. I grew up in Moldova, and it's trippy to keep hearing my country's name come up so many times in a single stream.
Hey, you know how they had America in the frontier? America was a great character. You want to talk about America?
No.
Yeah.
No. Jesus, no. $5 from James Moore. Thank you. The Legate's battle tactics are very different from Caesar's. Looking at the various endings, Legion are unlikely to take all of California under Lanius. It says under Legate, but Legate.
Oh, that was when we were discussing the theoretical inevitability of the Legion just overrunning a dead NCR.
I'd say,
but that's the thing.
Would
it was
take it with a dead NCR.
Yeah, it's like even if his tactics are different, they're still tactics, and with an NCR that's essentially dead already, yeah, I feel like the Legion would easily take them.
Yeah. $5 from James Moore. Thank you. Nate doing war crimes? Does that mean he's canonically racist in the Here There Be Monsters side quest in Fallout 4? Guess it's time to replay it.
Yeah, I have no idea why. Again, because I have an actual functional fucking brain, I have no idea how the world works in a Mills viewpoint to do these incredibly stupid, and obviously dumb things all the time, and then just be like, "Wah!" It's so fucking weird.
Pardon me while I tard. Why is everybody calling me a tard?
Yeah. I was only pretending to be tarded.
No, he's not pretending.
No, but that's usually what his cope is.
Yeah.
I was pretending to be tarded.
I thought it would be nice to share a tidbit. No, don't reinforce it.
Uh, $8 from Dileocon, thank you. Might draw a sexy Deathclaw gal towering over Smalltosis in the future.
Why?
That was when we were talking about the idea of a Deathclaw being introduced, and it's like bow chicka wow wow music.
Yeah, how...
Because these writers
Yeah.
and their fetish fuel.
Yeah.
I like my coffee black.
No. Again, they have a literal fucking snuff film in the fucking show. Like, what the shit?
Yeah, it's what the fuck.
$2 from Boxfox Scoot, thank you. Stag, pagan no! Chat, pagan yes. Also, Deathclassy.
On topic.
$2 from Zorlag, thank you. Season 2 will feature vegan claws and soy scorpions. Oh god.
Oh god.
God, it'd be horrible.
$10 from Irish John, thank you. Nice to see another stag. Yeah, it's been a while, longer than intended.
Yeah.
$2 from Zorlag, thank you. Moldova. $2 from Zorlag, thank you. Get that jelly Get that jelly Moldova out of here.
Moldova did kind of had some jelly going, didn't she?
The jelly mold. Okay, I see what you did there.
Yep.
$5 from Ambrose O'Leary, thank you. I'm still 3 hours behind, but on the topic of Bethesda's strategy on attacking with copyrights, they tried suing Mojang for having a game called Scrolls. Yeah, that was fucked up.
Yeah. So stupid.
Now, to try and devil's advocate that, copyright law in the U.S. is fucking dumb.
Not that dumb.
I know, it's not that dumb, but originally, like, I would have been more willing to believe if Bethesda weren't such bad faith actors at all times. I would have been more just to be like, hey, we don't actually want to do this. We just have to prove to the courts that we are defending our copyright. Literally give us $1 and and then we'll just say, hey, we settled, fuck off.
Yeah, that's trademark though. Anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah, where you have to defend trademark or you lose it.
$5 from James Moore, thank you. By the way, the show also contradicts Fallout 4's kid in a fridge. They're contradicting their contradictions. How did the kid survive without the meds? This is one I read earlier, but yeah, I hate the introduction, the invention of this anti-feral ghoul juice. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
So it's just... that kid in a fridge would be like primary suspect of actually turning into a feral ghoul with his life situation.
Yeah.
For God knows how many years.
I kind of want to steal
Indiana Jones. Clap like seals. Yay.
Thing is, going feral was always supposed to be basically the brain is literally rotting. It's just falling apart over time, and it's different for each ghoul. It's 2296, so it could just be that ghouls in general now are kind of at the end of their even elongated lifespan, and this is the only workaround. But it's still just there being no explanation for where this shit even comes from. That really needed to be laid out. Mind you, I applied the same cope to power cores running out of power after 200 years, but only 5 minutes in power armor.
Yeah.
$5 from ZackZack111. Thank you. I felt like the drug cocktail for the ghoul is a reference to Fallout players taking all their drugs for a hard encounter. I mean, there's no hard encounter for him there, though. It's just him binging.
He is walking into the middle of the place like he owns it, and it's pretty clear that he's about to swipe the target from the person who's paid for it. So you could argue that he's expecting something to go down, but not power armor level. Okay, again, I'm writing the story for them because they don't say any of this.
Yep. It's the worst feeling. Because when you get caught in
It's
that, like, you're doing all the writing for the writers. That was never present or never even brought up. And it's like,
Yeah,
fuck.
I'm one of these guys who wants to enjoy something, and I just you guys taught me to kick myself in and go, wait.
$5 from Zorlag, thank you. Episode Dark Quiet Death of the show Mythic Quest describes the journey of Fallout from 1997 until 2024. Never heard of that before, but I might have to look into it if it's going over it. $5 from Harv3034, thank you. You've officially made it, Cree. You've had multiple haters, a cringeworthy takedown video, and now coattail rioters. Maybe I have made it, goddamn. I'm even being sued by a fat retard.
Yep.
$10 from Brian C. Thank you. If this cold fusion is so important that two separate factions and a legendary bounty hunter is after it, why isn't the Brotherhood sending in paladins with heavy energy weapons instead of knights and squires?
Absolutely.
Why are they sending their worst knight?
Yep.
Yeah. God, and why are the squires now like in place of like the initiates and stuff? Like that's not how the ranking system worked before.
Yep.
Well, it's like we said, every single time Bethesda brings in the BOS, they rewrite them.
I hate it.
6 Malaysian ringgits from Pendikar Mando, thank you. Morning, Stag. Have you finished it? I haven't seen episode 3. Yes, we've seen the whole show. It was awful.
The ending was so lackluster too. Like all this build up and a shot of Las Vegas. Yeah, sure. Thanks. I
Binge till
guess.
you cringe challenge.
A whole bunch of nothing.
$2 from Alpha Craig, thank you. The ghoul makes sense, he's just marked essential. God. You know what? After he shot, he even went down for a bit. He sat down, but he technically went down for a bit.
That's true.
$2 from Brian C. Thank you. They based the power room from Fallout Shelter. Lol. I don't remember how the power room in Fallout Shelter works. I only barely checked that game out, then uninstalled it.
Yeah, he's right though. It's like one slight disconnect, the entire vault is.
Yeah. Which that can happen all the fucking time because Fallout Shelter, you can just have randomized events that'll happen.
I have a gear door. Anything shows up, it'll be down. It's just a question of how long.
Yep.
$5 from Snub Caboose. Thank you. Season 2 can only be saved if we just see Boone nail all 3 of the show's characters from a mile away. From a mile away. Just facts.
Yeah. I mean, if they still fucked everything else up, but good God.
If they open up with the head of the T-Rex exploding and somebody with a rocket launcher going, "Yes, sir, that was the last of them," I'm not going to say anything that I can be held accountable for later.
Yeah.
$5 from Brian C. If the courier found out his beloved Vegas was destroyed, he would most definitely wipe out everyone in the show. That's another plot hole. Well, I mean, the courier is a vague, blank slate of a character. He could be anything.
Yep.
Yeah.
Murder
It's whatever
hobo.
you want him to be.
Definitely murder hobo.
$5 from Alpha Craig. Thank you. The NCR hired Mr. Fantastic to retcon reality to depopulate the region before they invaded. Oh, God. $2
They
from...
told me they
Go
asked
ahead.
if I could write. I told them I had a theoretical degree in writing.
I've
Yep.
seen people making those comments.
Yeah.
$2 from Party LMCV. Thank you. Todd said Shady Sands was nuked post New Vegas. He's coping. Yeah, it's damage control.
Yep.
It's
Even
damage
Todd is
control because they
coping.
fucked up immensely.
It's like the bombs go off immediately after that. It's like you're still saying that your two main characters should be kids, still teenagers.
Yeah. $2 from Party Elm CV. Thank you. The tourists are out in force to defend the show. Yeah, there's definitely what I can only describe as people acting like tourists who definitely don't like people talking negatively about the show.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's for...
You see the Did you see the thing Emily posted where the person was like, "As for the fall of Shady Springs," and it's like you fucked up.
Yeah. Fake fan.
$5 from Brian C. Thank you. Poseidon Energy, an energy monopoly that built the Enclave oil rig and has orbital solar weapons, doesn't get invited to the big meeting is strange.
Yeah, no Poseidon.
Yeah.
No General Atomics. just the corporations that appear in New Vegas plus Voltec.
Yeah, because Voltec was already in Bethesda canon to be bad. Like it's literally the lump of evil in the microwave. Mom, Dad, don't touch it. It's evil.
Immediately touch it.
$10 from Jaluigi. Thank you. You know something that bothers me? That originally Vault-Tec was a shell company made by the Enclave, but now it's its own independent and powerful faction. Yeah. I just hate everything they did with this show. I'm not sure there's... Like, it's bad on its own, and it's worse with context of the games, and just, it seems like everything got fucked over.
Yep.
$2 from Party Elm CV. Thank you. Same reason they like The Mandalorian. Iconography. Yeah, that's pretty much the only thing left of the series. I said to Pagan in one of the games, they've rendered Fallout down into just the iconography. Oh look, Brotherhood of Steel, laser weapons, and fucking Vault-Tec, nukes, super mutants, Enclave.
Blue-yellow aesthetic.
Yeah.
That now literally saying that Vault-Tec basically lifted even the colors from a cowboy.
Oh my god. Yeah, that's another thing we didn't talk about. I don't think we did. It's hard remembering.
We did briefly.
Okay, briefly, but like, the backstory for Vault Boys, some guy did a thumbs up. Why the fuck did we need that? I hate it.
But yeah, the blue and gold, that was his trademark cowboy colors from before they came up with the suit for him to try on. So it's like they definitely branded according to his look. Just implying Vault-Tec didn't have blue and gold in its colors before, or
yeah, which is really weird.
It's just he's got a blue and gold cowboy outfit. Let's do that.
Yeah. $2 from Polly McCoy. Thank you. Ptolemy, Razor Fist, Synthetic Man are great. I haven't watched anything from Ptolemy or Synthetic Man, but Razor Fist is really good. Yeah.
Synthetic Man, I wouldn't say is great. I mean, like the EFAP on Synthetic Man is pretty fucking devastating. I mean, like that's a whole other level of like being two-faced and like oh lord.
And it's Ptolemy. You will never hear him take a piss because the P is silent.
All right. $5 from Bentastic197, and this was sent in twice. Evening, furry boys. Not a furry. How bad was the Fallout series so far? Tummy ache or Chernobyl? The Fallout show is not only Chernobyl, it's a big ol' hug of the elephant's foot. You're camping right next to it, using it as a pillow.
Yep.
It throws so much shit at you, it leaves you confused.
£2 from Thief, thank you. I made a GIF of the jelly mold for the server. Oh no. $8 from...
Wibble wobble.
Huh?
So does a wibble wobble?
I would assume that's what a GIF of a jelly mold would do. $8 from Dileocon, thank you. Fallout Season 1 is Force Awakens, Season 2 is going to be The Last Jedi. I really feel like Fallout 3 is The Force Awakens of Fallout, though. Because it does a lot of the same stuff. It retreads previous stories, it reuses iconography in the same way. It just... The series didn't get the reaction that Star Wars did early on as much as it should have.
I remember the Fallout 1 and 2 fandom coming out kind of foursquare against FO3 for all of its issues. The problem was that they weren't that big at the time.
Yeah.
So they didn't get a lot of traction in the public eye.
Yeah.
$10 from Gonk, thank you. My theory is that the plan to start the war didn't play out considering that many of the vaults were unfinished. They didn't wait for House to get the chip, and Cooper's daughter was outside when boom.
No, they literally didn't finish the vaults because the program got pulled the plug. They had already been paid, and they're like, we're not going to waste any more of our money. Fuck you.
There's also the fact that in the opening of the show, we don't see bombs raining down from the sky. They are all ground bursts.
Yep.
I actually got to say, at least the one, if you're referencing the one from Boston in the subway, because you have the one ghoul who's saying, yeah, we used to do these scams all the time. If you actually read the science terminals in there, they were doing a legit thing. They had science staff there. They had information just for science staff. And it was entirely going to be about, we're going to cram a lot of rich and influential people in here under minimal conditions and then put basically a psycho we picked up off the street to be the overseer. That was the experiment. They did intend to have one, but they didn't finish it because the bombs dropped too early. So yeah, it is a retcon of their own lore. At least that one, if not more vaults were like that.
$2 from Lore Hunter, thank you. The Enclave should have won in Fallout 2. Based. $5 from Brian C, thank you. Chris Avalon tweeted that Bethesda wasn't happy with New Vegas' reception and shot down his ideas for Fallout and Elder Scrolls spin-offs. Yeah. That seems real, yeah. Based on what I've seen and heard. $2 from Vilkarin Selvokuth. Thank you. Guacamole Deathclaw Coochie UWU.
Ooh.
Bite your tongue.
$2 from Polly McCoy. Thank you. Jelly mold meme competition when? Oh no. £5 from Thief. Thank you. Had a few tiny praises like the Pip-Boy flashlight, Mr. Handy's actor. A key to remove fusion cores. First trank taking time. Some of these get undone. Crying emote. Yeah. Yeah, there's a few little things about the show that I liked, but overall it was not great. £5 from Gorbs. Thank you. The Concord section of Fallout 4 was just a demo level for influencers to play in order to sell more copies of the game. Yeah, part of it is because they saw how cool Deathclaws were like, and they're like, oh man, let's start the game with this. You fight one right away, you're given power armor. It's like, oh my god.
That also would tend to go not just for influencers, but a lot of game reviewers.
Yeah.
I've mentioned before that they have X number of hours to do in a week. They got so much stuff to go through. A couple of hours worth of gameplay, if it doesn't fall apart, they'll usually judge it on that.
$5 from Gurasola. Thank you. Hi, Creetosis. Any chance you'll be making a return to EFAP to help them eventually eviscerate this nuclear waste? You're perfect to do the job. If they decide to do an EFAP on it and they invite me, sure.
They need to convince people that it's shit.
They took the drinker aside and applied the bat.
Oh god.
I'm still shocked. And then after being confronted with all the problems, it's just like, oh man.
I'm not, because the drinker, for the most part, will look at a lot of media that he's, if he doesn't have pre-knowledge of it, it just, like a lot of people, it's like, well, the production values were good, the acting was good, I generally had a good time. That, like the average person.
I reckon he might change his mind over time. Like, maybe by season 2, definitely, because I reckon season 2 is going to be absolute stinker.
Yeah.
I think there's too many things to... Once you really bite down on it and just chew it through, it's really a bad show. I don't know why that's so difficult to spot, but it's easy once you get the brain going. It takes time, give it time.
I feel like now, if they actually decide to go forward with a season 2, that any ideas they had planned to do, they're gonna have to change. And I feel like at least the first episode or more is gonna have to be doing damage control for season 1 and retconning stuff.
Because
they've already got Todd.
The tragedy of Darth Pagliarulo the Wise.
They've already got Todd out here. Yeah. Well, they've got Todd out here already trying to do damage control and be like, oh no, well, you see, actually. So it's like, I don't know. I feel like it's going to be mandated into the script that for season 2, you got to fix that shit.
Yeah. Is that dog still suffering?
No.
I was just saying, your mic light kept coming on like.
Oh, I'm walking. I'm walking over to my bed. You might hear the floor squeaking.
$2 from an average NCR citizen. Thank you. Watch my entire family die in a nuclear blast. Rest in peace. $2 from lol. Thank you. Make your own headcanon and ignore the show. Yeah, that's probably the best way to handle this, honestly.
That's what we've been doing since at least Fallout 4.
Yeah. Anyways, that does appear to be all of the super chats. There's been a bunch of new memberships today, too. Thank you, it's very much appreciated. Oh, wait, no, there were membership messages. Let me see if I can grab those. Hold on. Viewer activity. Oh, it is in there. Okay. Oh, God. I have to scroll through all these to see the membership messages. One gifted membership from Duncan McCockiner. Thank you. It's very much appreciated.
Nice name.
Yeah.
Barry Scott's.
Yep.
5 gifted memberships from Raging Bull. Thank you. Dmitry Petrenko. Welcome to Owl membership, which I still need to update. Thank you. Let's see. 10-month membership message from Alex Hoffman. Thank you. Hello, Krings. And there's a waving emote. Thank you. I think I saw one more in there somewhere. Waylay108, member for 8 months. Thank you. Is there one thing you like about the Fallout show? Well, we did talk about some of that, how, we kind of liked Thaddeus before, dumb stuff happened. Yeah.
I like Walton Goggins.
A lot of people seem to like him. I'm mostly indifferent on the character. I don't outright hate him. I don't like him very much either.
The flashbacks got too much. I to be honest, looking back at it, I hated going back and forth.
Yeah.
the wasteland and the real world. Like, can we just go back if it's necessary? You don't need to tell me the whole freaking thing, you know?
I hate that we got so much pre-war stuff. I feel like we should have just focused on the
What's in front of us.
post-apocalypse and
Yep.
yeah, like
I figured
that's
that
like
they
the
would
whole
have
point
to.
is that the Fallout, the pre-war stuff isn't supposed to matter. You know, it's supposed to be a thing of the past. It doesn't matter who started it or what. None of that matters
Yeah.
anymore.
I mean-
This was a show for normies. It was intended to bring in a lot of people who had never heard of or seen Fallout, or who had
Yeah.
barely heard of it, and so they have to get all the prequel stuff out of the way, basically.
But, you know, with these flashbacks, I don't even think that's normie friendly. It just muddles the water, really, and it's just like going back and forth with this and this, and it just makes it harder to think through. Like, if you really want some pre-war stuff, at least do some kind of shocking reveal and then reveal the pre-war stuff or something like that. Like, build up to it. It's just sprinkled in there, like, all the time, and it's like tasting hair in your soup. Like, come on, why are we going back? I want to find out what happens to Lucy. Does she survive this river torture or whatever, you know?
And when you get right down to it, if you go back and look at Nuka Break Red Star, it has the same kind of production values just about, and a much better story. It's more cohesive. And granted, it's far shorter. It's just basically a short film. But I would rather watch that.
Hmm.
It doesn't trip all over itself, for one thing. It doesn't, and it doesn't have to resort to the ooh goofy but gory at the same time.
Hmm.
And we're gonna fire a gun through this guy's skull. Isn't that great?
Yeah. Vilkarin Selvokath, welcome to L membership. Thank you. Okay, and there's one more super chat, it looks like, that just came in a minute ago. $5 from lol. Thank you. Also remember that the shitting writing is from Amazon and Todd approved it. The boys dropped off hard after season 2. Yeah, that's the one thing we can look forward to. Westworld dropped off in season 2. The boys dropped off in season 2. So this amazing 10 out of 10 show is going to drop real hard in the next season.
And they're gonna be doing it for New Vegas.
You know, maybe once people see season 2, they'll question, like, wait, was season 1 any good at all? That's what the Mandalorian effect was, you know?
Be seeing those bought this age like milk stuff start getting responses from new people going, this criticism of age like milk.
All right, True Pop, shill your stuff.
Hello, everyone. I'm True Pop Culture 7, aka True Pop. You can check out my channel, True Pop Culture 7, where I basically do meme edits on live streams you may recognize or you may not recognize. So it's like EFAP, Friday Night Tights, Open Bar, live streams like that. I also do occasional reviews of movies, like Out of the Theater review, short ones, and sometimes more longer ones, like dissecting my thoughts on Spider-Man 2 or Godzilla -1, stuff like that. Like proper edited videos. Right now, I'm editing all the footage I got from my Las Vegas trip and where I met Nedrotic and some other YouTubers. It was a hell of a journey from, UK to Las Vegas, 10-hour flight. Absolutely crazy, absolutely wild. Went to a gun range in there as well, so shot some guns for the first time.
Woo!
Yeah, it was a wild ride, and I'm in the middle of editing all the footage. It's going to be a bit of a hassle. So yeah, stay tuned for that blog of my Las Vegas trip, I suppose you could call it. And I also bought Soma before my trip, and I promised I would live stream it. Mark the Cyborg really recommended it to me. So I might live stream that. But now with the Fallout show, and I've got New Vegas downloaded, I'm like, do I live stream that as well. I can't do too much live streaming because it's bad for growth for my channel. So for some reason, whenever I live stream, I lose a ton of subscribers. So yeah, I'll probably live stream one or the other, maybe even both. Depends how hooked I get on New Vegas, I suppose. So yeah, stay tuned for Soma first time playthrough and maybe New Vegas, maybe. You can
Nice.
also check out my Twitter as well. I'm nearly up to 1,000 followers. At TrueCulture7. I post memes and shit. Mess around on Twitter, basically.
Someone in
And
chat.
thank you for having me.
Yeah, no
Yep.
problem. Thank you for coming on and staying for this whole time.
Yeah. I mean, like, I think I was like one of the earlier people to watch this Fallout show, and everyone was like complimenting it. Everyone that I trusted, and it's just like, am I taking crazy pills? What the hell? What the hell? Am I the only one who's seeing that the show is bad? So it's been a pleasure to be on this live stream and kind of dissect it, chew on it, proving that okay, I'm not crazy. And I thank you for everyone on the panel for discussing it.
That was a common feeling from a lot of us. Is like, are we like the only sane people left in the entire world?
Hmm.
Because holy cow, this show is brutal.
Someone in the chat did ask if you went to the Nerd Erotic meetup, and I can answer that. TruePop did go to that meetup.
Yep. I was jet lagged as hell, but I
bet.
still attempted to communicate socially, even though I was really tired. But yeah, it was just a shame. I guess I'll plan later for that, take that into account.
Just make sure to include in your blog report on your Vegas trip which gun it was that popped your gunpowder cherry.
I'd be curious on that one actually.
Submachine gun, I think it was. Yeah.
Kelbeck.
It'll be all revealed on the channel.
Oh, Mike Twain?
Sure.
Well, I am Roy Calbeck. I usually don't shill myself. I don't promo myself much at all, but basically I'm over on Twitch as Calbeck, Calbeck, not callback as people keep thinking it is for some reason. And I just basically do game streams. I'm shit at keeping my own schedule, so don't worry if I don't show up. One day I'll probably show up the next. Usually streaming from about 3 p.m. Arizona time till whenever I get bored with it or run out of time that particular day. Currently, I just started a new Fallout 4 playthrough where I'm just running around as a mercenary and completely ignoring the main story, and that's it for me.
Alrighty. Pagan.
I currently have nothing to shill because I'm not doing anything such.
So lazy. Anyways, it's Minor Noble Baron Dragon. Thank you very much. I stream every weekday. The stream time has changed slightly. It's from 10 a.m. Eastern to 3 p.m. Eastern, Eastern United States time. So, nice chunky 5-hour streams each weekday. And then on Saturdays, we do Saturday Showtime. This Saturday, we are actually going to be doing the Dune Part 2 movie. So, hey, if you want to watch Dune Part 2 for free, like, all you have to do is join my Discord. That's it. Like, there's nothing else to it. There's no other, like, you don't have to be in a special group or a category. You don't have to do anything. But, hey, if you want to be pinged for other movies, you can join theater attendees. But that's it. There's literally no barrier to it other than join the Discord. But yeah, we just finished doing Super Mario RPG. Finished that off totally. I wanted to go back for some nostalgia after I actually got really annoyed with the 1,000-Year Door. I know a lot of people that like Paper Mario, like, hey, 1,000-Year Door is kind of the best of it. But I kind of got sick of all the backtracking in it. This is quite annoying. And we also finished off a couple bounty games and Terraria. We beat Terraria finally, so there you go. We're starting new games on the channel. I like to do a variety of games.
Nice.
Yeah.
I have been streaming a lot until the Fallout show came out. We have reactions for every episode of Fallout recorded. I just need to edit them and get them up. I was hoping we would finish the stream earlier so I could get some of the editing done tonight, because right now I don't know if I'm going to make this next one done for Wednesday or not. Besides that, I'm going to do a video talking about the retcons in the show. I'm going to do an overall video on the show. And besides that, I'm still working on the Helsing video and the Starfield analysis. When any of those may or may not be done, I have no fucking clue. And I don't know how soon I'll get back to streaming necessarily either. I've also started making YouTube shorts. There's one up now, and I've got 2 others scripted out that, again, I was going to record after the stream, but I'll have to wait for tomorrow night or something. I don't know. When I do start streaming again, I will be streaming more of Shartfield to do the research streams. Yeah.
The suffering will be palpable.
The suffering will continue until morale improves. But yeah, thank you for coming out, everyone. It's very much appreciated. It'll take me a couple days to get this up since I now have to stitch 2 recordings together. But, you know. Yeah. Have a good one. And I hope to see you guys next time.
Yeah.
Good night.
Yeah.
Aloha.
Good night.
Hurrah!
Wow.